welcome to the NYSL 100K WarzoneMania tournament. You know exactly where you're at. You're at the best content possible right now. I've got to say though, we have a stacked day ahead of us, including our casting roster as well. We got JGod, iHoldShift, and Studyy on the mics today, and I could be happier to be alongside these gents, to be perfectly honest. Gentlemen, should we just get straight into things? Should we talk about the teams that we're going to be seeing today? Why not? Let's head over to our rosters. Let's see who we've got competing for the 100K over the course of the 2 days that we've got here for this tournament. Now, already just a ton of names on the board that I'm sure everybody at home recognizes. If you don't know, we have JGod, the emphasis on God being for Warzone himself, to explain to us what we're looking at here, who maybe we should keep our eye on.
I think there's a lot of solid teams here. I think IceManIsaac's team was a solid set of picks there. I think Breadman is probably one of the most underrated. EmZ has been doing his thing and doing really well in a lot of the tournaments. Queen Shadows is probably the most stacked woman on the list, and she's better than a lot of the males on here. So I think that team, him just coming off pretty solid performances, is going to be really, really good for that team. And then the other one would probably be Jukies. I did my top 10 list, and 3 out of the 4 players on that team were on that top 10. So I would imagine they're going to do really well.
I love that. I love that. iHoldShift, Stud. Talk to me, fellas. What are you seeing out of this list here?
I'm not gonna lie, Smixy actually drafted a pretty solid squad. She's got some vibes with Legion. That's gonna be comedy content all over the place. But Almond and Noobs actually have a lot of experience playing with one another as well. I think they're two kind of those upstarring players that I think could actually do some work. Almond and Noobs specifically actually did really well in the last couple of major tournaments. So I think Smixy did a really nice job keeping the vibes high, getting Legion in the mix, and then also putting some solid players of Almond and Noobs. I'm looking forward to watching them play.
Yeah, the team that I'm looking forward to has to be Team Teep. And the reason why is because, you know, you got the leader in Tyler Teep. This is a guy who was a former Call of Duty Pro player. Then you got Holly Live, the beautiful wife of Mr. 3-time world champion in Karma. Then you have Blatz, a guy who was a former Call of Duty player. He decided to join Minnesota Rock as a content creator and has just went full throttle into Warzone. The guy's just been taking off. And then you have Big Star, leading the EU guys. This guy's been performing a lot throughout every single Warzone tournament that he's been a part of. This is going to be a great team, man. I'm excited to see how they can do it at the end of the day today.
Oh, definitely. I love the fact that Karma and Holly are going against each other in this tournament. I think that's absolutely incredible.
So true.
I'm here for it. Now, you're probably wondering at home how this is all going down. Well, I'll tell you what, this is how we're going to do it. So our teams, there's 13 of them, have actually 5 hours to submit their 5 highest scores. So each kill is going to be 1 point, and the placement of the team is also very, very important. If you have been part of a kill race before or you've been watching them, you will know that placement points are everything, because it is 25 points for first place. So you'll see a lot of these teams here have a lot of experience under their belts, and they'll probably be gunning for nothing under first place here. Very, very important to note that. Now, every single kill counts here, so that as many as possible. You'll be seeing so many different tactics coming out of today. But the question is, how efficient can you really be on the map? JGod, kind of what sort of things do you think tactically, strat-wise, are we going to be seeing from some of these very experienced teams here?
I think depending on how many kills they need, obviously the first games will probably play out a little bit different than towards the end of the 5 hours when they're looking to just try and get their best score. But definitely mobility is going to be key with landing on helicopters. It might be 2 and 2 split initially, or they'll stick together in the beginning and get a loadout and then split from there. They'll solo quad the rest of the way, or 2-2, so they can, you know, have a little bit more consistency. I think different variables will play out depending on the team's strengths and weaknesses as well.
Absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what, high risk, high reward. They're going to split off, do exactly what they can do best, which is get a ton of eliminations and hopefully a ton of points with that first place finish as well. I think we're actually ready to jump into it, lads. So I think we're going to head on over to Team Aiden right now, see exactly what these guys are cooking up for the beginning of this 5-hour stint. I'm going to hand it over to you boys.
Oh, thank you so much, Lottie. Yeah, Aiden's team, you know, we talked about Karma for sure, but, you know, Scumming and Aiden together also, you get to keep in mind that they could just individually, if you go off into those duos, you're probably looking at both of those guys to get highly involved and highly active. And this opening drop over towards hospital area is looking pretty safe so far. A couple of kills thus far here, Jeremy, and I think the big key is just where do you rotate, I think, overall, when it comes down to once you get to this helicopter.
Well, once you get that helicopter, you're going to go all over the map. Wherever the action is going to be is where this team wants to put themselves in. The loadout is going to be in nice and early for this roster. But it's just crazy. Like, when you look at this team, the fact that it's Scummin and Aiden on this roster, and then they get the 3-time world champ, this team is going to be really scary to deal with. But them getting an early loadout right off the rip, it's all about the gunfights from this point out. Time to get into the action.
You guys go for that.
Yeah, so, Jay, just to kind of bring into this strategy, I know we kind of talked about it briefly, and even off stream we were talking about the fact of how important these helicopters are. At what point are you looking at the team saying, okay, we're comfortable enough to go off and play this essentially 2v lobby style? Because let's be honest, if you stay together as a 4, you're not maximizing that efficiency that you were talking about.
Yeah, 100%. I think one of the main things that comes into play is obviously they already have the loadouts. They pop the UAVs, so they have that head start where a lot of teams are not going to have a loadout at this point. Typically, some of the better teams will, but the vast majority of the lobby are not going to have go, so they can full press with a lot of confidence. And when the strategy starts to change a little bit is maybe when they don't have a gulag anymore, they don't want to split off as much because then they got to be worried about being bought back, which will slow down the rest of their team. So I think that's a bigger dynamic in there is if they have gulag and at what point in the match, how many people are left, do they need to play for those placement points? It kind of just changes as the match evolves based on those situations.
Man, I'm not gonna lie. Every time I watch these early stages of the lobby, I don't know about you, Stud. I don't even play a lot of Warzone lately. It just feels like they're playing a different game than I loaded.
Yeah, man.
They're just running around, just finding kills all over the place, and I'm just like, yo, there's like 3 teams. Let's just bunker up and hold that spot.
Yeah, let's just take our time, and that's the thing about like Warzone. At least for me, every time I'm spawning in, I'm fighting world champions. I promise. So it's really difficult for me to just get into a groove for things because the KD, if you have a KD that's going to be really high, you're going to get highly matched players. So it's going to be really difficult. So I get a lot frustrated when I play a lot of Warzone, but it's a great game, man, and I'm excited to see what this team can do. You're going to have one player in Scummin who's going to drop early. So now he's going to go towards the gulag, and he has to try to fight back so his teammates don't have to spend that money. So this could be a big kill.
Danny's by herself. It's one of those things that, Jay, how much are you looking at these early gulags and saying, hey, that's an extra kill for us when it comes to our total score at the end of the day if we can actually win these?
I think it plays into that, but the other part where I said if they don't have a gulag available, like when they just won their gulag, came back, their playstyle has to change a little bit because now they have to play their life a little bit more versus they can make some riskier plays when they still have the gulag available because a lot of the people that are competing in this, they're winning their gulag 80-90% of the time. So almost their entire day, they're not going to lose a gulag.
Maybe, yeah.
Well, good stuff right there from Aiden. It looks like he was kind of fighting that with Scummin, just kind of a 2v multiple situation as Danny was by herself. Gonna mount up. Nice. Man, I'm telling you, it's just so wild, dude. Like, I don't know about you stuff, it's just like you see certain things like the double sprint, the slide canceling, and then mounting up. This is something that we watch a lot of Cold War, so it's just like you get into these Warzone tournaments, you almost forget about it to a certain level.
100%, man. Mounting up right there, that's just something I wouldn't do, and that's why she is a lot better than me at this game. She goes in there with that pistol, mounts up, able to hit some great shots to win her gulag. Now it's time to get back to your loot, and then eventually continue on through to try to pick as many kills as possible. This lobby is dropping pretty quick. There's only about 78 people left in this game, so they're gonna have to get some pep in their step if they want this to be a good one.
Yeah, kills are looking pretty solid though. Carmen just gonna walk right on into a couple of players who have apparently no idea where he is. Hello?
I think the stun started that though. I think the guy couldn't actually turn.
I'm gonna pop. Do you guys need
Fair enough, but I mean, you can kind of take a look, and it looks like Karma's got this little kill counter on the bottom right. So 26 total kills, if that's accurate, which is awesome. As far as how the lobby has gone so far, 75 total players still alive. Plus, you have to keep in mind that gulag players will be returning. So this is a really solid start. So I guess at this point, Jay, as we get to a certain tally, because let's be honest, we talked about the fact that this is a 5-hour tournament to submit 5 scores. You have to feel like the strategy initially is, hey, let's just get our 5 wins, and then let's start to try to take away our lowest score after that.
Yeah, I think there's certain numbers where that, hey, at least I'll have a semi-respectable number, even if it's just a win, and then you'll work off of that. Maybe that'll be one of your lowest games. But I'm thinking the teams that are going to make it into the top 8 or so, they'll probably get away with 15 kills apiece and a win, I think. So it doesn't have to be crazy. It's just about getting those decent scores up right off the bat.
So yeah, it's going to be interesting, I think, just to see what that kill average is going to look like as far as what is considered to be a good win. Yep. But if you say 15 a person, I mean, 60 total kills would be incredible. But
plus 80, plus the 25 would be 85. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That'll be interesting, I think, to see how everyone starts to go. Okay, well, Karma's actually going to fall here. Does have a self-revive. We're going to see that a little bit off screen as Miss Sweets, or Danny as we more affectionately would be calling her, will be essentially on their lonesome over through the train station. And I'm not going to lie, Stud, anytime you see me at train station, I will be hiding in a corner because there are too many levels for me to deal with. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, yeah. That's for sure, man. Just so many things that you can do at the train station area. Now that you can go on the bottom floor, run through the side staircase, take control of every single rooftop. There's just so many different angles that can be exposed, and it's really difficult to just try to keep your footing on, because in training anything can happen, man. There's so many different positions, and in Warzone specifically, you can get shot from anywhere. So it's really difficult when you're standing right in the open of a train station. You're gonna see Aiden in an engagement. Three players are gonna push him. He's able to take down two. Unfortunately, not gonna take down the third, and that's gonna be every single player on this roster so far has went to the gulag, so no one is gonna have that respawn.
That's a big key. Miss Sweets does well, though, finding a couple eliminations away from train station. And I don't know, maybe there's an opportunity to kind of look back at that moment where Aiden, obviously, he calls out how many players are nearby, but there's really no chance for any trades, as it looks like all 4 players are just kind of going off and doing their own thing right now. But as we continue to mention, no gulags remaining after Aiden gets through his. So it's going to have to be buybacks from here on out in case anyone falls. And maybe that's the call here, J-God, to sit there and say, okay, maybe we should play this more collectively as duos. We've got a lot of kills already, and there's still a huge number of players that are left in this lobby.
Yeah, it's already off to a good start. So yeah, that's when those decisions kind of start to get made. Obviously, they're still in zone 2, and the lobby's only 54, so it's kind of died out a little bit quicker than you probably hope for a high kill game. But at the pace they're going, they're probably still going to have a very respectable number if they can manage to stay together, pull off a win.
Nice fights here from Scummin, and I guess this is probably an important time as we're going to be watching the second zone close here the next 40 seconds, is talking about meta. I think, you know, after we got through the burst meta, everything kind of went up into the air, and it felt like a lot of players were sitting there saying, you know, it is what it is. Like, take what you want, find your comfortable AR, find a comfortable SMG, and you're good to go. That's largely been the case. I mean, Study, you were talking about the fact that you were jumping into Warzone, haven't played in a minute, and you're like, yeah, what's the current gun? Yeah, it's like AMAX with any SMG, you're good to go.
Yeah, I asked TP, because TP, I've watched this guy for a really long time. I've competed with him, I've teamed with him. Like, he's a good friend of mine. So I watched his success in Warzone. I'm just sitting there like, Tyler, what's the best gun combination I can use to get the highest amount of kills in the game? He just said AMAX and anything. So that means AMAX Mac 10, AMAX LC 10. It doesn't really matter. The AMAX is going to be that power weapon. So you're going to see a majority of players using it today.
Yeah, 100%. Even after the couple nerfs that they've had recently, it still ends up just being that top dog in terms of that mid to long range for the vast majority of players. I don't see anyone using anything else unless they're going to be running a sniper. Then they'll have a different gun to pair with it. But besides that, everyone's AMAX and some kind of SMG type build.
A lot of kills on the board still, and this is an interesting. I know the minimap was pulled up for a second. This is going to be a southern zone to kind of finish things off over towards the neighborhoods, which is going to force obviously a lot of rotations coming out of areas like downtown. So at what point, J-God, are you looking at teams maybe to even do a little bit of circle camping on the way in when you're taking away so much of the map so early?
You can, I think, if you have the mobility. It looks like there's only in a vehicle right there. They don't have their helicopters anymore, so a lot of that you would have been rotated significantly earlier. You can see Aiden over here trying to get some freebies at the edge of the gas, but besides that, you have to rotate way earlier if you're trying to do something like that.
Well, you do have Danny still down. Looks like a purchase should be no problem, though, once they get together and actually get to a buy station. As you're going to continue to see Aiden just essentially doing exactly what is mentioned, just kind of farming the outside of the gas, watching players rotate in. 45 total kills here, guys, and we still have 39 total players in the lobby. This could set the tone early for what exactly is going to look like a very strong submission when it comes to the end of the day.
It definitely can, man, and this is a good first game. Like, imagine you spawning in with your team, and your very first game of the day, you guys are able to put up 60 kills and win the game. Now to put you at 85 points. So this is a great start right now for Team Aiden. Like I said, you had every single player who dropped early, went to the gulag, and then a couple players were brought back, and unfortunately, Damon, he's going to have to drop there, and now he has to get ball back again. But Aiden now has the money, so now it's all about just getting towards that buy station.
There.
Yeah, you seen that, right? That was a big old bag, bag of money right there. Said, hey, man, you want to buy Karma? I'm going to help you. Here you go.
Well, this will be pretty easy to pry back. Listen if there's anyone nearby, so It just really comes down to this point. I think the conversation that we'll start to see when you're in the middle of the lobby and you have to purchase people back when you're away from your dead body is how exactly do you get this next player, whoever happens to be in this instance, Karma, how do you get them loaded out again? You know, do you try to afford another late loadout? Do you try to go to a neutral drop somewhere? I think that's going to be the real question in the decision making that with drafted teams, keep in mind, this is the other thing we haven't really mentioned if you missed the draft. All of these were captains that drafted their players, so some of that synergy might still need to be discussed.
Yeah, I think there's different dynamics to this. Sometimes people, what they'll do is they'll pay attention. Obviously, if you're spectating, you can be like, all right, cool, they killed 3 there. Everyone's running meta loadouts in these types of lobbies. So more than likely, you'll be able to just land where they were, meet up, and then kind of regroup. You can see that she's trying to go for this loadout here. Ends up getting some freebies for people just on the loadout, but that'd be the play. If you could work this loadout safely, then you go for it. If not, you try to farm people that they've just finished up along their way, rotating in the zone.
Do a little bit of shopping, why not?
Oh my god.
Ooh, RPG actually connects. Not bad.
It's Karma, man. He's one of those guys that's just gonna use anything that's possible, anything that's in his hand. He's gonna use it to the best of his ability. He tries to use that RPG to take down that car. Unfortunately, it's not gonna get the job done. So his team is gonna still be holding the spawn towards the edge of the circle, but Aiden on the opposite side of the map trying to find any little scavengers as they try to fight him outside of the zone. He's not gonna have a self-res now, so Aiden's gonna go down, and now he has to get ball back.
It's going to be really difficult. I mean, you do have enough caches there. There's going to be a little bit of sharing going on, giving Karma the cash to bring him up, but we're getting to the last points here. At a certain area, early on, again, I continue to mention this, and this is not a new format, I think, for a lot of people that watch Warzone, but at this point, you just got to get the win. Like, you've done more than enough when it comes to kill pressure early. Putting this as an actual submission that you could consider at the end of the day, I think is really important, because the last thing you want to be doing is looking at the 3-hour, 4-hour mark in, and you're like, wait a second, we still don't have 5 wins to tally up, because you know, we're taking the top 8 after the day is done into tomorrow, and you just got to make sure you're getting those W's on the board as fast as possible, you feel like.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, definitely think you have to get those dubs as fast as possible, because when you get your first 5 wins, you already know this is what our score originally would look at. Now it's all about just us improving on that, trying to go out and just be more aggressive, trying to get more kills, and just to help your team improve on those scores. But with 2 players, well, Scumming dropping right there, Aiden was able to get bought back, so he's going to be able to have his loadout stuff again. But now they have to build some money up to buy Scumming back, and there was a couple players on his side of the map that he wasn't able to pick up, so you see the lobby starting to drop a little more. It's only going to be 23 people remaining in this game.
Dude.
Make it 22 as another player drops, and so far, they're still on good pace, man. 50 kills with about 14 players remaining. I mean, about 18 players remaining is still good if they can close this out.
Yeah, look at Aiden, dude. He is on the hunt.
Now he's
Shark
the bounty.
in the water, smells blood, wants to get at it, even getting a little bit of help from the heartbeat sensor. It just comes down to how do you clear this building, I think is the real question. Knows that there's someone near the staircase,
so scary,
wants to make the play forward. Just comes down to how many players are here. I mean, you see one off the heartbeat, but obviously Ghost could be a factor. And okay, he sees the information. It's actually a brilliant peek. Gets out of dodge. Semtex to create a little bit of space. Meanwhile, you see the kill feed. Danny's actually doing really well. Finds a down elimination of her own. So at this point, it's like Aiden's just got to play his life. He's got no armor plates outside the one he just picks up. You just have to wait for a little bit of help here and secure the win you feel like, J-God.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's bugged.
He can't grab it. That sucks.
That's so tough.
Oh my god.
He comes and he comes.
All right, well, it's a second player down, so now it is just on to Karma and Aiden, but we've seen Aiden do things like this before, and even gets all 8 armor plates off the random pusher that comes into play. So you're looking for individual clutch-up moments here. It's technically a 2v16 for the time being. Of course, there is cash to buy back here, Stud, but it just comes down to, at what point do you want to play for this bounty kill and make sure you can get both players back?
Yeah, this is a huge part, because Aiden knows that when he tried to engage this the first time, there were a couple players camping towards the top of that building. So these guys are going to be ghosted out. So he just wants to play a little safer, just make sure that he's able to get these kills as Karma. He does have enough money to bring one player back. Most likely, Scumming will be coming back. But these guys are putting up a great amount of kills. There's only 18 players left in the game, make it 16 if you don't count them. And Aiden on the opposite map was able to take down that bounty. So more money is going to be in favor for Karma, and now he's able to buy back both of his teammates.
And that's great. I mean, Karma just eliminated a couple of players over here earlier, so there's obviously that neutral drop right in front of them. So if Danny or Scummin had not used that yet, obviously fully loaded is in the game for them to possibly get back to a full squad level.
He's in the room.
Just comes down to how you're going to play this final circle, really. I mean, as we get through this third round in a moment here, I mean, it's going to get real tight around the backside of this neighborhood. And I mean, at a certain point, you have to feel like, okay, let's get together as a full four. Because as we get closer and closer to 60 kills, they're going to hit that mark that you mentioned, Jay. Got 15 kills per person is what you're really looking for, it sounds like.
Yeah, they're already averaging that right now, I believe, with the total all of them combined almost. I think they're a couple kills off. But yeah, they should hit that if they're winning the match. There's only 3 other teams. 100% they should be grouping up. You can see about 4 or 5 different players that are popping up on the UAV. So once they take care of this team, there's really going to only be 2 other teams that they got to worry about. And those teams might even be split here. There's one on blue marker, and then there's one that they're pushing now. And now they're meeting up, so these guys probably have no chance up top here with Karma and Ada pushing them.
It's like, if I'm in this lobby and I'm starting to feel like, all right, guys, we got 3 more teams left. We can win this. Oh, wait, it's Aiden and Karma and Scummin? All right, well, let's back out and just drop again, I guess. I mean, what are you going to do? But here we go. Final moments possibly coming through. The circle's still yet to close. Next 23 seconds, we'll see this 4th round come and go. But it looks like a lot of this final team is getting dealt with. Karma even still with the sniper rifle. Gets the break. Finishing it off is going to be Aiden. That looks like the finishing moment on this 4th squad. So, as you mentioned from before, J-God, this is closing moments coming through. It looks like it's going to be just a 1v2 when it comes to the squads overall as soon as they finish off these guys just outside the cemetery.
I think that's 4. Danny, talk to us. We're
There's one on me.
There it is.
Yeah, he's
See ya.
Only 2 teams.
There it is.
Now with that, that's only going to be 2 teams left. 2 teams left in a total of 6 players.
Was there a lot over there?
Yeah, 4-3,
Probably 2 teams of 3.
or 4-4-2.
Yep.
Gotta hate.
So now, obviously, they're going to be thinking about the win.
Are we
It's
beating
all
us?
about slowing the game down at this point.
Yep.
They find another kill
Let's
from
not get zone
Scummin.
held here. This could be
So now
bad.
there's only going to be 2
Well, I think
players
Danny
left.
said that there was somebody
Five
over
players in.
here, so I think that's why they're kind of like hovering over here.
We just killed one.
Yeah.
That guy still has a team because
This is great. Like, this is a
Team
good
to-
first
team
match
count.
out of
Go
these
buy
guys.
UAV.
The fact that they're putting a
Incredible.
decent amount of
I'm just
kills.
gonna rotate the zone. I don't want
They're trying to play
die,
for this
like,
win. They got those placement points under their belt. It's all about just trying to get that
Yeah,
full
nice-
25
nice
to close this
start.
one out.
Well, they're
They
on
got
the
a long
hunt. It
rotate
looks
too.
like
So I would almost bet that there's
164
one
kills
team
right now,
sitting
like
in the zone that may have done
Kill Tracker
recon, so they already know the rotation. And then they got to worry about the other one that's just rotating in. So
I know, it's so
that's
cool,
it.
isn't it? For real. I could just look. Oh,
Well, vibes
ETV
are
ahead of
strong
me.
already. Love to
He's
see
gonna go, like,
that.
around the backside of the village. It looks like.
Giggles already
I'm
coming
dropping
through.
money in
and
the buy if you
at
guys
this
want to
point
use it for
too,
yourself or whatever.
at a certain point when
Or
you're dealing
UAV
with
or
what 6,
whatever you
7
wanna
other
do.
teams left, that's when the mindset you feel like is all right. Let's get the win. But now you're dealing with a 4v5 situation between 2 teams. You got to be feeling like all 5 of these kills should be yours on
guy's just
top of the win.
This guy's just fucking.
And you're even
hauling
seeing
ass,
someone
bro.
just kind of driving around in a car at the moment, so confidence
That's so
should be high.
dangerous.
I wouldn't be me. You
Zero
would never
chance. I don't
be
even
driving
use
an
those at
ATV.
any point in the game. Maybe in plunder or something, but not in the. No way.
On that green mark.
That's like a free kill every time.
If it's the same
Oh,
one,
this
bro,
was
I
Nate's
like
finding a lot of
swear to
value.
God.
Yeah, they popped that UAV right there, and the whole team is basically popping up across the map, so they're not going to be ghosted.
Yeah, they're
Here comes
fighting
the full
both
send
teams.
out of Scummin, and they're fighting actually.
They're,
You
like,
get
all
that
the way
calm right
fire.
there from Aiden, so now it's the pressure's on. You want to try to get all these kills and not give up any. The attack is going to be on. Aiden is hunted, but it does not matter. They know that this is the ending of the game. They need these kills to get a better score.
Yeah, drive into danger, says Aiden. Already red level threat, no problem. He's got help. They've got the God Squad. They'll be fine. You have to feel like this comes down to finding where this team is. I mean, they've been pretty elusive. Could just be maybe a single player on. There we go. Now we're going to see exactly where they're at. Aiden's going to find the first down. Just dodge away from the airstrike. Small inconvenience, you feel like. And it just comes down to how do you clear. You can already see that Karma's on his way forward, but it looks like Scummin, and yeah, there they go. Able to find another elimination up top, but that is just a solo player, not a full squad wipe, so still some more work to be done here, Stud.
Yes, there's only going to be 4 players left in this game. Aiden's able to find one, so now with
Backfire in front of me.
that team getting eliminated, it's a 4v3 situation. A precision strike is going to be called in. But they have the information of where this team is. Great shots out of the 3-time champion, and that's going to be a nice little throwing knife across the map to make sure he's able to get that full kill. But now in a 2v4 situation, this is looking like a win in the first game for Team Aiden.
Scummin just goes right up the ladder in the firehouse, says, I'm just going to send it. Full send for sure. And there it is, gonna find the final kill up top. So a first victory on the board with goodness, what, 69 total kills?
That's pretty good.
That's
a solid
outrageous.
game.
That is an incredible tone setter for them when it comes to a first game.
Across the board there, gents. And can I just say, fantastic commentary as well. Love that. Love a little bit of a TriCast. TriCasts are the best. Yeah, absolutely incredible. I think it just really sets the tone for the level of competition that we have here. The kills coming across the board there. Yeah, I mean, it's. I wish I could play like that, guys. I really do.
I'm telling you, they're playing a different game than we are, Lottie.
They're disgusting LVP, I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's really not fair because I leave these tournaments and I just think to myself, I think I could do this. I think I can do this. And then I drop in and it's just not anywhere near the same level of competition whatsoever. We're actually going to head on over to Team Huskerrs now and see exactly what is going on here and see whether or not they're kind of in the same caliber. And by the looks of it, in terms of the kills that I'm seeing on the board and potential, they got the heli, they got the chopper as well. Let's see how they do.
We actually kind of maybe missed something here, guys, because this team is also fully stacked. You got Huskerrs as the team captain, but picks up P90 Princess, Jowo, and Delio. And Delio, I think, has been getting a lot of focus lately, Jay got him. He's been kind of vocal on Twitter saying, you know, hey, I'm good. Someone notice me, please. And it looks like Huskerrs is kind of giving him a tip of the cap here as he's picked them up in this roster.
Yeah, I think we even talked about this in the draft. It's just kind of one of those things where it's an EU type of thing where a lot of the NA guys that are watching stuff, it's like they're on different schedules sometimes. So it's kind of like one of those things you don't really realize how disgusting a player is just because you don't get your eyes on them as often as you would like. But I'm sure these types of things do bring out the light on those types of players and they get those opportunities.
Yeah, ground war.
Well, they got an early hound on them at the moment. Princess already in threat level orange. Looks like they are just out here on the factories over towards the helipad. Loadout drop also being called in, but it looks like it's all gas pedal here. Huskerrs making his way forward to clear some of the space out. Joe's going to take his time to just make sure he gets himself loaded before he comes back to this fight. Maybe, although it is a bit of a split between the four players. Huskerrs down low, but P90 Princess, good comms you kind of hearing in the mix, but unfortunately cannot get back to safety here, Stud, so we'll have to wait for a res.
Yeah, but the only thing is she has Huskerrs as trying to make the play happen to save her life, and he was able to full kill one and knock the second. Obviously, the pressure's still going to be on. I think the bounty is on both of the same exact team, so the fact that they are retreating shows that they know that Huskerrs is going to be in a situation. He's able to take down every single player and eliminate the bounty as well on the opposite side of the map, so a little bit extra money is going to come in, but Huskerrs, I'm telling you, every time I watch this guy play, I think he's cheating because he does not miss a bullet. And so far, even with default weapons, the guy's still on point.
Well, it's just been funny, just kind of, I think, for all of those that have been kind of at more of a distance, kind of following along with the Warzone status, is more of that battle between Huskerrs and Aiden. Who's the top earner? It feels like every single tournament that is a question that gets posed in. I mean, J-God, they've been on top of this community really since the start.
Yeah, 100%.
Huskerrs is so good, man.
Yeah,
He just made that look so easy. Look, this is another gunfight. The guy just ran out of bullets. All right, let's get another full kill here. You know the pressure's still going to be on. Does he try to go for the res onto his teammate? He's using her for bait. Right now, he's just taking his time. Unfortunately, she's going to get full kill.
She got the ping off, though. That was the key.
Yeah, so that's going to give it to Huskerrs, and now the pressure's going to be on. The only thing is he was able to pick up some plates, so now you're going to be able to challenge this gunfight with full health.
And when you're waiting on your three players to come out of the gulag, you really need to be careful here because this is the point of drop point, really. You're just hoping and trusting that your teammates are going to win the gulag, but they need somewhere to get to. And I mean, look at all the loot on the ground. That's at least two different teams that were in the mix for this early kerfuffle, if you want to call it that. And so now it's just down to his teammates to win their gulag, so that way he can essentially just keep on cruising, not have to spend this near 12,000 cash in order to purchase people back. And P90 Princess is step one of the three-step checklist already completed. And take a look at the total kills, around 12 early. Not bad to start, but you have to feel like they want more than that, especially after they already cleared off their opening drop gunfight here, Stud.
Go buy a loadout.
Yeah, they definitely want more than that. And the only thing is that Huskerrs has yet to grab his loadout. Obviously, there was a loadout that was purchased in front of Superstore, but Huskerrs has enough money to buy himself his own. So they're able to purchase that a little bit safer towards that hangars area. Joe Woe is going to be in towards the gulag. He's going to be able to walk away with that as well. So now with him respawning, he should be able to spawn on his teammates. Make sure everybody is going to be fully loaded out. Nothing fishy is going to happen. And then eventually you start setting up for the split. Fidelio, he's currently sitting at 0. He's going to be in the gulag. He needs to start getting on point for this team to make sure they put up a good score in their first game.
Now, Jacob, as we're into a position where no helicopters seem to be available here for this squad, how would you prefer to see them kind of split up once we figure that Delio wins this gulag, gets his loadout? Do you want to go 2-2 with vehicles, or you just go POI to POI as a squad? Like, what are you kind of looking at as far as how do you maximize this kind of early to mid stage of the lobby?
I think they would still probably go 2v2 or 2-2 because obviously Husker called the loadout there, but Joe Woe and Delio will probably land on the other loadout. Even though they've already used it, they'll still have an opportunity to grab that one. So those loadouts will stay in play if they get bought back, and then they'll just kind of work that edge of the map, and they'll probably either decide to just split off, or maybe they'll stay together because they've already used their gulag. I think Huskers will be the only one that doesn't have his has a gulag available. So they're still early on in the game, though. Look at this lobby's holding together pretty good. I think the last match we were looking at, it was zone 1. It was already at like 60 or something like that. So this a lot of opportunity for kills still here.
Just want to turn your attention, their audience at large, over towards the left-hand side of the screen. That will be a live updating leaderboard as we get submissions. And IceManIsaac's team has submitted their first score. 67 total kills as a part of it with the win. So 92 points. Again, that's right around the same ballpark of where we had Aiden and their team from their first lobby. So it's looking like we got to get close to 70. That's going to be the target. Maybe not necessarily for today to get to top 8, but definitely for tomorrow. Averaging a win with 70 or around 70 kills looks like it's going to be the target overall for these guys, at least based on what we've seen early here, Jeremy.
Yeah, it definitely is, man. And then just looking at Team Iceman's roster, IceManIsaac, the leader in the slaying was Queen Shadows. Gotta give a shout out to Allie because she's unbelievable. She recently just signed with Florida Mutineers as a content creator. I remember before, like, she was a part of my subscribers on Twitch, and she was just great. Like, she was just a great person. She always grinds out, and I'm just happy to see the success that she's been getting so far. She really has been stepping up for the team, and like Jay God said, she's the best one, like, out of all the females and probably some of the men, and it's definitely showing in their first game, which with her dropping 25 kills.
Looking solid for her at least, but back into the team we have on screen. Not exactly the greatest moment here. I mean, Husker is being set back into the gulag, I'll tell you. Either it's the gunfight tournament that's rotating right now in the playlist, or in the gulag. If you catch me with double pistols, you might as well just already consider me dead. That RNG of can I hit, can I not, never seems to go my way. Definitely not one of those things that you're going to feel great about. But Joe, in a position to clear topside hotel here. And he's going to find one for free as he kind of finesses the staircase. Beautiful snap for the second. Nice little 1v2. I have to feel like there might be more around the corner. And he's going to have a little bit of help. You've got Huskerrs who's dropping back into the same location. So it just comes down to can they track down the rest of the squad. And well, they've gotten the high ground. And if you're a Star Wars fan, you already know that that's the important part of the job.
So he ended up landing back on that other loadout over at the hangars. So that's kind of what the strat that I was talking about earlier. Since they're not all grabbing from the same loadout, those loadouts will just continue to sit there until the world spawn one drops in, because there's only supposed to be about 2 loadouts on the map. They'll despawn.
So just keep that in mind that one player is going to be dropped.
Yeah,
so they have to spend the money to try to buy her back, and Huskers is hitting shots left and right with that Mag 10.
Nice. Oh no, he didn't have 5. Oh, he got plates.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you get those plates right there. If you're Huskers in this situation, you know it's full team that's pushing you.
And they threw a heli at him.
Full killed one. Yeah. He's finessing this though. This is good work right here at Huskers.
Oh, and he gets the stun check. Oh, beautiful stuff. Gets another knock. Just down to one more. You hit the figure after he's already finished off 2.
Oh, there's still 3 left, possibly. The map's a little hard to see, but it looked like there's still 2 or 3 left.
I land with you.
Doing all right, though. I mean, honestly, the plates, like you mentioned, could be the lifeline he needs to continue to finesse this. Getting a lot of damage done. It's a good line of sight at this. The UAV is coming in huge right now, too. I mean, just constant information for him. No heartbeat sensor, so this is going to be the extent of what information he's going to have to play with. It's just so good. It's just so good.
That guy doesn't have stealth, it didn't look like. Oh, okay,
oh my. Oh my.
Dude.
Oh,
damn.
My.
Holy crap.
Holy crap indeed, my friend.
Much bigger than me. Do you have a vehicle?
Wow. Well, that's good, man. He's able to make sure that that team is going to get wiped, so it's going to give him a little bit of extra money. Teammates already brought back, so now it's time to pop that UAV and help your teammates out across map. Joe Woe, some great shots, able to knock down one and hit the full kill, knock the second. But with 20 seconds left, eventually these guys are going to have to rotate in from the storm. He's just picking up kills from this high ground. Another great shot right there with that AMAX. And he knows just holding these guys out is a great spot. Yeah, this is great.
Yeah. Second zone's going to close and likely towards him. So if he has not finished this team in front of him, he'll get a really good look at him before he'll eventually also have to backtrack. That's exactly the play. This comes down to, can you actually scout him out? Heartbeat sensor is going to be no assistance here. And there is a vehicle nearby, not only for the team that's trying to get out of this zone. Well, a little bit of driving 101 needs to happen here. Does he finish the kill, though? Not quite. So maybe a bit of a missed opportunity in front of him, but you're going to have to start rotating because it looks like he's got a pretty hefty distance to go here, J-God.
Yeah, he does. It looks like that. Yeah. But I think in that potential, he's going to be able to catch a few different teams in rotation there. He can get held as well, so it can manage into easy death. And it looks like what ends up happening right now is the team's a little bit behind the ball on money. And I think because of those deaths and going in the gulag, they didn't get that contract multiplier up. And I think a lot of times, especially towards the mid portion of the game, if you're not doing enough contracts, like they have a bounty right now, but doing a couple scabs to get the multiplier up, or maybe being hunted or whatever, I think those just allow for the regain that much quicker. Versus if you don't get that multiplier, you can do one contract and you get like $4 grand, and it's like, well, that's not going to really help. And then they're behind on the UAV ball. So a lot of times the Warzone is definitely about the economy side of the game. And if you have the money, you're going to keep pushing. And I think that's what made those the 100K dropping in with specialists so good.
Peanutty Princess was on the way to try to save Husker's life. Not only did he not need the assistance, but she also finds herself in the middle of what looked like a satchel toss onto her big Bertha. That did finish it off. Huskers just wants to make sure that Peanutty Princess is safe first, and it looks like you do have a little bit of help into the mix.
That's really weird.
There's kids coming from the shop though, if you want to help me with these.
Okay, so Delio's going to call this out. Yeah, they've got the money. It just comes down to, do you know where the squad is? Looks like Delio did have the information on them.
Yeah, so when Joel died towards that train station, they know that there's going to be a couple players rotating out from that storm. So you see Delio in a position sitting towards this hillside, just trying to hold these players out. And Huskers is still doing a great job, currently sitting on 15 kills. Able to pick up a little bit of extra money, but now it's all about how much time they waste to try to get their teammate back in Joel.
Join quickly if we get your catchers.
You need to try to get this money together, and you hear the comms right there. They're trying to bring it back, so it's time to get together and combine this money.
At a certain point, as we continue to kind of look over, you see EmZ's score with their team, 81 total kills with a win. So we thought that Aiden's team with nearly 70 was going to be maybe setting the tone. Nope, not on their watch. And this is going to be really interesting just to see how they want to try to finish this lobby out, because the kills are fine, but they're not great. So we'll take a second to do the Astro Gaming listen-in with Team Huskers to see how exactly they want to manipulate these final portions of the zone.
You really get it, nice.
That's actually huge.
This guy's in the huge. Okay.
Quick, yeah, pushing.
Good call. I think inside, maybe in the staircase.
I'm just gonna finish this guy.
Okay, thank you. Could be a guy all the way up.
No, behind me. Of course. I have no idea where.
Oh, yeah, what the heck?
Interesting.
Of course I find him.
Behind you, flanking.
Nice.
Grabbing a bounty for
Dude,
us?
why
No.
does it happen to me? I go around the corner for half a second.
Holy shit, bounties are dead already.
Already?
Yeah, I don't know how that's possible. Alright, we go hit this by real quick.
Can I land on my body thing?
Yep.
Right.
Hilo, you killed him, right?
Yeah, I got a UAV. Wait, someone behind us? Hold on. I'll wait for this kid.
That guy's floating.
Yeah.
I'll take the SUV here. And,
okay. We're just gonna go north of this red dot.
Yeah, that's fine.
I got a hit marker with my car.
Oh, these trophies, boy.
Nice.
What the heck?
Magic.
We're gonna...
A little bit of comedy coming in from P90 Princess. Why are all the bad things happening to her with the Astro Gaming listed in? But hey, good things can only come for you guys out there if you use code NYSL. You get 5% off any order with Astro, and beyond that, we're also running a couple of giveaways. Our first giveaway, we already have some winners, so congrats to Willa Burbage, Manuel Martin, and Isaiah Gordon. You've won yourselves some NYSL Astro A40s, and for the rest of you guys out in chat, you want to know how to get involved with the rest of those giveaways, make sure you keep your eyes out for our chat bot, because throughout the day, we'll still be giving away Astro headsets all the way throughout this first stage, as well as all day tomorrow for the second. I mean, we're all rocking the Astros. I know, Stud, you love that NYSL branding. It looks hot on the ears, telling that much.
Yeah, it does, man. Bright yellow, you know, best headset in the game. I've been using this headset for about 10 to 12 years, ever since I started my pro career. And now that I'm a commentator, I still use them, even when I'm streaming. So it's the best headset in the game. And then you throw a little bit of NYSL yellow on there, oh, man. Just brings, you know, look good, feel good, look good, play good. It's all that stuff, man. Shout out to Astro.
And easy segue here, Jay God. Speaking of looking good, how about this mini-map? You got the advanced UAV popped here late. We were talking kind of during that Astro game and listened in that this circle's getting a little small with how many players are nearby, so you have to love the call just to get the constant universal info.
100%. And these work particularly well when the teams are split, because they don't work 100% like the advanced UAV. They don't show all ghosted players within about 250 meters. So with them being split, sometimes they can be like, hey, is there anyone near me? They can look at the mini map, see that there's somebody on them that's ghosted, and they can make a call out for their team. So a lot of times it's going to be very effective when they're split, because you can give those call outs and kind of get a good direction of where the bulk of everyone's kind of hiding, and then you can push those areas and try and maximize those kills, considering there's still about 40 players left in this lobby.
Oh, found him.
It's pretty dense. Over through TV station on this rotation. Husker's not able to finish off the final shots.
Okay.
So he'll be knocked, and you can again see that there's no one nearby, so he will have to be purchased back, and it'll be fine largely. I mean, there's plenty of cash to go around, but Husker's was carrying the biggest bank, so that will hurt the economy just a touch in case things get a little bit more dire near the end of the game here, Stud.
Yeah, it definitely will, but you're not mad if you're Huskers. Like you said, he had a lot of money before he dropped, and he's already sitting at 20-something kills, so that's pretty good. And now on the opposite screen, you're going to have Delio with some great shots, able to knock one player out of the vehicle. Trying to put the full kill on. Make sure that player is not able to come back, and he's able to hit some great shots, eliminate him. Now it's all about trying to finish the rest of these players in towards this car. Still hitting some great shots, but they're going to be able to get away. Joe Woe is in an engagement as well. He was able to take down one, but unfortunately he's going to drop. And he has a self-rest to get back up. Do they try to get the full kill on him, though? Yes, they do.
It's going to be finished off. That's tough. And again, this is going to get really tight really, really quickly here as the zone continues to push us away from TV over towards this array station. And you can even see the outer edges is where Delio is for this next circle. So the majority of players in this squad are going to have to continue to keep moving. And this is a pretty dense lobby still. So it just really comes down to, as you continue to afford to get your teammates back, can you actually secure some loot? Looks like Huskerrs has. He's looking pretty comfortable with the loadout that we saw there for a glimpse. Lots of ammo, SMG, AR combo. I'm sure he'll find a way to make it work, no problem. And yeah, Delio's just going to play overlooked right now. Just make sure their teammates can get into a solid position to actually play for this next circle.
Yeah, he's just making sure that he's putting the markers down, letting his teammates know exactly where these teams are located. And eventually his teammates will put the full send on, but you got to keep in mind that storm is still coming in. There could be a couple players sitting behind him. So they're trying to hold the edge of the circle, but they're eventually going to give the money out to Delio, try to purchase a UAV. That can definitely help them going into the end of the game. There's only going to be about 29 players left, 9 teams, so a couple full squads left in this game.
All right, well, Joe's going to get purchased back here. This is good. I mean, they've done enough clearance to allow this buy station to be used. Is there going to be enough for UAV? Eventually there will be once they get together with a little bit of help. But oh my goodness, look at this circle. Continues to push further and further away. It's going to be out in the open too. Maybe a couple of trees you can hug onto, but you still have 10 total squads left. This is probably one of the sweatier lobbies that we've seen. And maybe not just on the day, but in recent memory when it comes to some of these Warzone tournaments. This is going to get really hot, and at a certain point, you just have to hope that you've got enough armor plates to go, because this is where you find yourself getting third-party, quad-party. I mean, it's like rule number 1 of any battle royale. There's always another team, especially when you're into the 4th circle that's closing, and the gulag is closing, and there's still 10 total squads on the board here. This is going to get really, really hot.
Yeah, this is going to get mixy, man. And right now, Huskers is sitting at 28 kills on them so far throughout the tournament. Looking up and down our scoreboard, I'm pretty sure Tommy was the highest player so far, at least throughout their first game with 28 kills. So Huskers going to be able to try to break that. Sitting at 26 currently, able to get the 27th. He's on point, man. And this is something that we've seen out of Huskers recently, is that he's just been a lot harder on himself because he feel like he hasn't been performing to the best of his ability, you know? And then Huskers, he's a phenomenal player. He just has to get back into the groove of things. And so far, to start this first game, he's looking good, man.
Huskers is just one of those guys you can never rule out, it feels like, even though, like you mentioned, it has been a lot of the Aiden and rated conversation. Evan and Biffle have been doing really, really well lately. Even though Biffle's not a part of this tournament, Evan, I believe, still is. So Huskers, you know, you feel he's a competitive guy. He doesn't want to be sitting out in the shadows. And that conversation between him and Aiden as far as top burner is still very much so a real thing. But you finally get a couple of teams wiped out here, Jacob. Again, the rotation of this zone continues to push our teams around. Jovo's trying to zone, find himself some kills on the outside through this gas, and he's done pretty darn well so far. Wants to get these finishing blows before anyone else can third-party steal them away. Looks like that will call him to move a little bit further forward, gets a couple eliminations, and he's at 19. So realistically, between what we've seen so far between Huskers and Joe, this could have actually saved this lobby, what looked to be pretty slow at start here, Jacob.
Yeah, they're already up to already 45 kills between them combined. I think the other two have like 10 and 9 or something like that, so they're already sitting pretty solid. This is probably where they start coordinating to get together so they can actually get the win, because there's only 5 other squads. You got to worry about this array right now. Kind of hard with that because it has the ultimate high ground. You almost have to kind of back off and just catch those people in rotation, because a lot of times those things can slow you down quite a bit, where you're like trying to get gunfight, you can't even get the person down. It ends up with a lot of issues, but we'll see how they play it.
There's going to be one elimination coming through.
One guy
Princess has been taken out. You are going to see the players that are trying to load on in. Nice shots coming through. Not enough of a height advantage to actually get the full elimination, but still, regardless, that would be a kill that counts with that knock out of the air. Huskers, other side of this fight, going to find another angle. That's actually onto a most wanted target, so that's actually good news when it comes to some late cash. Just comes down to, is there a buy station nearby to get P90 Princess back into the mix?
And still up top.
Jay God, I actually have a question for you. So like in that situation right there, they're eliminated the most wanted. Do you feel like it's a better play to like leave him alive and then allow his teammates to fly back in, or just to take him down as fast as they just did? I feel like if I'm playing a kill race tournament, I would definitely want to keep that guy alive, bring his teammates flying back, and get some easy kills. But obviously, they are professionals in this, and I'm not. So let me know.
I think it really depends. I think in that scenario, he saw it, took advantage of it. I think when you have a little bit more control over the scenario, like let's say if the crown was kind of in the Bertha, you might just leave them alone and let them ride it out, because the guy's going to be able to stay alive. Versus you might just lose out on the kill entirely if they're in this zone the way it is right now. So it kind of ends up being that trade-off. I've seen it before where like when you have a little bit more control over the situation and there's less maybe teams, maybe there's only 2 other teams, you're like, all right, cool, leave the crown alone, let's focus on this other team, and then we'll end up where we take out the crown. As soon as it disappears, we'll have 3 free kills out of the sky. So it's kind of, I think it depends. You play it on the situation. He is frying right now though. 30 kills.
Yeah, he is, man.
There's only one other team though. It's a 3v2.
He's self on you?
No. Yeah, 2 players are currently sent down as well. So
yeah, so it's like a 3v1. Oh,
so now it's a 2v2 situation. Huskers is not even going to go for the revive. He's able to take down the first, and he's trying to find the second, but he's going to be able to get the full kill. Now it's a 1v1, and the game's going to end, man. Huskers with 32, 12k damage. Oh, man, that's a good first game.
Dude, that's an incredible first game. Are you kidding? And that is a total of 69 total kills again. So, all right, Lottie, we're getting some sort of a bar being set. We're looking for low 70s, high 60s just to get those early wins, to get you set up for those 5 submissions that we're looking for at the end of the day.
I gotta say, boys, my hands are twitching now. I just want to get on. I mean, the level of skill that we are seeing coming across from some of these guys is unbelievable. First of all, P90 Princess, I feel you, hun. Yeah, why does all the bad stuff happen to me? I don't know either, but it does. So I totally feel you on that one. Huskers, you're nasty, man. You are so nasty. 32 kills to your name for the first game. Not bad. I'd like to see exactly what is going to be happening later on today. But I just want to ask you, Jacob, while we're hear, you know, obviously you are the man with the knowledge. I love listening to the details that you have about Warzone. And something I wanted to quickly ask for a lot of viewers who may be watching Kill Race for the first ever time, or people who are just starting to get into it, you know, we do see a very fast-paced Warzone game style here with all of these pros. But my question is, you know, they very intensely kind of utilize a lot of strategy, whether it be vehicles, whether it be advanced UAV, their economy, self-revives, what they're buying at buy stations. So what are your must-haves in a kill race?
I think for sure the number one has to be loadout. And then basically you just follow the typical pattern of bounty, UAV, get the kill as fast as possible. And until you run into money issues, maybe you got to get a scab to up that multiplier. Maybe whatever it is to keep the team going. Besides that, vehicles are important. Regardless if it's a Bertha, SUV, obviously the helicopter's going to move around the map the fastest. It kind of exposes yourself, so ghost isn't always going to be a priority in these cases, because literally the people you're pushing know exactly where you're coming from. So I think a lot of that is just about pacing, trying to get as many kills in the first zones before other people get those ghost loadouts, because then you know exactly where they are. And if it's a 1v1, you're going to probably trust the person that has like a 5 KD over the random in the lobby. So I think like you just got to stack it so that you get the most kills right in the beginning. And as we saw, a lot of the more contested fights happen later on, where teams are playing for a win at that point, slowing down. They already have their loadouts, they're set.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and how much does time management come into this, do you think, in terms of a kill race? Stud, like from what you've seen and how many you've kind of been a part of, you know, how much do you think people rely on organization as a team, the time management, what you are doing when?
I think time management is mainly focused in the beginning. It's mainly focused in the beginning, because when you're able to get those first 5 wins underneath your belt, it's all about just improving your scores from there. So like we're gonna see it towards the end of the tournament, or at least towards the end of the day. Those last couple of hours when those first final scores are just submitted, it's all about just improving. It's all about improving those scores, being more aggressive, trying to pick up more kills. And that's what we're gonna see in the early stages right now. Everyone is playing a little bit more conservative, trying to get those wins, trying to secure those points, but towards the end is when the aggression will go way up.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what, we are actually going to head to a quick break right now, but when we come back, we have plenty more Warzone Mania for you guys. Don't go anywhere. Look at all of this incredible stuff that's happening before our very eyes. We still have tons of time left, 4 hours, people. So make sure you come straight back, grab a snack, and we'll see you right after this.
Hi, I'm Jake. Welcome to the Herman Miller Performance Advantage, breaking down advanced play from pros to help you advance your game. And today we're going to be taking a look at Aiden clutching up this 1v4. You can see how he takes advantage of that hop-up spot, ends up getting one down, takes the other one down as well, listens for this outplay, resets the gunfight. This is what a lot of top players are able to do. They disengage, played up, get fully reloaded, re-engage, and continued this process, slowly whittling down the enemy team. And you can see he's going for this hop-up spot again. They probably thought maybe he came in from the roof, glided down or something, comes in, sneaks in. That guy's plating up, pretty easy kill, comes out, snaps onto the next guy, which is critical there. He was able to get a good gunfight in with an MP5, which deals a lot of damage. And then now he's basically in a 1v1 for the match. He already has one down. They've already been revived by the teammate. Cleans that up. And that's the Herman Miller Performance Advantage.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NYSL 100K WarzoneMania tournament. You know why you're here, because we have the best in the business in Warzone from all around the globe. Now, to start off things again, we're actually going to have a little bit of a kind of a food break, actually, to be honest, because Huskerrs actually won that last game. He has now actually opened the floor to you guys to potentially win some free wings from It's Just Wings. So you guys have to thank Huskerrs for that one. But we've actually got some wings here in the studio, in Studyy studio to be more precise. Can we give him a taste, Jay? I'm excited. I want to see these. Make sure you check out chat, everybody watching at home, to get some free wings, and make sure you
open up my ranch sauce.
Follow the link, folks. Let's have a look. What flavor have you got, Jay?
Like a mango habanero, you know? It's got a sweet and a spicy kick to it, you know?
It's got to be the banger right there.
he's got the ranch as well, I think.
Oh, this is good. This is good. This is good right here. I love
this. I love it. Love it. Fantastic stuff. Well, Jay's stopped talking.
He's going to town.
I gotta eat this. There's no way you can start a wing and not finish it.
No, it's
so
impossible. It's the question is though, is how you clean the wing though, Jay. That tells us a story about you, for sure.
Every piece of chicken, every little ounce of chicken on this wing is gone. Just know that it's straight bone.
That's what we like to hear. That's what we like to hear. Now, chat, make sure to know that if you didn't win this time, then all you need to do is actually use this code IJW times Warzone, and you get free delivery from It's Just Wings through DoorDash all tournament long. So that's pretty wicked. That would be me on DoorDash right there and then. Bang, they're on the way. Jay sold it. Love to see it. But yeah,
I gotta lick my fingers too.
Look at him. He's having the best. How are you going to cast now, Jay? You're going to be in a wing coma.
You're making me so hungry right now, dude. Oh my
so
god.
Good, let me tell you.
We're actually going to hop on board with Smixy's team here while Jay finishes up his delicious snack that's going to carry him through this broadcast. Let's see exactly what Smixy is getting up to with her squad, though.
God, dude, Lottie, I don't know. I'm starving right now after seeing that.
My bad, Chef. My bad.
Stud's out here licking his fingers. He's got ranch on his left lip. It's just like, bro, help a brother out one time. But yeah, we're on board with Smixy. And I think, the big key is you're looking at Allman and Noobs, I think, first and foremost when it comes to your big kill potential. But that's not to take anything away from Smixy or Legion, because I don't know who it was. I think even Tim the Tapman was talking about Legion. It's just like, when he takes things seriously, he's actually kind of nasty. It just comes down to, can you make him take it seriously, I think, is the real question.
Yeah, that's a real question, man, because every time I watch a clip of Legion on Twitter, the guy is trolling out of this world. I'm pretty sure I just saw a clip where he was able to hit a throwing knife across the map mid-air. Like, only thing like that happened to Legion. I swear, he lives for those moments. And when he's a player that can lock in and just really just put all his focus in and not joke around, he definitely has the skill to have what it takes to compete in this tournament.
Yo, J-God, Smixy, 16 kills though. Maybe she's I just sold
she's frying.
The Raft Up River here. She's low-key frying.
Yeah, speaking of the whoa, he has 25. What the heck? Allman is frying. If you look at the scores on the left, they've also updated. So we have a lot of top teams there that are tied up at the, what is that, 198, 198, 195?
Yeah,
that's craziness already.
198, yeah, something around there. Yeah, that's pretty good. Aiden submitting scores too, something we usually don't see often.
Dude, so true. I think it was during the Gorillas Gulag. It was just like, everyone in chat was like, dude, Aiden's popping off. He's frying. He's like, he's only got 60 points. He wasn't submitting any of his scores until the last minute. And then all of a sudden he went from like 25th to like 4th. It's just like, all right, thanks, man. Thanks for us, tell the story over here. But man, I'll tell you this much. This amount of kills for Allman with so many players left. I thought we weren't going to get anything above what we just saw from Huskerrs, but Allman is pushing him already with a lot of Warzone still to be played in this lobby.
You got both.
Yeah, it looks like he got 26, and he's looking to get maybe 28 or so right here. There's like 2 or 3 people here.
You get the guy close to you?
This is looking clean.
Oh, you got both knocked? All right.
I'm gonna get a little bit of help from Legion just in case, but not gonna be needed. And just kind of talking with as we were looking over those newly submitted scores. Every single time we see a new update, the bar has been set even higher. 95 kills in the second game for Destroy, Angela, Belk, and Doug is Raw for a 120-point game. That is unbelievable. 95 kills? Like, what?
Yeah, it's not like one player was going off too. It was a great slaying from the entire team. Everyone was sitting over 20 kills, so that's great. When you have that consistency across the board from your teammates, you can trust everyone. You can literally say, hey, we can buy back whoever we want. We know the guy or the female is going to be on point with her skill. And so far, those guys have really answered the call, man. 120 points in their second game, man. After their first game, they put up a 75. It's just improving every single game so far.
Man, that is a tone setter for sure. Can you do better than that? Like, that's literally like 75 to 80% of the lobby. Like, how do you even find that many players?
Okay, let's go. In case we do go down.
Well, we could maybe see an opportunity for that to actually be surpassed here. 27 kills for Almond. Fourth circle is going to push them right in between Promenade and Downtown. Okay, here's the question. So I actually got called out for this a couple weeks ago. I say Promenade. Do you guys say Promenade or Promenade? How do you guys pronounce it?
No, I say it the same way you say it.
I say it the same way you say it as well.
All right, so I'm not wrong here. Okay, or we're collectively as a threesome just completely blasted, but
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know some people they'll just say prom. They'll just say prom because I think they don't want to worry about which way to say it. They'll just say prom.
Bunch of people.
Okay. Well, at least I'm not looking super ridiculous here. But Almond, 28 kills. A little bit of trouble here, though, for Noobs and Legion, as both will fall unless Noobs can get this self-revive off. And Noobs really, I think, jumped up in a lot of people's minds after the nade shot win with Huskers. I mean, he looked incredible and definitely looking to carry that on here with another $100,000 tournament. That would be a hell of a way to go back-to-back in.
It definitely is, man. And just looking across the board, you had Altman, who was sitting at 28, Smixy, who was sitting at 17, and Noobs is at 15, and you already saw that Legion was around 9-10. So these guys are putting up a great game with only 29 people actually remaining in this game, which is going to be a total of 10 teams. There's a lot of people still, man. They can definitely improve this score a lot.
Yeah, and I think they have everything going for them because you can see that everyone has the cash flow. Everyone's right around $8 grand.
Yeah.
He has a dead silence. He just dropped munitions. He has a precision. They're pretty much set up with everything they need to continue pushing on, get the downs from the distance. They're probably going to team push this because, like we talked about earlier, there's so many different angles with this place. You don't want to get shot in the back, and she just went down right there. A little rough.
Almond's not a part of this play either, so as Smixy drops, there has to be a purchase back, and I think the question is, do you want to buy back first, or do you want to finish off the team first, is the question for both Noobs and Legion. Almond's looking to get aggressive, try to chase down some players, maybe over through the backside of, well, right by Silo almost, or at least what was Silo at one point in time. I still call it. I mean, that's the G-rated call out for it, but
yeah.
Pushes on though here. Let's see if they can try to find a way to clear.
Yeah,
the ping is still active as far as where they're at. Yeah, Noobs is going to see him. There's the mount up, long range shots, doesn't miss a bullet. That's one elimination
working
through.
In the background in the far distance.
We gotta get in zone. Yeah, we gotta get in zone. Be careful. Cluster.
These are the people that took down Smixy as well, so
yeah,
they're avenging their teammate, just eliminating these players. Almond was able to knock down one, and one thing out of Almond's gameplay is that usually we see the AMAX as that primary weapon. He's going the old classic, and that's when I really enjoyed Warzone, is when that what weapon is this again? I totally forgot. The Kilo. There it is, the Kilo. Yeah. I'm sorry, I just went blank there, but the Kilo is usually the weapon that I was growing up, or at least started off when I was playing Warzone a lot. This is the weapon that was the top tier weapon, and right now him sitting at 29 kills using this weapon is a great showing. The guy's just on point, and he's going to be able to break that 30 mark, and the entire time that this is going on, a lot of teams dropped. There's only going to be 6 teams available with 15 players in, so do they decide to bring their teammate back in to try to use their squad fights a little bit more in a man advantage, but they have the money flow. It's all about just trying to locate that buy.
It's right next to, in between both these giant hotels or apartment complexes, however you want to call them. So there should be a free purchase, but it looks like Almond just wants to try to continue to push forward for kills, maybe let their teammates do what they want
like
as far
Noobs
as
just
what
went
you
in
want
the
to
car.
go.
He just got the res off right now.
Okay. So back into the mix, and like you mentioned, with the number of teams that are left with the abbreviated number of players, you have to feel like there aren't too many full squads left. So this should feel like a very confident finish to this this lobby for these guys.
He already has 30 as well, 31. I think that's the most we've seen so far. I think what do Huskers have, 30? I don't know. That's the one we witnessed so far, but yeah.
Huskers,
cruising along.
He hasn't reported.
Yeah, he hasn't reported for some reason, but yeah, he's sitting around 30. So right now, Almond is going to be leading so far in the day, the most kills by an individual player. So he's on point right now, and like I said, using that Kilo is not something we usually see, man, but he's just putting it on the show so far. Actually, he swaps out, make sure he gets his attachments, make sure he gets his perks. So he's going to be fully ghosted up, and he's going to use his precision to try to save his teammates. The action is going to be on towards the top of this hill. He's able to shoot down one. Here comes the shots onto the second, able to knock the second as well. Now it's all about just trying to finesse this, and that precision is actually going to come in handy. He's able to take down one and then eventually a knock on the second, trying to get the fourth, and that's going to be a team wipe for Mr. Allman, able to take down all 4. There goes the quad feed, 35 kills to the man's name.
I'm not going to lie.
They also have a huge advantage here.
Yeah, go ahead, Jay God.
Yeah, they have a, like, it's 4v1 right now. Basically the match there, or 4v2. They basically won the match already.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, with players like Allman and Noobs, when they initially had gone out and announced that they were going to be playing competitive Warzone, I was like, man, but both of them were so good in the competitive atmosphere, the normal kind of traditional one multiplayer. But you can't help but just be happy for the guy with just finding so much success. I mean, Allman and Noobs, they kind of coming up in the same circle with Tommy, and now finding a lot of success kind of off on their own as well. This should be a win coming through. Airstrike also being funneled. It's a full entourage moving forward, although one of the cars will be exploded. Is this going to be potentially one of those wings for wins moments? They're having a little bit of trouble cleaning up these last 2 players. One will knock. There's the second Warzone victory in the mix with 35 kills for Allman. Someone put a leash on him. My goodness.
88 kills.
88 plus a 25. That's pretty good. That's gonna put them at like 113 for that game. So that's awesome.
Yeah. Good math.
That's awesome, man. That's a good first game.
Quick math.
That was good. That was good.
Quick math. We love to see this. Loves this. Yeah, incredible stuff there from the team. You know, it was. I felt so terrible at one point when Smixy went down. She looked so disappointed. You know, and that's the thing. It's high risk, high reward, isn't it? You know, it's like, oh, I didn't know how close they were, and that's the problem, because you get to these moments, you might have had a ridiculous amount of kills, and to potentially then not finish first place is always going to be super difficult to kind of like. I don't know, I guess just mentally it's draining, isn't it? Because say you have a ridiculous game with a ton of wins and you just don't manage to get that first place finish. That is, yeah, that's gotta hurt. That's really gotta hurt. But luckily we did get a win there, which we do have wings for wins as well here, which is fantastic stuff. So make sure you guys are watching out for chat as well. Make sure you click the link in chat, get yourself some wings, which will be amazing. But gents, so far so good. Have we been impressed by a team specifically that we've been watching out, the 3 that we've kind of tuned into? Anybody who's really caught your eyes so far? iHoldShift, I'll talk to you first, mate.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, Huskers team I expected to play at about that level, but I wasn't really sure what to expect from Aiden's team. And they have reported some of their scores. So it was 69 kills for their first lobby that we watched, and then they actually improved it the next game with a 77 kill win. I'm really excited to see what they can bring to the table, because the bar is above that. I guess we're looking at low 80s maybe for an average, but the participation that we saw from all 4 players in that roster, I think helped build a lot of confidence for what they could do to maybe even win this entire event. So I'm very excited about what they can possibly do as we continue to watch them moving forward.
Definitely. Stud, what about you, mate? Has anyone caught your eye at all? Are you having the same kind of feelings as iHoldShift here?
Yeah, no, I'm definitely not having the same kind of feeling, and it's a team that we haven't been able to watch yet, and it's going to be Team Destroy, because like if you look at it, the scores, like they put up 73 kills in their first game with only 2 placement points, so they got a total of 75 points in their first game, but they bounced back tremendously in their game number 2 with everyone dropping over 20 kills. They put up 120 points, so that's just insane, man, out of that roster. Everyone is playing so consistent. Hopefully we get to watch those guys soon.
Definitely. J-God, as we're jumping into Team Angelica here, what do you personally look for out of an incredible kill race team? What's kind of the main thing that you kind of look for? Is it pace? Is it talent? Is it their organization in terms of rotations and how they read the circles?
Well, I think there's a couple different factors. One of the main ones is having that in-game leader. I think goes a long way in a lot of these things, because it allows to rein people in when maybe they're overstretching, or allow them to go full send if they need that to happen as well. And you kind of just control the environment, because a lot of times there's plenty of slayers, but they get caught up in the moment and playing a situation, and those in-game leaders can kind of guide the whole direction. So I think having one of those types of players on your team makes just everything smoother. What you need to do, where you need to rotate, how you're going to push. They just make those decisions, and then players that are comfortable slaying, they just go out there and do their thing.
We need to get this guy's loot, probably.
It's good stuff. And really good shout, Jeremy. I'm not going to lie. I overlooked that first game from Destroy. They only had a 13th place finish. So with 73 kills and what, at maximum, there could have been 48 other players still around. I mean, that is keen to keep on that same pace for around 90 kills plus, which is unbelievable. And speaking of high kills, Tommy was kind of the breadwinner at one point in time when we saw from the first lobby. He had 28 kills in the first game. He's already at 27, so he's definitely going to improve upon that, pending that his squad can find a way to actually secure a win here again for their second lobby.
Yeah, and just watching Tommy, ever since he's made that transition to Warzone, he's just been a different kind of beast, man. He's obviously a part of the 100 Thieves organization, and the guy is just he's just an animal in this game. And like that's why you see him picking up kills left and right. It's just so easy for the man. He has that past knowledge from being a Call of Duty pro, so situational plays do not scare him one bit. He knows exactly how to get out of everything. And that's what makes him so good at this game so far. You have a teammate who's already at 19 kills.
Yeah,
it's gonna be Stu. And I'm wondering what Frozo's gonna be sitting at as well, because if Tommy's at 28, you have 19 out of your other teammate. What's Frozone sitting at? Because we saw Angelica, she was
like he's at 10 right now.
Okay, so Frozone is having a little slower of a game, but so far 66 kills with about 5 teams remaining, 19 players. This is good for these guys.
It's wild to see the number 66 with only the potential of getting up towards maybe 80 kills, and that's still not even close to being the top scores so far. So a lot of pressure coming through when it comes down to how many kills you need to find. I hope we do get a chance to watch Destroy's team before they get their 5 wins, because I'm just really curious to see what their strategy is. Are they just kind of coming in and everyone going off on their own? Like, I know we talked a little bit about that collective 4-man squad, saying that everybody is really just individually incredible. So who knows if that's just one of those kind of strategies where they're just going off in 1v multiple in the whole lobby to get that kill total and fold. But we'll see how things go. Angelica will win her Gulag, so right back into the action is Stu. We jump on board with him as he's trying to clear out this backside forest over through the kind of factory area.
Right here. I see one.
He's hitting some great shots with that Amex. Teammate's going to be able to help him on the assist. Frozone, he does have that sniper. He's just basically giving that comms, giving the information to his teammate. Unfortunately, he's going to drop. He does have a self-res. Can he try to get it off? Because he's going to be one hit, and that's going to be a great shot from Frozone right there to get the down. Is he going to try to get that finish? Unfortunately, he's going to be able to crawl over, and Angelica, she's going to be able to actually get the teammate of that player. So that's going to be a team wipe. So now you have one player who has to get brought back in Stu, but they eliminate that team. They get their economy right.
The cash,
that's all about to try to find that. Yep, there it is. There's that buy.
It should be a pretty easy buy coming through. That's an incredible shot from Frozone. I mean, Angelica needed the help too, right? I mean, we couldn't see him for sure, but Angelica, you have to feel like is coming in, just trying to play a little bit of Rambo around the backside, seeing if they could just surprise however many players were up in front of that forest line. So, yeah, buyback will come through. That'll be no problem. Stu can just drop right back where he fell, get his weapons right back in the mix, and this will be a nice solid 4-man team once more. 4 other teams to deal with, 16 total players in the lobby. So once again, we're looking at 72 total kills. You have to hope that you can hit 80 with this lobby looking at least a little bit more weakened as far as how many full squads are left around.
Yeah, you see the action going down right here from Frozone. He was able to take down one. He's trying to locate his teammates.
Behind him.
Gonna be able to help his teammate. Unfortunately, Tommy is gonna drop, but he's gonna be able to crack that armor. The full kill does come in, so that's gonna be a team wipe from there. So 3 teams remaining, a total of 8 players in.
Not on me.
It's not,
is this the point right now, J God, where they just start to stick together and try to, secure this W?
I think for where they're at right now, they have to kind of stick to this 2v2 or 2-2 split, because them to kind of push back together is a little bit of a distance where they may get killed in rotation. Whereas it looks like Fro and Tommy are probably going to be able to take care of these teams over here. It looks like they potentially have Ghost or something like that. They'll go ahead and take those ones out, and then the other ones will kind of push together, and they'll probably meet up near the line right here where it looks like I think Angelica is. I think that's who's on there, the yellow arrow there. They've all kind of met up over here where the edge of the zone is, so they'll be meeting up here. Still only 2 other teams. They have the numbers advantage already, 4, and then a 2-2 or a 4-3-1. So they're pretty solid.
And they have gotten back together just to try to make sure they can cleanly put this one away. Stu's able to find 1 secured down. Looking for more than that. Rapid fire on the way forward. Finds the elimination. Not a full team wipe though. Still need to find the second player. And a little bit of trouble here out in the street, but goes prone. Bounces away, finds the final kills. Another Warzone victory, 79 total kills. Again, not bad. You'll take that for those early wins that you're looking to tally up in this early stages of this 5-hour format.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure with that final kill right there, they were able to break that 80. So that's going to put them at, 105 points for that game. That's great. These guys, they had a couple chances where they were able to, pick up a couple kills. Sometimes they had to be slowed down because they had to purchase a couple players back. But overall, just a great game. Putting up 100 points is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. 100 points is pretty damn good, if I do say so myself. But I am going to break our Warzone kind of little chat here to talk about what we're sitting in, because I need to talk about J God's chair, your Herman Miller embody chair. How good is it? How good is it? I need to know. I need to know.
I'm liking it. It's comfortable. It's definitely different. I've never had a chair this comfortable that has all the different adjustments where you can adjust out the leg portion, you can get the height level, it jumps down. Ooh. Yeah, it's different. It's different. The armrests go in and out, up and down. It does everything.
I love that. That sounds epic, and apparently it's meant to be really, really good for your back. I've heard some really incredible things about Herman Miller chairs, and we're actually going to be giving away one Herman Miller chair to somebody this weekend, which is pretty incredible. So find the link in chat or use ! Herman Miller command to find the link to enter. And trust me, it is worth it. Definitely enter. Why not? You got nothing to lose, but so much to gain, and so is your back. But incredible stuff there across the board, gents. And it's so lovely to hear you guys chatting about Warzone and kind of what we're seeing on our screens here. And I honestly, I'm so impressed with what we're seeing. I knew it was going to be good, but this level right now of kill race is unbelievable. The amount of kills that are coming through, we have so much time left as well. So if this is what we're getting for the kind of like first hour warm up and like getting into the second hour, I cannot imagine. Imagine the level we're going to be seeing in a couple hours time. But we actually do have our first Twisted clip that has been in as well. So I'm excited to get Twisted, very excited to get Twisted, because a lot of our players already are Twisted. We're going to have a little look right now here. Gents, please take it away with the commentary for the Twisted T, and make sure you are Twisted watching this.
This is off the drop. This is Topside Hospital with a PPSH from Mutex. That's an impressive 1v2 moment coming through. I mean, those fights up top, it feels like very regularly you're dodging helicopters, you're dodging nades, you're dodging literally everything. So Mutex, a little finesse around the doorway to find a couple of opening kills. It's not bad at all, and something that, let's be honest, we kind of expect from a player like Mutex at this point in time.
Yeah, the guy's Twisted, man. He lands top hospital. He's not able to find a weapon. You saw in the little words that popped up there, I don't have a gun. He finds himself a PPSH, which is a default weapon, and just hits great shots, able to hit that team wipe on that top hospital building. It's just what he does, man. Mutex is insane. He plays 20/20 sensitivity. The guy's just a walking highlight.
Yeah, it definitely is. And talking about highlights though, Jay, I have a Twisted Tea in my hand right now, and I must say it is delicious.
Okay.
Oh, it's actually really, really good. Way too good, actually. But Twisted Tea is actually offering 20% off their merch with the code WarzoneMania. They've got everything to take your summer up a notch, so head over to twistedtea.com and get some gear now, because you don't want to miss it, guys. This is the unofficial sponsor of day drinking all summer long, folks. And that's exactly what we are doing. Well, some of us got to work talking about you guys here, because you need to get to work right now. We're back into things.
I'm not gonna lie, the Twisted Tea guys sent us literally too much stuff, but it's covered all of the beverage needs I need for the rest of the summer when it comes to when I go out golfing. That is gonna be my golf drink of choice for the rest of the summer. So big hookups from Twisted Tea. Study, we need to get you on the golf grind, dude. We just need to get you there.
Oh my God, please no. Like, it'll be worse than Charles Barkley's swing, I promise. I just don't have any hand-eye coordination with the stick to the ball. Like, I'm good at miniature golf. Don't get it twisted, a little golf in the dark, But other than that, if you're asking me to just ding it completely across the entire field, it's impossible, man. I'm bad at that.
Never know unless you try. Well, as we get into it, it's IceManIsaac. They've already reported 2 wins here, J God.
This is looking like another one
that we've seen. 67-79, and like you mentioned, this is looking like another one. It's just one more squad left. It's a 4v1. Should be pretty easy cleanup from here on out.
And looking at as they cycled, they each have about 17, 18 kills right here.
Nice.
There it is.
So we'll see what the tally looks like. But that's the kind of big key. As much as we love to kind of maybe find the average, what you're going to need to be at the top of the leaderboard, really today is just about getting through as the top 8. And honestly speaking, you feel like very regularly with formats like this, it just comes down to you get your 5 wins. That's probably good enough to qualify for you, but That might not be the case today here, friends. Literally everybody has reported nothing but wins outside of that one game from Destroy, like you had mentioned, Jeremy, where it was 13th place, but 73 kills. So that 75 is actually still not bad at all.
Yeah, it's definitely not bad at all, and especially for the team for IceManIsaac, like that's gonna be 3 games in a row where they have just caught wins. So like we're seeing how much time that we have left. It's gonna be another 3.5 hours to go, and the fact that they are able to chain these couple wins nice and early into this kill race is great, because towards the end of the time, all they have to do is just try to improve on those. So it's all about just locking in your first 5 wins, and so far they have 3 underneath their belt. So they're looking in a good position to just try towards the end of the time to improve on some of those scores.
A little lobby here for Swag's team. If you didn't know, you could always tell by the forehead that's always peeking over the webcam monitor. It seems to be the staple of Swag, but has rallied in his group with him, who I would say has really kind of, again, been one of those up-and-coming players. I would hate to say that, but lately he's been doing really, really well when it comes to placements, and he's also got Swish'em on this squad to round things out. Still looking for a big game out of them so far, a 57 total kill first lobby and a 64 second total kill lobby. Both of those were wins, so yes, their tally, you do see them there sitting in 6th place at 171, but still a bit of work to do if they want to get their way up the leaderboard to finish at least somewhat comfortably in this top 8.
It definitely is, man, but right now you see Booyah, he's sitting at 15, Rally's going to be sitting at 14, so far the person on this roster that's going to be, you know, keeping those kills a little bit lower has to be Sensei Swish'em. He had 9 kills in his first game, 5 kills in their second, but with these 3 players around you, it's easy. All you have to do is just basically, you know, play around your teammates, making sure you put in a couple bullets in, and eventually these guys will get the job done. As you see Swag on the opposite side of the map, still picking up kills.
Now, I got to ask you guys the question here, because you were mentioning it for a moment, Studyy, but J-God, I got to know, what has been like your favorite meta throughout all the seasons of Warzone that we've had in the last year and change?
This is a great question, because I want to know this too.
I think there's a combination of the metas. I think overall, I think the MP5 kilo growl time was probably one of the best, because there was so many good weapons. Because like, even though the kilo was really good, it was kind of like there was other options you could still use, like the growl, the Bruin. There was a lot of good long range options you could snipe. SMG meta was a little stale because it was primarily the MP5 and almost nothing competed. Now we almost have kind of like a flip thing where the AMAX is it, and then you could use whatever else you want for close. So if you can somehow combine those metas, that would be the perfect one. But I don't know if they'll ever make that happen.
Studyy, I'm gonna guess you're gonna go with the Kilo MP5 as your answer for this one.
Yeah, that was the best one, because that was the one that I was able to, you know, put up 41 kills by myself in one game. So I was walking around like a god at that point. But then when the Bruin came out, it basically killed my entire vibe. I was dying so fast to that weapon. Yeah. It had 150 bullets. It was just you spray and pray and just hope to God at that point. And that was what basically put me in retirement for Warzone, was that Bruin meta. But I'm so happy that that one went out the window, because now we have the AMAX, like J-God said, we have multiple different SMGs that can be used. It's just a lot more well-balanced in this game so far right now.
I don't know if it's just because of how the map has changed a little bit with, you know, the different types of kind of in-game alerts that happen with things like the jailbreak and all that stuff that's happening. But I actually really, really enjoy what we're watching lately. I know the MX is obviously kind of dominating the conversation, but especially from what we've seen today, like you mentioned, we've seen a couple of kilos, we've seen some AKs kind of come into the fold. I don't know, it's just this one's been really kind of treating me well. I haven't really played nearly as much in this meta as I had when you guys were talking about, like with the Growl, Kilo, M4, and an MP5, but I've had a lot of fun watching the game kind of unfold, and maybe it's just because the map has changed a little bit, but
I got UE for everyone.
It'll be interesting to see what comes next, because it always feels like every single stage we get through, there's always something new into the mix that kind of changes the fold, and you almost feel like that's kind of coming up here soon. But man, this has been a really solid game. Just kind of continue to talk about it overall for these 4. You're able to get Swish'em right back in, takes a nice long range fight, break and down, gonna come through. But this is essentially a 1v multiple for him. You said the UAV gonna help out. Just comes down to, can you actually finesse this 1v multiple situation? And apparently the answer is yes. Beautiful long range shot. Swish gonna try to clean things up, including one player who seemed to be just AFK floating down. So good stuff.
He's like, why'd you buy me back?
Yeah.
Yeah, now he finds himself at 10 kills, and on the opposite side, you're going to have Rally, who unfortunately is going to get dropped. And players will be able to full send, so now he's going to have to go towards the gulag, and this is good, because this is going to be an extra kill in that situation. There's going to be a couple loadouts around the map. Even if he does lose this here, his teammates do have enough economy to bring him back. He's gonna win that. That's gonna put him at 18 kills, and you have 16 for Booyah, who's still holding down his position. He's trying to just find a couple stragglers trying to rotate out of that storm.
Dude, you put Rallied with a kind of default AR like the XM4. Dude, I'm betting the farm. I'm betting the cows. I'm betting Grandma on the fact that he's going to win Gulag. And that will be pretty clean for him. So right back into the mix. Just comes down to, again, he did fall independently away from the rest of his team. So the call would have to be where exactly does he drop back in? And there have been a handful of kills that have come through. So it looks like he's probably just going to land
Swish'em
pretty
had
much
that
in
team
proximity.
wipe over there. So there should be at least one person over there that has guns.
Okay. Yeah, steep as fuck.
They're not horrible, but they're pretty bad. I'm gonna grab this.
Pretty
I'm
solid
trying to
stuff,
figure
though.
out where they want to go next.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of listening into for a second to see how exactly they want to rotate, because I mean, you still have 50 total players in the lobby across 15 teams, so it's a lot of kills to play for at this stage.
My trophy, I think.
Definitely is. When you hear the comms right there, the guys have a trophy, so these guys know what's going on. Once you spot a couple players, you can just tell, like, all right, these guys actually know how to play Warzone. They have a trophy in their car to make sure nothing explosions happen, or at least when they're rotating around the map, nothing fishy goes on. But they're able to eliminate that player, which is going to be the most wanted. He's never seen a player climb the zip there. I've never seen that either. So as surprised as Swagged is, I'm surprised as well. But they're able to get that kill.
It would have been a good move if the guy did it like
up.
30 seconds sooner before they showed up.
Yeah.
There was a zip.
It would be like out of the way. It looks like they're all pacing though on a 20 kill game though, because he has 15. I think Rally had 18. Booyah had like 17 or 18. Swish'em had like 12 or no 10
right here. Yeah.
So yeah, they're all tracking close to probably like a 20 average.
Thank you. All right, I got Yui coming up.
All right, so a little bit of plate dispersal going on, but no helicopters, just a couple of vehicles. And then the question here, it looks like they maybe feel pretty confident that they've cleared out the southeast side of this circle. They're starting to head across, just trying to find teams at this point. So not sure how exactly the early circle looked and maybe where they dropped into, but it looks like they're feeling pretty confident that they've done a number on the players that were coming from the southeast. And it looks like it's going to be an entourage convoy over towards at least the center of the circle for now. They're going to get some information off the UAV. This is going to be a nice little window jump right up the top. No chance for this guy. That's going to feel bad.
We should go on that most one.
The guy was just, he was a goner, man. At that point, you have Booyah and Swag who are just pushing you from both angles. No point.
Oh, shit.
No chance even you coming out of that situation. But you see the rotation. You see that a lot of players are starting to pop up on the radar, not ghosted. So Booyah and Swag are going to be on the full send.
Now, I guess the question here, J-God, is do you agree with the call here? There's a lot of players left. They're fully loaded, and they're just kind of running as a collective 3 from point to point. Would you have rather seen them kind of do more of a split up?
I almost thought that they would have split to that left side, or where we saw like 7 dots pop up. I'm really surprised they pushed that window. Maybe he thought it was going to be a quick one, and then we'll rotate to the next spot. I don't know. I'm really surprised. Normally they go after, hey, there's a cluster of 8 dots. Let's go third party that. That's your best opportunity as a lower group where it's only 2 people pushing versus quads. Is to third party, get maybe a free kill here or there. But yeah, they didn't rotate there. They took care of the other people, and now they're rotating probably there now. So yeah, I'm really surprised that they didn't push for that lower left group.
Is there any loot on any of the guys you killed? I'm going with you guys.
Oh, that guy's going to be self-reviving on the hood of the car. Eventually he's going to get taken off, but some great shots right there out of Sensei to eliminate that player. Not able to get that full kill.
Not gonna lie,
see that Booyah and Sensei, they are just working so well together. They're just trying to make sure they pick up all these players that are outside of the circle.
When we initially swapped the Swish'em's POV, I was like, what is on the hood of this car? And then it started to self-revive. I was like, wait a second, this is the ultimate bait. Trying to pull out some shots. Buster Strike gonna come through. I'm not gonna find too much value, but there is at least the communication of 1 down. There's the elimination, follow-up down, and that will be eliminations, not for a full team wipe, but at least 3 of the 4 you would figure. So Swish is going to get aggressive and to see if they can clean things up here.
So right now she's having herself a game.
Yeah,
like I said, the last 2 games she had 9 and 7. So far 13. With the way that the team is performing, this is going to be like an 80 kill game so far. There's still a lot of people left in this game.
No, fuck.
9 teams, a total of 26 players, but 1 player is going to drop, which is going to be Booyah.
Looking at you, Ron. He
does not have a self-res, so she's trying to give the comms to his teammate in Sensei, so she can try to get him back up, but
I saw 8 dots when
she's trying to hit some great shots to keep him alive.
I can't
She
see
can get
this
out of
kid.
position, but she's just taking her time.
Man, you can even hear her calling out. I can't really see who I'm shooting at here, and there's still some distance to go. It looks like Booyah may have just given the call. Just forget me, friends. Bring me back at a later point. Because
Yeah,
this
she
is
has
looking
enough
like an
money, so that
impossible
just
res.
makes it streamlined there.
Yeah.
Be able to pick that up. He might even be able to land back on his stuff or even hang a little bit and ping. Ooh, now they got to buy 2 people back.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah. So Rally was going to be that island player, that player that's roaming by himself, trying to pick up some kills. He was going to drop. So fortunately, he's going to have to sit in spectator a little bit longer.
Sniping at me.
There's not enough money to bring him back. So Booyah, he's going to come off spawn. Does he try to go for his loot, though? A really important question, or he's just going to try to scout or sensei.
No, even
they
just
did
gonna come
eliminate
right
a couple
back in.
players here. Yeah,
I can't
just do a little bit of shopping.
Places, so he has some loot. Yeah.
That's a really tough gunfight to take too. I mean, just because you have no help whatsoever with. I mean, you could see Sensei looking up top. Just there's no chance for her to really kind of get involved with that gunfight. You just have to wait for a rotation. Now Swag is going to drop. This is starting to look a bit more trepidatious for the squad. Gulag actually still available. Okay, so there's an opportunity for Swag to come back freely and actually just get loaded in with a stoner. Oh God. Hope that you have your ADS down because let's be honest, at times the ADS can be difficult, but nice little finesse off the tank. Gets right back into the action. Just comes down to the same question. What do you want to do when you drop back in? How are you going to get loot? Do you try to pick up the bones of after Booyah came back into the mix, or how exactly do you want to get yourself lit up to try to fight back? Because this is going to be a 3v11 situation the rest of the way, unless they can find a way to get Rally back into the mix.
I can pistol.
Yeah, so you see Swag, he's just trying to land on this loadout because 5th circle is going to be in, so it comes in the first 15 seconds.
Oh, good
Team shots from Booyah, able to knock down the first. Spots a couple players in towards that red building. He's just basically giving comms to his teammates who already have weapons. He's just trying to make sure he keeps the high ground and able to spot a couple players that they won't be able to see. But the loadout's going to come in. Does he decide to grab Ghost? No, he grabs the overkill.
Yeah.
So now you just have to think about that. He might pop up on the radar towards the later of the game.
Not really.
Not bad though. I mean, you get the weapons you need to win the game. That's the more important thing. But you already see ammo is going to be a bit of a problem.
Drop ammo. Fully loaded.
And there we go. I was going to say there needs to be some sort of sharing going on. Calls for it.
No air ammo.
Yeah, and that's going to be trouble. Okay, so no AR ammo whatsoever here for Swag, but Swish him, that's going to be a nice elimination. That'll open up some space for their teammates to rotate over. Even more damage coming through, but that looks like it's a split team or a third-party situation, so Swishing will be taken off, and once more, it's just down to 3 for the squad.
Yeah, so now it's all left up to Booyah and left up to Swag. There's going to be a total of 4 teams left with 8 players left in this game. The storm is coming in, so Booyah is just going to try to hold these guys out.
I'm just holding. I'm holding.
Puts himself in a great position as he head glitches the loadout. And this is great because Swag, he needs bullets. So picking up these kills right here can be huge. Able to knock down 2. Eventually, you're going to have to run back in the storm to try to get that loot, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Team wipe is going to come in.
And he got
more
the money.
plates are going to be picked up, and he got some money. Yep.
Yeah. This is going to be good. You can still purchase from here. But you have to do it quickly. This is where I die because I'm so bad at figuring out how to exactly navigate the menu. I die to the gas there 20 times out of 20. But they're able to get both players back into the mix, and with the zone stopping on that edge, there should be the ability to also get a little bit of weepanry. So it's going to be
the loadout of the munitions as well right there, so they're fully stacked.
That's true. Yeah.
I think we just.
Another moment coming up though, where we're getting down to the wire. 4v10. This will be another one of your wins for wings moment. So get your energy together in chat. If you want some of those delicious wings, I'm not gonna lie, the mango habanero, I can like taste it.
I'm telling you, man.
I can taste it.
It's a little spicy, a little sweet. That's what I love about the mango habanero, man. It's because it has that little kick to it, and it tastes so damn good. Dipping a little bit of ranch sauce, man. Shout out to It's Just Wings for really sending these over, because I'm gonna be eating wings for like the next 3 days.
One player knocked and finished, and then another knock. At least the armor going to be broken. Not a full maybe knocked down as of yet, but dead center circle with some nice environment to play off of here. It just comes down to tracking down where the rest of these other teams are. There it is. Squad wipe comes through. 10 kills for Sensei Swish'em as well. And there's the calls for Swag. You also see the sniper glint coming through. Going to be able to at least mark where they are. Not going to get around the corner, though. So knocked for the moment, but there should be a safe res coming into play.
Yeah, it definitely should be. There's going to be 2 teams in total, as Rally was able to get a full kill onto 1. So there's going to be 2 teams of 3, I'm pretty sure, because they were able to eliminate 1 player there. So 2 teams left, and this is where you start thinking about those placement points. You need to try to get that extra 25. Just playing your life, so you're going to see them slow down a little bit, but they're just trying to hold the zone. They have the zone in their favor. They're just waiting for these players to rotate out.
Got a really good look, though, with this wall. They could completely clear out one side of the zone as this circle is about to close. This is round 7. It's going to move pretty quick. 5 seconds until some players are going to have to move. You see a vehicle is actually also being picked up. ATV for a moment was being used, but Swisham has an angle on it, finds a couple of shots, enough to knock the armor off. This comes down to, can you actually, I mean, how do you see these players against the backdrop of that gas? One player gets knocked, the second also falling. Booyah in some trouble, but is able to finesse for long enough to find some safety and get re-armored up.
Yeah, so now they're really thinking about that win right now. There's only going to be 2 teams left. Action is going to be going down. Great shots right there out of Booyah to at least get that first team wipe. So it's going to be a 3v2 situation now. They know what the location of the enemies. You see Booyah just trying to go up, pick up some more loot, get some more plates for his teammates.
These were the guys that were sniping as well, so
yeah.
You don't want to peek too much, but you do have to play for the circle. Nice little play of elevation here for Swag. Couple of shots will tag. Circle going to start to move away from this position now. It's actually towards where their opponents are, so you got to try to clear this and clear it quickly. Maybe an angle for Swisham. Nade spam coming through as Booyah takes the opposite angle, finds it down with the nades. There's the eliminations, and it will be a win for Wings. And that is a monster win at that. 3 players over 23. Swisham able to get up to 14. That'll be a nice one for the submission card.
That's 88. 88 kills right there.
It's good stuff.
88
Lottie?
plus 25, so that's 103. 103. Wow, what a game.
Are we just going to keep making Studyy eat more wings? Is that what we're doing here?
They know I'm hungry.
As Mary Antoinette would say, let them eat wings. Apart from chocolate cake. But that is exactly what is going to happen right now. I mean, thank you so much. I mean, fantastic stuff from Swag there, allowing us all to just indulge ourselves here as well with Wings. But if you guys actually click the link, but you didn't actually manage to get a win this time, make sure you use the code IJW times Warzone for free delivery from It's Just Wings as well, because they're the gift that keeps on giving. So you can go to DoorDash all tournament long and get that free delivery, which is absolutely fantastic. Gents, you know, I was watching, I was also having a little look at the scores and some like little things to note. I gotta say, right, but Kalei Renay, I've got to say, unbelievable stuff happening on this team. 39 kills somebody got. Unrational. Managed to get a 39 kill game for himself. Unbelievable stuff. Actually brought them to a 109-point game. They did finish first place there as well. EmZ also doing pretty well. Doing pretty well there as well. 106, 82 coming across the board. We've still got a few gaps in some of these score lines, so we're kind of waiting for those to catch up. But actually, IceManIsaac, you might have noticed, has quite a good scoreline at the moment. That is because they have put in 3 games there for their team as well. So they were sitting at 92, 104, and 95 for their 3rd game there. So we're waiting for a couple more things to fill in the gaps before we can get a real taste of who really is actually winning this kill race. Destroy's team as well. Their 2nd game, 120, was absolutely amazing. We've spoken about Destroy before. Absolutely insane stuff. And Angelica's team as well. Both 100 on the board with the dubs apiece. It was very, very nice stuff happening. I'm excited to see who can potentially beat that 39 kill from an individual. Amazing elimination amount there. Let's just jump straight back into it. Jess, I'm really enjoying myself here listening to you guys.
That's what Team Jukies it looks like here, and kind of in the late stages, at least somewhat. They've lost 5-5, so it's just going to be Mutex. Looks like Metaphor and Jukies is the remaining squad. Mutex is actually still dropping in. Oh, this is... You see this rotation coming through where you're an airport and you have to go to the north side of the map and ATC is still in play. Man, just give me a vehicle and let's just get past this spot. I'm not trying to deal with anybody up top in ATC.
100%, man. Like, that is the worst like situation when you fight a team that's going to be up there towards that tower, and especially when the zone is still keeping them in after multiple rotations. So annoying, because you come to a point where you're just like, do I push these guys or do I not? And sometimes you just lose so much composure that you find yourself zip lining up and eventually dying. So it's a really difficult spot to try to just eliminate players from. So you're going to see Mutex just get out of that position. But on board here with Metaphor, he's gonna have that street sweeper in his back pocket. Oh man, I really don't like the street sweeper. And, you know, it's just from personal games where I just die up close and personal like really quickly due to that weapon. But that's gonna be his secondary, so his main is gonna be that Amex. You're gonna see it a lot, and this is a player who I really enjoy watching is Jukies, because this guy is just so talented, man. You see him decked out, fully Red Bulled out in his entire background. The guy's just a different kind of player in Warzone.
Yeah, that's street sweeper, man. And he's swapping. Okay, he's got 2 different ARs right now at the moment. He's got, it looks like, an AK and an AMAX to work with, which honestly is not bad considering you've got to deal with these players up top in ATC. And I was about to ask the question, what has Mutex been able to find? Because he had to drop in and essentially just do ground loot, finding some damage, but really low on ammunition. And this is really difficult, just trying to keep this car as close to the wall as possible. And at this point, you just have to hope that Jukies can come save the day, because honestly speaking, there's just not a lot here from Mutex to work with.
Nice. Looks like Metaphor also clutched up that bounty that he was tracking down. So now everyone has cash, which is huge for getting there. There it is. He's already bought back the teammate, and they're moving along. So yeah, that was a clutch bounty that Metaphor was able to get on the edge of the gas there.
Yeah, and they were able to get out of that position as well, to leave those tower guys alone. Obviously, they're playing ratty. You don't want to put yourself in that situation, so they're able to get out. And this is a question that I actually have for J-God. So when you see players use that double AR, do you think it's beneficial for them? Because you run out of bullets really quickly.
Yes, you do. In general, with the aggro players, they're not really holding a power position for the vast majority of it. Maybe they'll hold it for a short period for the win, but a lot of times they're looting bodies, so the ammo doesn't usually come into play unless they just grab the loadout and they don't have an opportunity to loot bodies like late game. That's when it can pose an issue. But generally throughout the game, it doesn't really end up being, because they usually have enough, 1 mag each. They're used differently. One's used for range, so you typically are not going to use it up close, and then vice versa. The other one's going to be used within about 30 meters, so you're only going to use it in those scenarios. So reality is, like, you're not really going to run into those issues unless you're just landing on that loadout, and then that's all you have, and you get into gunfights where you cannot loot the body. But overall, that's the way to go. Just because the range you get with a rifle is what's kind of made them so good. Even after they nerfed the mobility on them, the AK still comes in pretty solid with being able to down players at a significant range, like rifle range, where maybe some SMGs would struggle, like in that 20-meter range.
I really want to see how long Metaphor is going to be keeping this street sweeper in the back pocket. I mean, you see him swap into it. It looks like he wants to get into a range to use it. Actually, there's a little bit of circle camping on the outside here as he was tracking the players that came out of ATC. And you also heard from a moment that Mutex said, we need to get a loadout drop. So he should be fully good to go now, as that was brought into the mix. So weird situation for a moment there where you had a couple of players trying to get back to fighting condition, but now everyone is exactly where they want to be, at least so you would figure. And Mutex is going to use that as an opportunity to say, let's get aggressive. Wants to try to clear some of these houses out towards the outskirts of this next zone. Only 25 seconds until the 4th round will come to a close, and the gas will follow suit. Not a lot of information off the heartbeat sensor, and it's going to be down to just pretty much just guessing while you try to clear out some of these buildings. Semtech's not going to find any intel, and Mutex still on the hunt, trying to find where these players have gone off to.
Yeah, these are the people that Metaphor was shooting at when they jumped out of the Drake Tower. So he's just trying to locate these players that look like they rotated up towards the storm, and they just purchased a loadout. So this can be perfect for them because they can catch them before they're able to get their weapons. But Mutex is going to be the first one into the engagement. Unfortunately, they're going to notice that he's going to be approaching the situation, put down a couple shots so they're able to get out with their lives. But now they have to rethink this position because these guys have some skill. They know exactly what it takes, and this is where the street sweeper does his best work.
Dude, it's just, oh my God. 2 shots later. How about more? You want some more? Have some more. Goodness gracious. Shotguns are, oh my goodness, incredible. Oh,
that's why you get the street
situation, but a third-party situation behind them actually has lost both 5x5 and Jukies, who is going to be forced to be able to get off that self-res. So still in the mix, but 5x5 still down at the moment.
Yeah, 5x5 does not have a self-res, but Juki has to try to get out with his life. He does pop his self-res, doesn't have any more plates in his back pocket. 5x5 does have the gulag. She can come back, but unfortunately, Juki's only able to take down one. Some great shots out of that AK, not able to get the second. So now he's going to be sent to the gulag as well.
I'll let you know if they're
on board here with 5x5 as she's just trying to give some information to her team as she's flying down.
Yeah.
We are approaching our, well, at least through our second hour as well, just to kind of keep that in the back of your mind. We started this up at 4 o'clock. Players have until 9 to submit their 5 best scores, just in case you're joining us maybe a touch late. But all 4 members still going to be involved here. Looks like what? 8 other squads remaining? Is that what I'm reading? 7 other squads remaining? Yeah. Now 6 as another team has found another kill. So
do this, we have to zip up, right?
yeah, this is trouble. I was about to ask the question. This is going to push them over towards Summit, and this is so difficult. There's just so much elevation you have to worry about, and honestly, the last place you want to be is stuck in one of those kind of trolley cars going from place to place.
Luckily, the loadout's about to fall.
People above me, definitely.
Yep.
They snipe me.
Yeah, I see him.
I bet Yui, I'm gonna pop
Juki, he's just gonna wait for that. The loadout is gonna come in, so Mutex is gonna pop that UAV to try to give some more information towards his team. I don't think I've ever seen this part of the map, so this is all brand new to me.
Yeah, you don't go to it often unless it's literally where the zone has
Usually never.
Yeah, it's not the hottest drop. Even though there is a heli out here at the start of the game, it's just kind of one of those things that it's hard to navigate across just because of how the height elevation is so different.
But look at the views. You have a nice little peaceful waterfall behind you. You've got a nice little outlook over to the entirety of Verdansk.
I got 3 on me.
But here you go. Mutex able to clean up a couple. Triple kill for him as he finds 3. I don't know if that was a full team wipe though. No, it shouldn't have been, as there's still 7 total squads left. So looking for one more. It's just, you do not want to be in these trolley cars on the way over. It's just, you feel like you're kind of certifying your own death certificate by trying to move across one of those.
Yeah, he's just taking his time, man. He doesn't want to get spotted because they know that the snipers are going to be on that side of the map. So he's just trying to locate these other teams. There's only going to be 4 teams remaining in this. A total of 12 players.
Okay. I'm daddy pushing.
So right now they're obviously thinking about the win. They want to make sure that they get as much placement points as they possibly can.
They're all on the hill. They're all on the hill. I'm flanking.
Mutex is going to be able to pop his dead silence. He's going to try to go behind a couple players.
This is looking
Hopefully
good.
that silence is running at the wrong time.
Wow, that guy
spotted.
just was ready.
Bro, I don't understand, man. He just fucking
that was pretty tough. I mean, you heard a couple of sniper rifle snaps coming through, and you thought maybe he just got around the back freely, but not the case. Questions definitely posed by Mutex about the integrity of said team, but in the end, it does fall onto Metaphor and Jukies for now. Looks like there is still a buy station in the mix, but again, it's just what level is that buy station? I think is probably the question. And even beyond that, is there even a potential to get back over to your loot? You see 5x5 not really looking all that hopeful that they're going to be brought back into this lobby, so just cheering on their teammates for now.
Yeah, unfortunately, she was flying down and she got sniped out of the air. So that will put me on full tilt if I was 5x5. And you could just see it, like, she's a little frustrated, as you can tell. She's just sitting back, hoping that her teammates can clutch up and make sure they get as much placement points as possible. But these teams are playing so ratty, man.
Talking about a little bit earlier too, where the tempoing of the games and when to decide to leave. I think they would have decided to leave this one way earlier if they already had their 5 scores in. Because looking up their average total kills, it doesn't look particularly high, but it's a score that they're going to be able to submit, knock it out, and then they're going to be beating this score hopefully later on in the actual hours that we have.
Metaphor is going to try to get around the back once more. Needs to make this play happen quickly because the gas is going to be moving up against them. Gas mask is available, so there's going to be a little bit of life to play with off this move. This comes down to what point to use the dead silence. Apparently right now. Needs to find a way to clear. You're even getting some pings out from Mutex of where he had previously fallen. And Juki's actually in a little bit of trouble. He's lost all of their armor for now. And Metaphor realistically would be the one that needs to make this play just to give a little bit of space because Jukies has no armor plates left available and Metaphor is giving away his position. So now it's just going to be down to can you win this gunfight? Gas mask going to be used once more, but you've got to rotate. You've got to be able to find these kills quickly. There will be a break of the armor. Another player over to his right has to get over safely. You hear shots whizzing by and maybe Metaphor has done just enough. Gets right through the gas, right into a position to find a knock. And now the street sweeper can go to work.
Yeah, this is when a street sweeper is at its best, up close and personal. He was able to knock down one with that AMAX. Unfortunately, all his plates are going to be popped, and Juki is going to drop. So now it's all left up to Mr. Metaphor. Now it's all about just taking your time, playing for these placements. Right now, they are sitting in 5th place. You want to try to improve this as much as you can.
right below him.
Because he's getting
This would be a 1v11 if he were to win this zone out. Buy station has been, I believe, taken out of this circle, so it really is just on to Metaphor.
I'm gonna get spots and maybe win the game though. No cap.
Okay, I was about to say the question that you just stay here and like just play for the win. I know it's not going to be the most incredible amount of kills, but that seems to be the comms right there, where Metaphor is just going to essentially play rat and just wait for these teams to start fighting on each other and then maybe sweep in and find a couple of kills at the end and try to find this victory.
Yeah, he's just playing for these placement points right there. A team was going to get dropped, so now he goes from 5th to 4th. More points are going in favor for this roster. He's just
and I think he's in a really good spot in terms of numbers too, because there's 3 other teams and only 8 players. That's pretty solid. There might be 1 solid squad left, but besides that, everyone should be really low. They're fighting. There's a third-party opportunity.
Just comes down to, do you actually see the third party? This might be the play right here from the high ground. Finds 1 knock. Not going to finish the kill. Finds a second. Will get the elimination. It's credit for both, I believe, here. Persistent airstrike will force him right down into the action. Also, you got to keep in mind the zone is going to move, and you're in this building. You've got to find an exit. Do you know the map well enough? It looks like he barely does. Lots of damage confirmed and cannot get out of the gas. That's going to be tough. So no victory, and honestly, probably a score that will not be one of their best 5 by the end of the day.
Oh, man.
Definitely won't, man. That's going to be 21. Make it 40, 58. 58 with a second place, which will only give them 20 points. So 78-point game. It's not the best what they wanted to do, but you got a couple extra placement points towards the end with him just playing his life perfectly.
We did indeed. I tell you what, we've seen so many wins. We had to see one that just didn't go quite right. But, you know, look, it happens. It does happen. And it was funny because, J-God, just as you said, as you get into this time, you'll probably see going into maybe the 4th hour, the 5th hour, you'll see a lot of people who will decide, look, this isn't going to plan. This isn't what we need. We've submitted quite a decent amount of number of matches now. We need to try and improve on those scores. Now, that is the name of the game, is you're fighting almost against yourself in some certain situations. Yeah. And that is very true to gain that placement, but not only the placement, the kills. But I'll tell you what though, I've been very impressed with a lot of people's individual talents. I've seen Destroy go 32 eliminations for himself. It has been absolutely insane. We have tons of points on the board, huge eliminations, huge points coming across, huge games, and big dogs captaining their teams closer to that $100,000. We will see you guys right after the break.
Hi, I'm J-God. Welcome to the Herman Miller Performance Advantage, breaking down advanced play from pros to help you advance your game. So one of the most powerful tools in the game is a vehicle for a couple different reasons. One, it allows you to use a third-person camera so you can actually see way more than if you were in first-person perspective. On top of that, it allows you to assess the situation and choose your plan of attack. In this particular scenario, you can see Aiden use the vehicle to kind of figure out where the guy was, takes the first one out, and then go ahead and comes around and kind of peeks the corner. Here's an audio cue, jumps out, takes this guy out, which we'll talk a little bit more in our future tips. Thank you, Herman Miller.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NYSL 100K WarzoneMania tournament. I hope you guys have been enjoying the Twisted Tea little games that have been happening during the commercial breaks. I certainly have. I've been drinking it. Jay's on it as well. And, you know, I've been really enjoying having these little games just to play while we're waiting for more action because it's been wicked. Gents, a lot has been happening on our screens. So many incredibly talented teams have been doing honestly their best in the skill race, and their best is it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's average.
Yeah,
I'd say it's average.
good.
Maybe it's average. Pretty good. Not bad. Not bad at all. It's fair to say they are twisted. Excuse the pun. But yeah, it's been pretty amazing. Something else that is absolutely amazing for you guys at home in specific. Make sure you guys check out the chat. Make sure you check out the chat. But as you know, Will, Manuel, and Isaiah have already won themselves an NYSL Astro A40 headset. So make sure you guys keep your eyes peeled for that in the chat, because we are still giving away plenty of Astro headsets all day today and tomorrow, and trust me, it's worth it. Jay can attest as well. It is worth it.
Yes, it is.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're actually jumping back on with Huskers again. We're having this full circle moment, folks, here. We're going to see exactly what they can do and how they can improve on some of their scores here as well as we go through things here. I'm just grabbing their scores up at the moment. Actually, do I even see a score for them?
Yeah, they haven't submitted anything.
They haven't submitted.
No, they haven't submitted yet.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay, so they haven't submitted yet. We've got 20, is that 26 or 28 kills? I think it's 28.
28.
Oh my goodness, 28 kills on the board for Huskers. I wonder what the rest of his team are at. Gents, right now, are you expecting big things based on the play that you're seeing from this man and his team?
Yeah, we've seen them a couple of times, and they have provided every single time. This is a bit of an interesting situation because they have lost 2 players. You've got Huskers in a bit of trouble rotating through Stadium, which is never great. And look where this final circle is. It's wide out in the open. So realistically, you're looking at Huskers to essentially 1v clutch whoever happens to be around him here at the stadium on the outer edges. And then you're looking at your teammate on the other side of the zone, seeing if they can essentially do the exact same thing.
Yeah, and Delio looks like he does have the main power position in the zone, which is
nice
that
shots.
fire. Oh, damn, that's clean. He has the main power position. We saw him in there on the upstairs. Damn. Oh, now it's all on Delio.
That was really good.
Yeah.
It's all on Delio now.
That was really
There was
good.
ever a time to really prove yourself to everyone who's watching. Now would be it.
100%. He has a great spot. Got to throw that down so no one stuns you. Absolute worst.
You know, if he wins this, though, I mean, it's not just the fact that he's got some high ground to play with. You really don't have an opportunity to contest anybody who's inside this firehouse. Not just the tower, but the firehouse itself, unless you want to play from the interior, which it looks like he does. And the big key is we know that there's at least one team over through Stadium. So he's going to have an angle to watch them rotate in. It just comes down to at what point do you actually want to take shots. And looks like right now, gets the armor break onto the first. Looking for more. Not going to find it as shots continue to ring out across. There's another armor break, but still no knocks. So maybe making life a bit easier for the teams that are actually fighting, just kind of doing some of the damage and putting the work in for him.
Yeah, he's just trying to get some easy third-party kills. And right now, you see that the lobby is still dropping. There's going to be 4 teams left, a total of 7 players. So he's playing for those placement points. The circle actually is going to rotate towards him as well, so it's going to force those players out of that zone. He's in a perfect position. He's just trying to locate these other players on this map.
I think everyone else is out on field.
Just taking his time right now.
You can kind of hear him making a little bit of commentary. How many players does he think he has with him in this building? Because you feel like there's probably at least one. You saw some tracer shots happening over towards the left, kind of towards the northeast of where he's positioned or at the moment. But yeah, and this is the real key is, can you find these players that are rotating clean shots, more armor breaks coming through, but the long range from his opposite angle.
That dude
not going to be able to clutch up. And yeah, Stevie was watching him the entire time.
Yeah, he's mounted up right there, and that's going to give him a fifth place placing. So that is not going to be a lot of points. Not what they were trying to execute there, but we're going to switch over to the opposite team. This is going to be Kalei Renay, and she just joined FaZe Clan, so yeah, she's on the market. She's been on point, and she obviously has worked her way up to get this opportunity. She was able to win her gulag, and now she's sitting at 3 kills, now flying back in.
And you got the unmistakable stash energy of Bobby P on this team.
Yeah, Bobby Puff. That's the man.
You cannot find any way to put disfavor towards the stash. That's for sure. And Unrational, like Lottie mentioned, 39 total kills in their second submission. He followed up with a 23-kill third submission, so he's having himself one heck of a day. This is still very early times, and not bad overall. They've gotten some decent loot. Not as many kills as I'm sure they would love, but The loadout drop has been earned. A couple of the team shots to players that are watching over from above them, but there's also players, it looks like, from the opposite angle.
Super lit.
And well, Kalei will fall. And Bobby now kind of wondering how exactly you want to deal this. And well, we're going to take a listen in with the Astro game and listen in to see what Bobby P is going to do to try to clean this up.
I just got the same side. I don't know where I'm getting shot from. I think he's top hospital.
Yeah, there's 2 top hospital. Hop down to warehouse. He's up top.
Yo, drop me your money pie, man. Yo, drop me your money pie, man. Do we kill this guy?
No, they're over here still. Broken glass, probably like second floor maybe.
I'm gonna ascend up, pie, man. Inside.
Closing in.
Should be another one, right? Wasn't there 2?
Someone just parked this car. Unless he's. I see one guy at gas.
Moving.
Good shit, Bob.
Nice.
These guys were bots.
Very nice.
I got the deal.
I'm gonna try to loot these side buildings for res money.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, honestly, if we loot this, I think we could probably get Kalei back.
I got a loadout.
You got a.
Yeah, he just found a loading.
The random guy in here with a shotgun. Pre-fired me, nice.
Hi, win that gooch, baby.
Your teammates in the gulag. If they survive, they can redeploy.
You can here. Res.
He's gonna actually res.
Got cash money here.
Drop an AMAX on this.
Well, a dicey early game here for Team Kalei Renay. Then again, if you're always loving the Astro, listening to this Astro everything, remember you can use code NYSL for 5% off. You do not want to miss the opportunity to be rocking some Astros. But Jay got, one of the things we were kind of talking about as we were listening into them is the fact that this is an early lobby. Sure, you've got your loadout, yeah, but you've lost a gulag and you're still struggling to get all 4 players back. At what point do you consider maybe just backing out and just resetting and going for another drop?
Yeah, I think it's getting to that point in the matches. We're almost halfway through the time to play. They already have 3 scores up, which are fairly solid. But having a slow start like that, you end up behind the ball. You're short on money. You weren't able to do the contracts. You got to buy back people. You end up on a regain the entire match, which puts you so far behind a lot of the other games that are going to be put up. Whereas you land, you have a clean break, everyone can go do their own thing. They have gulag, so you don't have to be worried about buying people back. And it allows you to get that money towards UAVs and just completing those bounties. Versus right now, they're just behind. When they buy everyone back, everyone's got to struggle to get loadouts. They're not going to have perks. It's almost at a point where you would scrap it, considering they already have 3 scores up, and this one probably won't make it in, considering that the lobby's already starting to die pretty aggressively as well.
And you haven't cleared out hospital yet. I mean, there's still players nearby.
Have yet to leave it.
How much of that do you attribute to the fact that this is a draft style tournament, and maybe some of these players have not had a chance to kind of communicate that and premeditate what it looks like to finish out a lobby versus not finishing out a lobby? Because we're still through the halfway point essentially of this first stage, and naturally, I mean, Kalei Renay and the squad, they're in a pretty comfortable spot right now at 282 through 3 submissions. But again, it is only the top 8 that get through, and now as you lose on Rational, I think that might just be nail and coffin. Like, let's just back out and reset here, guys.
Yeah, it's gotta be, because they don't really have that many kills. They haven't left the hospital area the entire time. You see Bobby Puff, he's gonna be in the spawn. He's going to have his full loadout, but Pie Man, who just came back from the gulag off the buyback, fortunately, he would not have his weapon. So now you find yourself in a situation where
I don't know, it's just back
you need to try to combine your money, bring your teammates back, but I just feel like they're wasting a lot of time here.
And you can hear it. The word back out has been said a number of times since we started to talk about it, but they have not had anyone to make a call. Everyone's like, should we back out? I don't know. We could still afford. There's a lot of that kind of indecisiveness coming through. So
yeah, and that's
we'll
where
see.
I was talking
I mean,
a little bit earlier, where the value of having that in-game leader just to make that definitive decision, regardless if it's right or wrong, just to have that decision made. And then everyone go, all right, cool, we're all in on it. We trust the decision, regardless if it pans out or not. It is what it is. I think having those people on the team just make things that much easier, especially in situations like that, where maybe they've already wasted 5 minutes, which could be the difference of them losing out on an entire match as we get towards the end of this thing.
Well, we'll put a pin in it, and we'll come back to rediscuss that depending on what they decide to do. But as we are left with that conversation and trail into another, take a look at Team EmZ. And EmZ has been playing pretty well throughout the day. Her herself has been able to put down an 18, 11, and 16 kill game. Their first 3 submissions have not all been wins either. So you see them currently with 300 points at the top. One of those games is likely just going to get mitigated by the fact that they finished second and not first.
Yeah, it definitely will. And unfortunately, they're going to have a player that's going to lag out in this game. So this one's going to be pretty difficult as Wars does exit the lobby.
Where the
You still have a good amount of kills. You just have to add Wars' kills at the end. Unfortunately, one player is going to drop.
Oh,
now it's going to leave it up to Smitty and EmZ.
Got him.
She currently does not have any plates in her back pocket, but you're just going to see them trying to retreat, trying to pick up some extra loot, but the gunfights are still coming in from across the map.
Nice little turnaround snap, though. Some damage thrown in response, but the question, again, I think this is another one of those situations. You've only got 3 players. It's midway through the lobby. Do you just back out and reset and kind of take your losses? And, well, they're going to have to. They finished 21st. I imagine that will not be one that we see get submitted. So a couple of interesting, I'm glad that we get a chance to see that, too, because, for a lot of people that are out there, obviously, you come in, you expect to see wins, you expect to see top-level kills, but that's not the story every single lobby. And seeing those kind of ones that start to go awry on you, how do you deal with it? That's an important question. And so we've gotten at least some consideration for those decision-making moments. And now we take a look over towards another team of the mix here, as we've got Destroy's team on board. And Destroy himself has, been having a solid game, but it's been Belk. He had 32 kills in that third game. And collectively as a squad, they haven't submitted anything under 70 total kills. That includes that 13th place finish from their first drop, which is an unbelievable tally.
We killed some people here before.
Yeah, right now you see Destroying. He's sitting at 18 kills. The lobby are just starting to drop like flies as it goes from it got 14 teams left with about 46 players, and you don't have enough money to bring your teammates back. And obviously Doug is going to be flying in. Destroy's trying to find some loot, but so far this is a good game. You have to start playing for your placements, trying to get some money to bring that loadout back in. But right now this is going to be a difficult task for them to just get their loadouts and then get enough economy to bring their teammates back.
And just to kind of maybe ice the cake here, Jay God, just talking about the decision making of when you back out of a lobby, that decision is going to be extremely important tomorrow, because you have to submit 5 scores, but you only get 4 hours instead of the 5 hours. So yeah, that's just something that you hope that, you have to learn from today. Yeah, you have to figure at least.
Yeah, they have to be as efficient as possible. Unfortunate with that one, it looks like this game, if they did place high, like let's say if Doug is able to get some money together, buy people back, this could be one that would replace that first game. Yeah, true. Because they only had about 50, what is that? In reality, if they win a game, they only need 50 kills, which combined, they probably already have close to that number. So this would already beat out that one, considering they're, that's already 25 points for first. And they got 0 in that first one, I believe, or no, 2 points only for their placement of 13. So it looks like they could beat that if he can maybe grab one of these contracts. It looks like they've marked the scav for him. Hopefully if their bounty, or the multiplier is high enough, they'll be able to rack up the money, bring back multiple people. Maybe he buys someone back before he gets the last one. Oh, bro, unfortunate. What was that guy doing? He was just camping in a corner.
He was camping the scavenger?
I don't know. That was odd. Maybe a stream snipper?
Even Doug is baffled by that one too. He's like, wait, what? So that's interesting. Lottie, I'm glad we got a chance to watch 3 separate lobbies that did not turn out successfully, because hey, it's not a one-dimensional game out there. This is not easy by any stretch. If us 4 dropped in, I think our lobbies would look a lot like that.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because, you know, we really did start off, you know, today with a hot foot forward, that's for sure, with the teams that we kind of were watching, and they made it look pretty damn easy. They really did make it look like it was kind of a walk in the park, but you do see the struggle after you go on game after game, and really you do come into situations that sometimes you just can't really get out of it. It's very difficult. You are trying to separate your team in certain areas, trying to get as many kills as you can. The limbs count for so much here as well. Also, another thing is Swag's team, by the way. I've been keeping my eye on them. They actually put up 113 games. That's the second highest game we've had so far today. Just under Destroy's 120 game. They actually put out 88 total kills. Wow. So talk about teamwork there. Looking pretty damn good. But we do actually have in hot, fresh off the press, is a twisted clip. I want to have a little look at this now and see exactly what is coming our way here. So here we go. Oh, it's going to be Karma himself.
The red or the right.
He's a walking highlight,
yeah,
man.
This is the stun little play right here.
Yep, that's what you catch everybody off guard. Nice little stun, able to get the first, finds the second, and then turns around, catch the guy off guard. None of those guys knew what was going on. They did not know that they were going to run into the 3-time champion.
100%.
And he just makes it look easy. Easy work for Mr. Karma.
Easy peasy.
There it is.
Oh, shit. He's
Wardrobe
got
change.
it. Cheers to that, buddy. Cheers to that.
Hells
That
yeah.
is fantastic.
Cheers, my friend.
There is nothing you want to cozy up to more than a Karma clip. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
I'm comfy now. I'm ready to go.
I must say, iHoldShift, you really do embody Twisted. That is for sure. I just want to make sure everybody else knows at home, though, Twisted Tea contains 5% alcohol. You must be 21 and over to drink it. So please do twist responsibly because we're all very responsible right here. But they actually are offering 20% off their merch with code WarzoneMania. So make sure you go and check that out as well so you get your summer taken up a notch. We're actually going to head back into the action right now. I think this is Swag's team. I can kind of see his forehead there. So I'm pretty damn sure it's Swag. I think it's a dead giveaway right here. Swag's team looking pretty damn good. Like I just said, they actually got a really lovely scoreline, 113 there. Second best of the day. So yeah, things are looking pretty good here as well. 16 kills to Swag's name. Probably not the best we've seen, to be honest, at this stage of a game right now. Obviously, this is like, you know, serious later half here. There's not many people left here, not many bodies to be able to pick up those limbs with. At this kind of point, J-God, it's hard because you are doing well. I can't obviously see what the rest of the team are on in terms of limbs here. Here we go, 121 here. So actually, they could be doing pretty well. It's difficult
like
because sharing is caring, isn't
40
it?
combined right now, which is pretty solid. It would just like to see what these other guys got rallied, and then I think Swisham's down, so we won't see her total. He's sitting on 10. That's only about 50 kills.
Let's put him about 50 something.
Yeah. So we'll see.
That's
Even if they
not
clean
bad
up
then.
everyone, it'll
Not
be a
too
little
bad.
rough.
Not too bad, but we're kind of looking on the kind of stronger end of things. We're looking for the 80s, aren't we, for kills? Because right now that's kind of the average that people are putting up in terms of their top scores and scores that they do want to put down and submit there. So yeah, it's a tough battle because look, you're looking for the first place finish as well. But right now it seems to be a lot of first places, but really it's what the kills, it's the elims. The kills are really counting at this stage.
Yeah, so she has 5, that brings up to 15, 20.
Yeah.
45? Bunker, right?
So the tally will be okay. It's just, I think the most important thing, and kind of talking with Swag when we've watched him in other tournaments from before, it's in this format, he's all about let's just get the wins. Let's just get the 5 wins, and then we'll worry about trying to really kind of escalate how many kills we can get. So you're not going to feel perfectly, credible about this result, even if you find the win, but it is still a win at the end of the day. And based on what we just came off of with 3 teams not finding wins, who knows, maybe just winning 5 matches and submitting 5 W's is going to be enough to get you into tomorrow, which is really where the action would have to heat up, you would feel like, Stud.
Yeah, it definitely is, man, because don't forget, those placement points are big, man. Like, it's basically one person getting 25 kills. Like, you don't even need that to happen. You just have to get that placement points. So you see what this team is doing so far. They have 3 wins already underneath their belt. 3 total scores of 81, 109, and 92 right now. So this is not really bad right now if you're Team Swag with 3 wins underneath your belt. You want to get the 4th, and then, like Jay guys says, towards the end of that tournament, you just need to be more aggressive, and that's exactly what they're trying to do right now. It's just secure these wins so they can change their gameplay towards the end of the tournament.
Yeah, and I think it also changes it up quite a bit between today and tomorrow because there's so few spots.
That guy's a rat.
Ooh, damn. Yeah, he was in the bush. They're just trying to make top 8 today, so there's a little bit less pressure in terms of the number you need to hit versus tomorrow. They're trying to get the #1 score, which is going to be a little bit more pressure, and there's going to be a lot more pressure on those games to have a high kill game plus the actual win versus now they can, like we saw, hey, people are going to die out, all that type of stuff. Maybe they don't have all the kills, but realistically, you only need to make top 8 and just get yourself into tomorrow.
Well, this is a 1v5 situation here for Swish, and as we were seeing Swag kind of take that berth up towards the out of bounds line, there is at least one team above her, and this is a weird position. I mean, you are in the circle, sure, but I mean, someone could just peek over the top of this ridge line. You're not necessarily going to know, and that could be the end of this run. But the whole idea is maybe just wait until the two teams start to fight one another, and then get involved maybe right at the end. See if you can maybe either leech a couple of kills or, more importantly, just third party for a dub just to sneak away this 1v5 situation.
Well, just getting second place is going to give her extra 5 points, even if she does nothing and just lets those teams kill each other.
Yeah.
This is huge. You just see what she's trying to do, just stay alive. She's spotting all these players towards the top of that hill. We're hoping, well, she's actually hoping that the storm is going to pull towards her, so it forces them out of that position. She's just waiting. Like Jay guys said, playing for those placement points. To go from third to second is a difference of 5 points, and then from first to second is a difference from 5 as well. So right now she's just taking everything that she can get right now, all the comms out of her teammates, and she's just taking her time.
I'll say this much. You should feel pretty confident that this is 2 abbreviated squads and not a 1v1v4. I mean, if there's a full squad involved and they know they're in a 4v2, if a 4v1v1, they're running at you, but 100% that's not the case. So this is probably not a team of 4 unless they're really camping on top of that ridge line. And here, you can hear the calls. They are fighting each other. So now you just poke your head up, come up for air. C1. Oh, this player's like right next to her right.
Oh, wow. No,
now it's a 1v4.
Yeah.
And they have the high
ground.
ground.
Storm pulled out. Yep. And the storm pulled out. So right now, the best you can do right now is going to be second place.
Get a kill on the
thirst. Unless you just flip the switch and able to hit every shot. But
I think they're up high. There's no shot.
You're going to have to rotate off the high ground. I think that's what the communication is. It just comes down to the fact that you're rotating into a 1v4.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so tough.
Coming down.
They are coming down.
All right, what's the call here, Swish'em? It's going to have to come through sooner rather than later. Zone is starting to close. First couple of shots, able to find an armor knock. No full knockdown, though, and sniper rifles coming into play. One player up close and personal finds the knockdown, though. That'll be good to get some armor reset off. Just comes down to, is there a follow-up player also on the way? You saw 2 at range. Where's the 4th? There they are, coming right across, just trying to find the information, stuck into the gas. Not much that could be done from the low ground. So you take a look at the tally, right around 50 total kills in the second place tally. Not bad, but you feel like once more, based on the fact that the Swag team has been looking good, that will likely not be one they have at the end of the day that counts.
Definitely won't be. They've been putting up some great performances so far, and then them just falling shy of those 5 points for that extra placement. Obviously, I don't know, J-Cod in that situation where she got that first knock, do you think that kill is going to come back to haunt her? Like, if she should have tried to get that full kill at least before she was dropping to add a little bit of extra score to her time?
Yeah, I think you play it different. Obviously, she had the low ground. They're going to push her aggressively. It's pretty difficult. I think if she has a high ground, maybe can finesse with different angles, then maybe you don't go aggressive on the thirst. But knowing that you down the one, it's almost like as soon as you played it, worry about thirsting that one because you're probably not going to be able to get the other kills. One kill might not make a difference in this, but we'll see how close the scores are towards the end.
Okay, bad, huge. It's a great
Another early game moment here, though. Helicopters. We actually haven't seen a lot of helicopter gameplay outside of like our first couple of lobbies, but that is definitely an opportunity to be played off of, as you're getting a moment here for Breadman that there are going to be a number of players inside the police department here, but it looks like this actually is going to be a back out moment as too many teammates have fallen. So we'll just forget about that. We'll just appreciate the Wonder Bread little hat that he's got going on right there. I'm going to give me one of those.
I love that. I love his overlay, by the way. Oh my goodness, he's in an oven. It's getting hot and spicy in there. It's looking fantastic. But the thing is, my question is, what can you cook up in terms of wins? That's all I want to know. Yeah, no, it's the dad jokes. Jay knows all about the dad jokes. They come out, I just can't control it at all. But I do want to speak to J God in particular because I want to know, what are we? past 3 hours now. It's got to be. I want to know how your back is feeling in that gorgeous Herman Millen embodied chair. How is it feeling, man? How's the spine?
Especially for myself that sits in the chair majority of the day with the content creation and stuff. It's definitely comfortable. I don't have any issues sitting in the chair, regardless if it's 8, 12. And it has this little whoop. But yeah, it's definitely comfortable. It's definitely comfortable. And the back, it does have all the support that's like actually hard to the right way where it actually supports correctly. There's a lot of chairs, they just get a little bit loose. It is what it is.
I do feel you. I do. I'm well gel, by the way. I'm well gel, J-God. I can almost see the lumbar support in terms of your posture, man. I can literally see it through the screen. But just make sure, chat, just so you're aware, we are giving away one Herman Miller embodied gaming chair this weekend to a very, very lucky winner. Find the link in chat or use the ! Herman Miller command to find the link to enter. It's going to be worth it. You'll find myself in the chat doing the exact same thing as you guys. I want one so bad. I really do. But incredible stuff across the board so far, gents. We've had a couple little things happening. We've had quite a smooth, steady beginning. We've had some ups and downs now from a couple of teams. And I just want to kind of go around real quick, you know, and see how we're feeling at the moment in terms of our teams, because we have seen some of the scores. I know EmZ's team has actually hit 300. We're going to head over to Teep's team right now to see how they're going. But in terms of the kind of like, you know, the caliber of teams we're watching right here, how do you think Teep's team kind of stack up to it?
I would say for me, you know, their first game was a win. The second submission was not, but the kill potential that they're putting out is looking really good. And I think that's kind of the big key is, you know, you just want to make sure you're surviving through today. And then into tomorrow, that's where you want to try to look back and say, this looked good for us. Can we replicate that? And so far, replication has been largely there for Team Squad. I mean, their 5th place submission, they actually came away with more total kills than their first lobby. So they're definitely trying to push the envelope to see how many kills they can find and still secure a win, because that's going to be super important tomorrow. But first and foremost, Jay, you've got to get to tomorrow. And with only 2 submissions, they're looking for some clutch games here in this 3rd hour.
Yeah, they definitely are, man. With the 2 scores that they put up, 89 with a win is going to be the first one, 74 with the... That's not really good. With a fifth place placing, that's not really good. So TP and the boys, they have to start to kick up. But Blatz, a guy who has made that transition to Warzone from being a former Call of Duty Pro player last year, he's having himself a day so far. In the first game, he had 21 kills. In the second one, he had 34. So he's really starting to find form. Right now, TP, he's looking great in this game so far. They have a good amount of money to at least pop a couple UAVs. Right now, they're just keeping a lot of pressure around this superstore area, knowing that this is basically used to be the hot drop.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, it only took about a week for that to no longer be a hot drop location for me. I was getting bodied from like behind boxes and stuff, and I was like, I'll just land a little safer. But how about this? Early rotation into Superstore here with the full loadout. You gotta be feeling pretty confident if you're Team TP. You figure Jay got.
Yeah, it also looks a little bit interesting because at this point in the game, we've seen a lot of people split off a little bit further. It looks like a big star, or was that? I can't tell. It looks like they're trying to split off a little bit now. But the fact that they're kind of this close, maybe they're just really trying to secure those placements because they just came off of that 5th place. So maybe their strategy is already adapting because they know they need those placement points pretty hard. Because the difference between 5th and the 1st is huge.
Yeah.
Gonna get this bounty.
Well,
they're still together, yeah.
It should be some clearance they're looking to go through, but it just comes down to, do you know which one of these apartment buildings they're in and at which floor, I think is the more important question. Mac 10 in hand, so this thing will have some meltability, which is a statistic that I still to this day think should be included in Warzone conversation. How quickly you can melt a card of teammate. And well, Holly will actually complete the contract, so it's just one player on their own. And at this point, you have to feel like, all right, let's split up. Let's just go bounty bouncing. Just get from one to the other and see if we can't find a way to maybe get some more kills on the board early.
Yeah, and that's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to pop that bounty. It's going to be a 2-2 split. Holly going to be staying fairly close to where Vigstar is, but TP and Blatz are on the full send. There's going to be a lot of red dots that are going to pop up when that UAV was called in.
There are a lot over here.
All their focus going in towards train. Yep, here comes TP and Blatz, able to knock down one, gets the full kill on another. Now it's all about just trying to put the pressure onto this bounty because it's going to be basically 2 teams here. They want to jump into this real quick.
Well, here you go. You're getting the calls that some of the high ground players have given up, but that's the big key is, I mean, they're sitting right on top of the zip line, so you've got to make a decision here of how do you want to clear the rest of this bounty out, really. And, well, the helicopter's also a potential option, but Teep actually scouts one down low. Doesn't get the full shots off, but Blast is there to save the day. Get this self-reserve off to just where Blast essentially just has to poke him once, and now back to a full 4-man squad as Team Teep.
Now, gents, speaking of Blast, I know I've just come in. Here we go. Hi, voice of God. We're back. So, Blast, Stud, I got to ask you, mate, because obviously you know Blast well. He actually, the last game that they submitted, he had 34 kills to his name. So, yeah, he definitely is nasty, man, especially in Warzone. But he's been nasty in many different kind of cases here. What do you think it is about Blast that makes him such an epic Warzone player?
I think it's just his background. Like, obviously, him being a former Call of Duty pro, he's gonna know like certain situational plays and how to get out of things. But I think it's mainly because he came from Search and Destroy, and this is something that I was having a conversation with iHoldShift and J-God right off the rip before the show started. Is that players who tend to come from that S&D side of the table, they usually know how to play their life beautifully, and this is something that Warzone can really help you with, is that you have to be able to finesse out of situations. And Blast has always been a great player in that game mode, and now he's transitioning perfectly over to Warzone because the guy has a great shot, he has great movement, and he just knows how to bail himself out of certain situations. So it's working well for this guy so far.
Definitely is. He's looking hot to trot, that's for sure. In terms of the kind of like IGL role here and somebody who's taking command, are we going to be seeing like a bit of a clash with, I was going to say Blast or Teep? Like, who'd be taking command? It'd definitely be Teep.
100% Teep. Yeah, Blast, I know you were a pro and you definitely saw TP in his prime, so you're putting the utmost respect in this guy's pocket. Like, this guy's been doing it for a really long time. TP has such a great voice that no one's voice is going to overpower his, so TP's definitely the leader for this team.
Beautiful stuff. Well, lastly, gents, I'm going to leave you with this. You guys are on fire yourselves in the casting booth. Loving everything, every single minute of this, honestly.
We already got our first yeet from Jay. He's starting to feel that twisted tea, aren't you,
That
brother?
twisted tea, baby. It's starting to feel good, man. A little bit twisted.
Oh, here we go. Scrapyard fight. Gonna find one. That was actually a pretty close encounter for Teep, but no problem. Again, the MAC-10 is just, it kills so darn quick. Yep, it's gonna chase down this player who falls on in from the skies. That will be a wipe. And more helicopters to play off of. You have to love that. And that's the big key. This is what I was about to say. We haven't seen a lot of this strategy today so far, but it's you pop UAV, everyone hop on board. We're just going to go from POI to POI, see how many players we can find, and then quickly wipe, and then rinse, wash, repeat, looking like a shampoo commercial out here with how quickly you can go from spot to spot.
And so far, they're just trying to keep the pressure on, man. They see a couple red dots popping up on the radar. Players are just going to drop it. They're trying to keep this plane alive. It's barely one shot, so they cannot afford to use any damage on towards that. Some early shots coming in from Holly. She's able to take down one. This is Karma's wife. She has some skill of her own. She's able to put 7 kills so far in the game for her team. She's going to hop back into plane. Just great teamwork right now out of this team so far.
Yeah, and what's different with this is from all the ones we've seen, most of the teams are either 2-2 or they all just go solo. In this case, it looks like Vicstar's kind of taking off on his own. If they're going to buy him back, they will. And these guys are kind of like 3-pushing everyone, which is kind of paid off. When Teep got downed, he was able to get rezzed right off the bat. They got the trade out. They got the situation where they were pushing the stairs. They were able to bait and switch, essentially, where they were expecting different people. So I think, obviously this strategy will be a little bit more consistent for the wins and the placement. Maybe not going to rack up the kills. Maybe that strategy will change if they need more kills. But overall, it looks like these guys are hanging together while Vicstar kind of does his own thing at the edge of the map.
Teep wins nearly 28% of his games. And how many tournaments does he play? Like, that's
a lot. The guy's just a freak.
So it's such a great statistic.
Yeah, out of all the captains, I believe he has the highest win percentage or something like that.
That wouldn't surprise me. Holly got knocked for a second, but like you mentioned, just cleanliness coming from Teep. They do say it's close to godliness, and well, you're seeing exactly why there for TP. Blast still working with them. So again, this trio, I mean, they're moving quick, and it's just like they go buy station to buy station, bounty to bounty, get UAVs up, and just find as many kills as possible. I mean, we're down to 11 total squads in the lobby, 12 individual kills for Teep, and you have to feel like that's probably an even dispersal amongst the other two that's with them in this trio.
Yeah, it definitely is, man. And as of right now, with these scores that they have put up so far, like you said, they have a 5th place, they have a 1st place. So the way that they're playing so far, just having 3 players stick to ground, they're trying to focus on these wins. And it's showing right now as Blast is going to be in an engagement. The 3 threat is going to be here. So Gunfights are going to be going down. Blast is able to pick down one, able to pick down two. Just right now, they're just trying to lock in on these early wins, man, so they can get a little bit more freaky towards the end of the hour.
This plane factory could be also pretty tough to navigate with the underground area, plus also the roof is in play. A couple of multiple instances, you're even hearing them call that, yep, there's a player on over towards the roof. That'll be a knock, full team wipe coming through, but simultaneously in the same breath, Holly has also fallen. So Blast is trying to track back, see if they can get on over to make sure that she stays safe, but will not get there in time. So now it's just down to Tracini who can find the trade. And hopefully with that, Holly can also win her Gulag, just come right back in with really no consequence.
Yeah, and Big Star went down across the maps. He was having to use his self-res, and unfortunately, he's going to get full killed. So now they have to use that money to bring him back. Definitely more. As he is going to be that island player, but Holly, she's actually going to fall, and she has a Gulag. So she's able to rack up an extra kill there. There's going to be 8 teams remaining with a total of 22 players in.
Blast already has 20 as well, so he's already off to another great start. Follow up on his 34 kill game.
Yeah, Blast is, you really can't say enough about him. Yeah, I think, from those that followed him from the professional scene, it was kind of a weird feels bad moment after the PLQ during Black Ops 4, right? I mean, it was just like that team came in, was G2, and they were like stacked. It was like Blast and Decimate and Chino, I think, was on that team. Yep. They failed to qualify, and it's like, okay, what happens with Blast? Because he came off the World War II year with a lot of favor, but again, one of those players, kind of like Tommy that we talked about, you have that pro experience, and you just immediately translate it over to Warzone, and you kind of, the learning curve is almost set at your level when you initially get into Warzone, and you've got that much individual skill.
Oh my god.
Shotgun Gulags are rough.
Yeah,
shotguns in Warzone are rough, dude.
Yeah, they are. All good. Unfortunately, Holly is going to drop, so now they have to waste a little bit more money to bring her back. But the game is starting to close. Eventually, you have to rotate in towards this third circle. No players are going to be popping up on the radar right now. Going to be a lot of ghosted players. You see Vicstar? Vicstar and Blast, they're going to be in an engagement. So you're going to see TP, he's just trying to get to the action, trying to make sure none of his teammates drop because they cannot afford to use that much money to bring at least 2 players back at that point.
Yeah, you end up in a pretty bad spot, especially this late in the game.
Yeah. You can hear the communication. I don't know if it was from Teeper for Blast, but hey, these guys are pretty decent. So let's just not make sure that we lose out on this one gunfight because win condition is starting to build little by little. Yeah, you even hear the communication here that Teep is going to try to cut off this rotation. These players are on the outside of the gas. And this is a really great angle. Oh boy. I feel like Teep is going to really punish from this position. A bit of a pinch has been set up, but an opportunity is actually you're going to see a couple of tags coming through from the backside. Looks like Vicstar has maybe even called out there's another team behind them. So now it's just on a Teep to respond to this oncoming pressure. Finds the first, tagged up though from behind. That is where he'll get knocked, and it's up to Blast to try to save the day. Self-res will not come through. So now it really is just on to Blast to see if he can help clean some of this action up. He does have Vicstar playing right in front of them, so it's going to be a 2v multiple situation as they make their way just past the cemetery over to these warehouses.
And with TP dropping right there, he's going to be able to go to that Gulag, and as a percentage, I saw it on TP's stream, he wins 80% of his Gulags in the 100 games. So the guy is on point. He's kind of twisted. So he's going to be able to bring himself back into this game, and right now it's just less up to Blast and Vicstar. Vicstar still trying to hold these players out towards this storm, able to get that first full kill. The engagement's going back and forth. They're just trying to hold these players. Blast is able to knock down one. Still not a team wipe. The guy might have a self-res, but Vicstar is just not trying to let that guy bring himself back to life.
You just saw one just get eliminated there. I don't know if that was the gas that got credit for the kill or if it was already on somebody who was knocked, but you heard the coughing coming through, and that will be likely the full clearance. Blast is still keeping some consideration behind him, but of course, with the zone pushing, they will have to make their way in towards the center. You do see that there is a res beacon also coming into play here, as Teep did win his Gulag, so 80% still at least holding or being built a little bit higher than that number for him overall when it comes to Gulag wins. And yeah, Blast has tracked down a couple other players that are still trying to rotate through the gas. The big thing here is at what point do you want to try to maybe even look for kills closer towards the center so you can get enough money to afford back your 4th player in Holly?
Gas. Multiple comes. Multiple.
Nearly here.
Definitely going to try to bring back Holly in this situation, but they know that the kills are a lot more important, so there's going to be a couple players in towards this gas station. Blast is able to take down one with some great shots, trying to take down the second, but unfortunately he's going to drop. His teammates should just try to save his life as he does not have a self-res, and that's going to be a team wipe. So there's only going to be 3 teams remaining into this game, a total of 12. So there's going to be 3 full squads. So how do they decide to approach the situation?
And Jay, God, look at this. You see one buy station. The nearest one is actually out into the gas. So, I mean, at this point, do you just make the comms and say, sorry, Holly, we're going to have to finish this one without you? Or do you try to still kind of persistently play for a 4-man
I think pretty
squad?
much they just have to play for the rest of the kills at this point. There's not a lot left. There's 3 full teams almost. Only a couple teams are down, but it's for the vast majority, it's going to be full teams. So they're going to have to play together. Making that play, sometimes sometimes the buys will despawn by the time you push them. So that might not necessarily work out. But the key here is probably for them to wipe a squad and Teep to get some loadout guns.
Oh, that's very true. Still using just ground loot for the moment. Skipping past the bounty that was just over to the right inside of storage. Maybe a bit puzzling. That could have been some free information, but...
No, yeah, he grabbed it. He grabbed it. It's just bounties are done, so he's not able to
okay, fair.
basically use it as a UAV.
Good call. And into the zone they go.
I just saw somebody airport sniping. Like
healthy lobby still as well. Yeah. This is a 3v11 with 4 total squads remaining, and you hear the call that there could be a team over lingering on the outskirts of airport, which would be a difficult fight to take, but one that you might have to if you want to give yourself a bit of clearance, as you have to eventually feel like go over towards where this kind of highway interchange is, which looks like that is currently where the dead center of the circle is.
That was a monster.
Yeah, and still TP finds himself in a situation where he doesn't have any loadout weapons. So
come on.
Just trying to gain some information for his team. They're going to grab that scavenger to try to get some more money in their pocket.
There might be a buy that we can't see on the map that maybe they will use that to buy back. And they got about 45 seconds for the free loadout.
Clear.
Out here in the open.
Still searching.
Giving up anything.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Well, I'm gonna run up.
And the clearance of airport's happening at the moment. I mean, there has been no shots whatsoever. So maybe you're just trying to see where did they gone?
Oh no, that's a light.
Blast seems to have an idea, but he has not seen anything. So now as the zone is eventually going to start to finish its closing portions of the 4th round, I'm really curious to see where this zone's going to go to, because you could look right in front of Blast that there is a lot of ridge line that they would have to play up against if they have to rotate over towards the northwest, which looks like that could be the case. More cash coming through, and also Vic in a bit of trouble, and you can actually hear kind of the audio. Teep has picked up just the sniper off the ground. He's hitting some shots for sure.
Just hear the heads being peeled back
with ours. They got to be up the hill
of his opponents. As the loadout is going to come in, so you're going to see Teep try to go for his loadout weapons. Does he grab Ghost or does he grab the overkill? He's actually going to grab the overkill.
With the sniper, too.
Doesn't matter if a UAV happens. Guys hitting shots. You better pull out that snipe, Teep.
I can behind it.
Okay, scene 1. Top side of this barn.
I'm gonna finish this scarf and get a red.
Looks like Blast is on the aggression. Moving forward. Stuns and Semtexes. Gonna find an armor break, but it's still, how do you contest this? Deals with the proximity mine. One up top, dealt with, armor broken. No knock nor finish. This is essentially a single clear, but TP has found his way up the window. Gonna be able to find a lot of damage. Gets down 1. There's the second. 1 more to deal with. Not gonna have it, but Teep right back into the mix. Maybe, actually, as he does actually get fully knocked. And wait, Holly's been brought back to life, so she can technically save the day by just trying to find a way to res. Maybe put a little bit of pressure after she gets her loadout, which seems to be the call.
Yeah, so she's going to grab her loadout, and TP, he does not have that self-res, so he's not going to be able to come back up. So Holly, she's just going to slow it down a little bit. One player in Blast is going to land onto TP.
I'm here.
But he knows there's still a couple players in towards this top side of this building. Fortunately, the challenge is going to be in. Vicstar is here as well. TP is going to be able to get rezzed as Vic is able to knock down one player from up top. And here comes a full-on team push from Team TP.
Armor knock once more. Teep not able to get all the armor plates off as of yet, but still has the loadout. Vic gonna stick for the res. And you got to keep in mind, this is a 4v multiple situation, so this third team could be abbreviated, and there it is, full wipe coming through. But is that actually on the same team that's up top? Looks like it very well should be. Yeah. And so okay, we've got ourselves a 4v2 to finish off this for hopefully a Warzone victory for Team TP.
No,
3v3 right now.
Actually.
Yeah,
because Blast was able to get full kill.
True.
So now it's all about where these players are going to be located. Holly, she didn't have any plays, so she's just going to make sure she loots up, gets all this armor, gets all this ammo. And on the 3v3, they already have themselves a good 20 placement points, but they're definitely fighting for that first spot.
Sniping top still over there.
Yeah, I was about to say this last team, not a part of that last engagement really whatsoever. They've got to be up top, but this is going to be one of our wings for wins moments. 3v3 to finish things off. Stud was saying he's getting hungry.
I'm hungry, man. I want to eat another wing.
They'll see him cross. Zone is going to force these guys off the high ground. Beautiful shot from Teep, gets an armor break. One more down low to the left. Not going to be able to get his eyes on the target moving. And so you might just have to wait for them to rotate a little bit closer into you, which might be more imminent than you're thinking. Shots are starting to come across over through this kind of junkyard. And it's just down to where these final couple of players are. Teep, I think, has saw one more just underneath the train bridge, and this could be where you really start to see that sniper rifle shine.
Yeah, and they have to rotate out of that storm, so this is going to be perfect for Team TP right now. Holly's still trying to put down a couple sniper shots. Well, full kill was able to come in, so now it makes it a 3v2 situation. One player does rotate all the way out, and he's able to get back into the zone. They basically have him trapped. Holly with that car. Big Star with a great shot, able to knock that player. So I wonder if they put the aggression on as they know that one player is going to be down. TB is going to just solo challenge out to this guy to the right.
Why not? Why not? There it is. Finds the elimination, but there is still one more player over towards that rock. Long range shots with the back 10. Not going to fully connect. Now over to the sniper rifle. Saw him go prone, hit the deck for a moment. Was waiting for an opportunity to find an angle to get a shot through. Vicstar calling out. Knocked the armor off. Just down to, can you make sure you secure this? And there's really nowhere for him to go. Beautiful headshot. And it's another win for Wings coming through. Stud, what other flavors you got, brother? We got to get more taste tests coming through.
Man, I'm telling you, I've been through the mango habanero, and I just got to open up this bag to see what else they've sent me. But that is the win. That is the win. And these wings are looking great.
Absolutely stunning, darling. That was really, really quite impressive, to say the least. I mean, the way that they managed to play their lives at the end there and actually dice things up and get the majority of their team back on track and back into Verdansk and dropping in that late game was pretty incredible. You know, J-God, looking at moments like that and looking at the way that they managed to really excel in their teamwork together, communicate really well. They obviously were kind of pinned a little bit in that house as well, but not more importantly, they really wanted to get up to that higher level. They needed a lot of the kind of assets that some of those players had. That meant that came with the eliminations. How perfectly was that played in those last moments? Could they have done anything better there?
I think it went about as good as it could for the situation. They both got down and somehow still managed to win the match. I think most teams would have gone down in that situation. Probably the team on top could have been a little bit more aggressive, and they misplayed the top. I mean, once they had two down, how do you not go down and thirst them on the bottom? So they got a little bit lucky there that worked out, but they played it as well as they could, getting everyone on board at the end. Just unfortunate Blast went down at the last second there and got thirsted.
I know. Incredible stuff, incredible scenes. Also, chat, make sure you thank TP for winning that, because now you just had a chance at getting some free wings. So make sure you just check out the link in the chat. The chat box got you here. And Jay's already been tucking in on his wings. He's loving the habanero sauce with a little bit of ranch on the side, aren't you, Jay? Loving that. Just a little bit of ranch. Make sure, guys, to use code IJW times Warzone if you haven't managed to win this time, because you get free delivery on DoorDash. Thank you so much from It's Just Wings. Incredible stuff. We are hopping back into Verdansk, a 1984 style, baby. Who doesn't love the 80s, though? Come on, let's be honest. I love the 80s. And you know what? Might be controversial, but I love dropping into salt mines because I just love the look of it. I think it's wicked. You get a ton of loot, ton of cash right off the get-go. And to be honest, I need all the help I can get when I drop in, to be perfectly honest. My shot's great. My decision-making, not so good. Not so fantastic. I just love running at people and just seeing where it gets me. But gents, to be honest, that's kind of the aim of the game here at the moment. And looking at the time, are we expecting to see a few more kind of dropouts of the lobby and restarts happening?
I think once they officially get all of their top 5 games, I think once it gets to that point, it's definitely going to get there where they need to start considering that. I think sometimes if you're already too far along in the game and you're like, we need to have a score so it counts, they might stick around a little bit longer. But once you officially got all 5 scores, you're competing against yourself at that point.
Really quickly, just wanted to also note before we get into the action here that that Zelena's team, he talking about kind of opportunities that have been missed here and why it's so important to get that first place finish. For example, in the past 2 games that Zelena's actually put up, in the standings. He's had 31 kills in one and 30 kills in the other. We've had Brittany with a great, hot, basically 20 kills average in her games. And unfortunately, their placement has been 20 each time. So they haven't managed to get anywhere near the top, at least 3 in terms of placements there. And that's a big problem because they're now down 64 and 71, and the points are not going really anywhere for them on the board. It just shows you how important it is to get that first place finish, because to be honest, it doesn't matter how many kills you get, it's just not going to get you that far up the ladder. So bear that in mind as we go on into Verdansk and watch some more teams play and kind of just duke it out, see what happens.
And if we were just to zoom out to kind of talk about, that's a lot of kills, 63 and 70, and you finish 20th. Like that is a conversation point where you look at it and say, are we actually maybe getting a little bit too risky in the late mid-game stage? Because if you've got 63 and 70 kills with 20 other squads that are still remaining, the thing that I feel like a lot of the mentality has to come down to when you're playing kill race battle royales like this, no matter what the title happens to be, but especially in Warzone, is those kills, those extra kills that we want are going to come to us when we're trying to finish off the game. You don't have to keep that same early game pace as you're already past the 50 kill threshold with 25, 20 kills or 20 teams that are still fully left. So yeah, Z's been having himself a day, 31 and 30 individual kills, but the problem is those placement points are being missed out on almost fully right now, Stud.
Yeah, they are, man, and that's why you can just tell the difference in this game so far for these guys is that there's going to be 12 teams remaining into this game, and Z-Laner, who's currently sitting at 12 kills, they just said, hey, we haven't been clutching up. We haven't been able to get these wins, and those wins can definitely change the entire game for these guys, and because those 25 points could definitely have improved those scores tremendously. And not only that, because them placing top 20 means that there was a total of 19 teams still left in the game, so they were just picking up a lot of kills so fast, and that just comes down to if they were just being way too aggressive in certain situations. So that's why they're a little slower in this game trying to secure that win.
It's just to hit on a J-God. I don't mean to harp on the negatives, but Super Evan is going through it today. 8 kills in the first lobby, 10 in the second, and you can kind of hear the frustration right there as he falls once more. That is not a categorical performance that you expect from someone like Super Evan, especially after the recent success that him and Biffle have had.
Yeah, 100% not. I think sometimes that's the hard part of the game that a lot of times people don't focus on, is the mental aspect. Is when you start getting in the blender, it feels like you're staying in the blender, like getting shot out of the air. Somebody's camping your loadout. You're going to help your teammate, but the res, and you get somebody's camping the buy station, and it's like one thing after another. It just feels like everything's against you, even though we know for a fact that he is a top talent in the game. It's just a matter of synergizing, getting your mental state right, and things working out, which I'm sure he's going to turn it around because he's that kind of player.
Kid coming up the ladder had some movement on. Almost shook Brittany out of her shoes there, but the kill still comes through. And there are still players that are dealing with this ladder push through. Brittany putting up some good fight as she is essentially by herself, while looks like Step and Z are kind of playing off on their lonesome for the time being. You also see a recon beacon getting pushed up, so you're looking at now Shaded Step trying to work his way back into the lobby. So this has been kind of a weird moment where maybe this has been where they've dealt with a lot of their problems, where they're kind of maybe a bit too individualistic at this stage in the game and could really use one another's help to close out these rounds.
Yeah, they definitely need to be able to close out these rounds, so that's why you see them just helping each other out a little bit more. One player is going to drop, which is going to be Brittany. That's unfortunate. And Shaded Step, as soon as he lands down, unfortunately, he's going to get put down as well. So I'm pretty sure that's going to put them out of that gulag category. So now it's all left up to Z-Laner and Super Evan. Super Evan currently sitting at 13 kills, but he's basically in the middle of all the action. Just trying to put down some shots with that AMAX into that vehicle, only able to crack some armor.
Just let me kill him.
Eventually able to come down the side, able to get a full kill onto one. So Super Evan has really just decided to flip the switch on this game so far. He's playing well for this team.
Yeah, and again, you just don't feel like he's going to be down for long. He's just such a talented player, and sometimes, I don't know how you feel about this stuff. I mean, you've got a lot of competitive experience. When you find yourself in maybe a bit of a in real-time slump, do you just kind of full send and just hope that the game comes to you in a way? Or how do you exactly bounce back from that mentally? Because, again, like you mentioned, the first 2 games, not great from him when it comes to his normal kill potential.
Yeah, it's hard, man, especially when you're a player of his caliber who you expect to be dropping constant 20s the entire time. Obviously, a couple plays don't go in his favor for the first 2 games, but you just got to stick to what you know. Stick to what you've been doing the entire time that got you in this position, and that's exactly what's going to happen. It's just like, you're just going to completely forget about those first 2 games and just try to end strong. And so far in this game, he's going to be the last one on this roster that's going to be alive. There's going to be a total of 8 teams left, total of 19 players. And he knows he's going to try to just hold these players out as he try to rotate out of Superstore.
He's got some cash to play with, but not enough to bring everybody back, obviously.
Yeah.
So at 15 individual kills, how much can Evan put above this current tally? Looking like his best game so far. Going to watch this team come out of Superstore. At least that's the intent. And we'll see them start to cross shots. Beautiful armor break onto one. Sees the second armor break there, but also gets the down. Is it more than just the 2, though? I think is the big question you have to consider in his mind. This player surely will fall to the gas. There's the long-range shots into the green smoke, and that'll be enough for a full-on wipe. Give him an extra 2, why don't you? 17 kills, and now an opportunity to create some space as he gets into the circle.
Yeah, I have a trophy on this. I'm counting on this.
Now that he's in the vehicle, J-God, this is actually a question I have for you. When you're in these types of situations, you know how the vehicle is basically a free AUV. You're giving up your position the entire time. Do you feel like this is the best play for him, or as he's just trying to get towards that buy station and he exits the vehicle?
I think so. I think definitely it needed to, because it's kind of like they need more players back. There's still the loadout and play at the edge of the gas. So Z's going to probably scout that up. He's probably going to scout this with the vehicle right now, and then that'll give Z a chance to land on it. So he's basically going to probably just cover, clear the house, maybe bait some shots with the vehicle, provide a little bit of cover, and they're just going to hold hands probably the rest of the way because they need those placement points being in the top 7 right now.
Well, it's a clean take. You've got 2 players now fully loaded up. Armor is not as healthy as you would like. You saw a little bit of sharing happening as Evan's able to make sure that Z can get the full armor and full health. Loadout also earned. 6 other teams to deal with. Sniper Glint going to be seen. I love this call. Evan's just going to get right on in, like you mentioned, over into the zone. Then they'll take this fight. This is really smart. Get yourself in a position where you've got a little bit of help from the gas. Maybe force this guy out, but looks like this player was not ready for the fight whatsoever. Easy kill.
Z-Laner just jumps out of that vehicle, able to catch him off guard. Now he's going to be sitting at 18. There's going to be a player in towards this bottom of garage area. C4 is going to come in. He's going to get that hit marker. He's going to be out the zone now, so this is going to be really difficult for Z-Laner. He has to try to rotate in and fight this engagement at the same time. But it's looking like those players are just going to push through the inside.
Wait, behind me?
You hear the comms coming in from Z-Laner trying to give the awareness to his teammate.
He's got to wrap around the...
They're just trying to end these couple of kills in towards this position. Unfortunately, Super Evan's going to drop. Great shots right there to Z-Laner to knock 1. The armor's going to be on to the second. He's going to be the 3rd. That's going to be 2 knocked. The other guy has no health to his name. That's going to be 3 down. A couple self-reses. There goes the Ruthless. He's going to be put it on 20. And that's going to be a team wipe as he does find this 3rd kill as well.
But not a lot of cash on those players. He's only got 2,300. There's the full elimination. Oh, and he actually saw a player up top in the parking garage. A couple of shots are coming into that player's direction, so Z's going to try to use this as a way to get out of dodge. And look at the zone. He's still got to go so far, but maybe some reprieve here through the bridge. So opportunity maybe to kind of survive a little bit longer. Armor break gets the knock, but from the left. That will be where it finishes. A 3rd place tally. So close, yet at the same time, so far.
And that is their best game so far, at least on placement.
Yeah,
getting 3rd, it's an extra 15 points, so it's better than nothing. So that's good so far for those guys.
Definitely better than nothing, that is for sure. I have a little bit of an update in terms of the highest amount of eliminations for one person. Wars actually is having a cracking day in terms of limbs. He started his day off with 18 kills, a smooth 18. Then he progressed to 31, and now he's been promoted to 40. He now holds the record amongst all of the individual players here. 40 kills in a game.
Wow.
Unfortunately, some of the other players actually didn't manage to get as many kills, I'm sure, as they would like. So it actually only got them a 78 kill game, which is pretty crazy when you think about it. But total points there for EmZ's team was 98 in that game. But I tell you what, I do have something up my sleeve. I couldn't quite fit this up it, so I actually decided to put a twisted clip in instead. Let's take a look at the twisted clip and see what we've got. I'll tell you what, this is the most epic fail I think I've ever seen in terms of Aiden. So Aiden comes in, he says, look, I'm going to res Danny now, look, watch. He ends up spending all of his damn money on everything else other than Danny. What?
It's a twisted moment. That is a twisted moment right there out of Aiden. Just so twisted that he's just thinking that he's gonna get right into the action. Buys the self-res, and unfortunately he just completely disregards his teammate and buys the UAV just so he can get more into the action. It sucks if you're Aiden. You gotta be a better team player than that, but yeah, that twisted T is really hitting them.
I tell you what, though, I think, you know, when I did say please twist responsibly, Aiden has not listened to my call. That is not twisting responsibly. Poor Danny is just there like, what is going on? We're actually going to take a look at the scoreboard right now and see where teams are at currently at the moment. Bear in mind, a lot of teams actually haven't really put in their scores as of yet. EmZ is in the lead right now in her team, 398 points, just shy of 400 currently, with 3 scores down. Destroy trailing very shortly behind her as well, but there is still more scores to be put on the board here. We've got Smixy in 8th position currently, but look, things are going to start changing up. Things will start changing up. We're going to see exactly what Teep's going to be able to do. Zlana, hopefully they can get a few more, I would say a few more points to the boards, probably in terms of placement. We need some more placement. Huskers, hello. Are you with us? We need to know what's going on. We want to know also super duper Kyle. Kyle, you're not so super duper right now when we haven't got a score for you, pal. We need to know what has been going on in your lobbies. But I tell you what, we're going to head to a quick break right now. Let everybody get refreshed, get back in the zone, and more importantly, back in the war zone. We will see you guys in just a few.
Oh my God, dude.
Coming.
I hope you guys were enjoying the entertainment throughout that commercial break where Twisted games were on the screen. How good were you at them? I need to know. Put it in the chat. Did you get anything right? Talk to me, because we're all competing here. We're all competing at the moment. Us talent members, we're competing of who can eat as many chicken wings as possible in the course of 5 hours. And Stud's on 103. We got iHoldShift on 72. J-God, I think. J-God, how many of you had again? What was it?
I am
was
not
it like,
sure.
I can't remember. Myself, well, I don't even know where my chicken wings are. But I tell you what, we're having a whale of a time here. We're all getting twisted. I tell you what, the lobbies are definitely twisted. If you have a look at some of the eliminations that are coming through, 40 elims is absolutely wicked, man. And I tell you what, I'm going to head over to a team who certainly are right at the top of their game, just slightly behind EmZ's team. We're going to go with Destroy here and see exactly what is going on, where they're at the moment, and how well they're doing in their current lobby so far. There's a bit of action on the screen, that's for sure. Definitely a bit of action here. So, gents, looking at Destroy and his team right now, obviously they've kind of submitted 4 games. Things have been going very, very well for them. They have had plenty of first place finishes. One kind of like cool 13th place right at the beginning, a little bit of a warm up, you know what I'm saying? But now they found their groove for sure. Are we looking at a top contender going into tomorrow, maybe?
I think so. I mean, those first 2 games is definitely them trying to just get aggressive as possible. How many kills can we pull with a W? Obviously, like you mentioned, that first game did not provide the win, but they still found 73 kills, finishing 13th. The follow-up game, 95 kills at first, but since then, very even, very static. 275 kill wins. That's really a nice number to put yourself at, because honestly speaking here, guys, there's only been 3 teams that have submitted nothing but wins. Everybody else is carrying something outside of the first place position. So we're in our last 2 hours here, J-God. And at this point, it's almost like crunch time for a number of squads. You've got to report 5 wins, you feel like, if you want to feel comfortably in that top 8.
Yeah, I think that's got to be the case. I think you're looking at the leaderboard, you're probably trying to really get in like the top 6, because I'm assuming that Huskers scores that haven't been up there, based off the games that we've seen, they had high kills. They had the 2 first places and a 5th, I think, that we watched. So I would imagine you're probably trying to get the higher average than what Aiden has right now at about 300. So yeah, you definitely need some wins. The pressure's probably kicking in. We haven't really seen anyone back out really early. We've seen most people die out and then make that decision. But I'm pretty sure as soon as we get closer to this next point, people are going to be making those decisions to back out. Even if everyone's alive and it's looking good, it's just the lobby could be dead and it's not enough to break their 5th place game that they have up.
It's just a weird angle. I don't really want to push up there.
I'll say this much. I don't know how you were when you were playing competitively, Stud, but one thing we know for sure, when you watch Destroy, that guy brings the intensity with the calls. Yeah. I mean, it's just, it's all in your face. It's fierce. It's ferocious. Do you prefer someone like that, or do you prefer someone like TP who's just a little bit more, maybe, I won't say passive, but he kind of has more of a relaxed, commanding tone, if that isn't an oxymoron? What do you prefer when you hear these kind of calls in these moments?
Oh, I enjoy Destroy. I just enjoy destroying, because when I was competing, I was always a loudmouth. I was always the guy that was going to provide energy, even when my teammates didn't have it. I probably even provided it for the other team. It was just great. And a player like him who can, you know, give his comms, give the aggression, just give the passion, because this guy, he came from the S&D scene. He used to be out there just grinding wagers, grinding S&D tournaments. Obviously, he took his talents down to Fortnite and then came back to Warzone. And the guy's just an overall great talent, man. And just having his energy, you know, a guy that I can specifically relate to when you talk about just the way that he plays, the way that he communicates with his teammates. I really enjoyed Destroying, because if you're not having a good day, he's going to let you know about it. And if you are having a good day, you're still going to hear about it, because he's just going to be gassing you up the whole time. Yeah.
Similar vibes from Doug as well, as he's actually out by himself, kind of watching the edge of the circle. Easy solo kill. Thank you very much. That'll be good for kill number 21. And you know, Doug is one of those guys that is always a part of the conversation in some form, J-God. He's very consistent. And honestly, as I said, I wouldn't be surprised if there's an argument to say he's one of the more consistent players overall near the top of the Warzone community.
Yeah, I think it all comes down to how excited he is to jump on and play. I think the meta has kind of re-excited him with an SMG meta, because we had the DMR. We went through some other various phases with the double rifle meta. Now I think the SMG, he gets that little ability of finesse. He's really enjoying the game. And I think when these players like really enjoy the game, it's easy for them to jump on 8 to 12 hours a day, wagering, putting up these high kill games with ease. because they're just enjoying that the skill gap that comes with that meta that is available.
Okay, the sniper bullet's coming down.
I'm gonna.
I love this as well. Angela getting really active in the comms, even while not just making sure she's giving out some scouting information to her teammates while she seems to be in a pretty safe position overall, but wants to make sure that Destroy can still play the opponent more than playing for the res. And good help coming through. That might be enough zone of pressure to allow someone to get over and actually get her rezzed up. But for the moment, it is all about those kills first and foremost as you dealing with the last two final squads here, Stud.
Yeah, there's going to be 2 teams left and a total of at least 5 players left. Unfortunately, Destroy, he's going to get put down. He does not have a self-res.
Go prone, go prone.
But he's going to give the information. He puts himself in a good position to where he cannot get full killed.
And it might be a 4v4v1 because there's a crown.
Yeah, there's 2 of them. There's a crown and then one kid left with a ram.
So the crown guy, that guy's huge because you can obviously, you know, let him finish out that contract, allow his teammates to respawn and shoot them out of the air for some extra points.
You're just fighting one kid.
With Destroying dropping, Angel, she was able to get back up. So now they have the high ground, but they have to rotate in from the storm.
Oh, nice shots from Doug. Just a little taparoo coming through.
All right, he's gonna
a couple more connections. There's the full elimination. That is actually going to be
There's another team still.
one more off. So it's going to be a 3v1v1. Yeah, this is that's a really nice pick apart of that final team that was kind of the culprits of taking down Destroy. So this is looking pretty comfortable. Might as well rotate into the circle, wait for these teammates to rotate into you, and you should be good for a dub here.
Yeah, if you want to get me back, whatever.
So far, they're just constant, man. I'm pretty sure before Destroying died, he was sitting around 24 to 25 kills. Doug's sitting at 23. So they'll basically combine between those two, you have 50. An extra win right here will provide you with an extra 25 points, depending on how many kills the other 2 teammates have. This will be another great game for them. And that'll be their 5th one as well. So at that point, it really just turns into, hey, now it's time for us to get aggressive. Now it's time for us to just try to slay out the lobby as much as we can because we have our first scores solidified. It's all about just trying to improve on that very first score that didn't break that 100-point mark, which they only got 75 with that 13th placing. That's the one that they're going to try to improve on.
Yeah, only 75. Goodness. What a bunch of slouches. Down to 1. 4v1 situation. Looking good. And it's just going to be Destroy floating above playing, well, I would say the UAV, but he's the manned aerial vehicle now.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the crown.
Just let him live.
Exactly. And you can even see this. This guy is just waiting for him to get killed.
The teammates came in. The teamates came in. There they are. He's marking them.
This is beautiful.
Goodness.
This is dirty.
That kid right there is broken.
Oh man.
On one.
There's one. How about a second? Sure, why not? And then the final.
These guys are doing everything they can to try to stay alive. They're doing everything that they possibly can.
Oh, that's a great game.
Wow, that's a good game. 40, 64, 88 plus a win.
That's good.
That's another 113. That's great.
So really,
113.
We're just looking to take care of that first game, which is surprising to say because it was that 13th place with 73 total kills. But it looks like we found some consistency here with this Destroy squad. I mean, comparatively to the fact that they're sitting in the top 3 at the moment and they still have to get rid of that 13th place game, they're looking like a for sure favorite going into tomorrow, without question, Lottie.
Definitely. First of all, I've got to say, I didn't realize clay pigeon shooting was in Warzone for first because that was epic. That's an epic way to end things. And I also just want to give a shout out to Clutch Belk. I mean, he's been consistently slaying out in every single game so far.
He really has.
He's had some ridiculous eliminations. He's had 28, 32, 31. Just absolutely insane stuff across the board, honestly, from every single person in Destroy's team. And I think it is what is separating them. Not only are they able to get that first place finish, but the limbs are coming in hot and ready to go and consistently, which is something that we love to see because you have to have some type of consistency across the board, especially with 5 games that you have to note down. It's a lot of games to try and get the average from. We're actually going to jump on board with Aiden's team. We're wasting no time up in here. We're going to get back into things, back into getting twisted, and we're going to hop on board with Aiden and see exactly what's happening. Aiden, look, if you listen to me, mate, you got to be more on it, man. We got to get Danny back into the mix when you can. We got the cash money. We can't be letting our teammates down like that. What a rookie error. No, Aiden, you're great. You're great. Don't worry about it, pal. Don't worry. Let's go collect some loadouts, get a buyout, spend that cash money, but spend it wisely, my friend.
Sometimes you're just too twisted when you get into the buy menu. You think you've already done the job. You haven't.
Yeah, he stopped.
I remember when the loadout, there was an update to the game, and the loadout was not the bottom thing anymore. So I first hopped on, and, you know, usually it was the RC car, and it completely threw me off. It threw up the entire day for me because, I was like, oh yeah, first game on, I'm about to buy this loadout, really start the day off on the right foot. And then I purchased an RC car, and it just completely killed my entire vibe. But I'm happy that they switched that back because I know a lot of players just straight off muscle memory have made a lot of mistakes due to that.
Oh, I mean, yeah, count me as part of that tally, however big the number happens to be. But here we go, Aiden able to get Danny up into the action. So already kind of making up for some of the problems we saw in our Twisted Tea moment. Karma by himself, and why not? Actually, he's working a little bit alongside Scumming through Storage Town. This is a difficult place that could be used to fight, but not with your Karma, maybe. Finds the first, but can't finish off the second. Scumming just a touch too far out of reach to get there for the immediate save.
Now Scumming's in a situation where he has to get into this engagement. He doesn't have any weapons besides his LC-10.
Down.
Which is going to be one of his loadout weapons.
That's 3. I've killed
3. So he's ready for the engagement.
One down under.
Karma, he's going to go to the gulag, so he has an opportunity to come back.
All right, they're all dead.
He's just trying to take his time. He's trying to spot a couple of these players, but also play his life. Unfortunately, a couple shots are going to be in. He's going to have to use some more plates. He has to basically wait until Karma gets back because this is a really difficult fight right now.
I don't know if he's going to be allowed to wait, though. He's getting pressured, and just as soon as he gets the armor plates fully intact, they get immediately broken once more. And let me just find out 1 second. If you load into a gulag and you see Karma on the other side, I'm just... Sorry, guys, I'm done. You're going to have to finish out this round without me. But as he is going to redeploy, Scumming is also being brought into the action. Now seems like a perfect time to get into an Astro gaming listening.
Being weird, but I'm going to pop this UE.
Friendly UAV overhead.
Yeah.
No.
Mark the target.
He's solo by himself.
Copy.
I can res.
I'll get us in the air.
Can you help me with this guy? Oh my god, bro. What a weird fuck. I'm gonna res you. Hold on.
Your team's on, or no, it's just coming. Dropping in.
Oh.
Alright. Let me turn this off.
Found him.
Weird fuck.
Is that down low? I don't know. I don't see him.
I'll get us in the air.
Who's sniping? Oh, yep.
I couldn't
Down low
see
on
him.
me. Holy shit.
There's still a lot of storage. I'm gonna pop a UE for you guys. Or do you not need it right away?
I have a UE, so pop it.
So do you have one?
Yeah, pop it. I'm popping mine.
I just popped.
Okay, I'll take the wheel.
It's off.
Enemy UAV overhead. Positive ID on the bounty target.
You guys got this kid super?
I'm that guy.
Nice.
There's an enemy team hunting you.
I don't think I got my kill. Top
There's like 4 at super, by the way.
I'm gonna push this guy. Let's go.
Be advised, UAV is bingo fuel. RTB for reach. Marking a waypoint.
Pretty sure I didn't get my kill.
Wings coming.
He's behind the car weak.
Which car?
Bounty target is down. Well done.
Yeah, still 2 top super.
I don't know, there's a whole nother team. The one like to your right.
Oh
Any
shit.
UEs?
No.
Front of the building.
Oh. On me, down.
Oh, and I got sniped to the left. He's close on me. He's pushing.
Now.
Multiple. He pushed in.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Is that guy cheating, bro?
Oh, above. I should have just waited. There's one down low, one up top.
Not gonna lie, guys, that Astro Gaming listen-in maybe brought a little bit of bad luck as they're fighting through it, but it's hanging on at the moment. 54 total kills, 25 individually for Aiden, but a lot more danger coming through. Thankfully, though, hey, if you want to be able to hear and be more aware in the game, by getting your audio good, you can find 5% off by using code NYSL. You see that right down there in the bottom right of his screen if you're looking to get some Astro upgrades to your audio game. But Aiden will fall. We've got gulags that are being waited for, and this might be one of those first games that we see where it doesn't really go as planned for the side of Aiden and Co.
Yeah, but right now I'm pretty sure they're sitting at 55 kills, so it's all about the placement now. It's about to do the dirty work to bring your teammates back. And just before we went into that Astro Gaming listening, like, Aiden was sitting at 14 kills. As soon as we hop out of it, he's at 25. He found 11 in such a short time. Guy's just a different kind of animal. And Danny, she's just once again that mount to her best advantage right there and able to win her gulag.
Don't go TV.
So now it's all about the regain. You hear out of Aiden. We have to get back. We have to make sure we get all of our teammates back because this game is really important. We have a good amount of kills. Still a good amount of people in this lobby. It's all about closing strong and trying to get in that first place for those placement points.
And that moment you talk about where he just gets 11 kills in the blink of an eye, that's one of the reasons why this is so much fun to watch. It's just, at any given moment in time, it just pop-off potential is through the roof. And one of the reasons why, J God, we continue to kind of look at that earnings battle with Huskers and why Aiden continues to find his way on top.
We'll get 70.
Yeah, it definitely keeps going back and forth. Depending on how they place here, I think it's close enough where they could swap again easily.
What would you do if I actually did? I probably wouldn't care.
Vibes are high, though. I mean, at this point, you have to be feeling like you're chilling. I mean, they've only reported 3 games, so, I mean, they could be sitting on a 4th result somewhere that they might have to use, but it does feel like, I mean, especially looking at the results, I mean, 69, 77, and 74 kills. They're averaging low 70s when it comes down to their total kill potential, and that is looking to be met once more as they're already at 56, with 36 total players still alive. It's going to get tag off this satchel as we try to find a way for him to finish off this gulag, and that'll be an extra kill on the board. 26 and a thumbs down.
And now it's time for him to come off spawn. Obviously, they're waiting to try to get that scavenger package. Actually, they're going to use a supply run.
Land in this open airfield, so
this is going to force Aiden to just get completely out of that play. Not there, nowhere near his teammate.
I'll get money from them.
But now, if they're both able to hit this buy, they can bring them both back for free. Now it's all about if Danny can get all the way across the map to this buy station that is in the middle of everything.
Yeah, I have a quad. I'm gonna just use this and ride out.
But he had enough money to bring them both back, so now it's all about just getting out of that action, try to get your loot back up.
I mean, at this point, Jake, I'm going to be thinking, okay, everyone's back to normal. It's a little bit later into the game than I think you would like to go searching for weapons and loadouts, especially as you see that final circle will eventually be pushing everyone into military base. But you got to just be at this point saying, all right, let's just get another win on the board. It doesn't really matter the kill tally at this point. Let's just make sure, especially if they're paying attention to the scoreboard, that, hey, 5 wins will likely secure us top 8 spot, no problem on the day.
Yeah, and they're getting close to that point where, like in the match, where organically they'll probably get another 8 to 10. Just rotating and getting the win, because they're going to have to fight probably 2 teams along the way. So that would probably put them up over to like 60 plus the win. They'd be an 85 game on the low end. So pretty solid if they just play smart together and then don't get too far split it off. But obviously Aiden, he has to work his way back to them since he's still like 300 meters away or something like that. And then once he does that, then they'll be able to get the loadout.
I'm popping back in for a second. I'm popping back in because I have a little cheeky little update here. Now, you may notice on our left here, we can see EmZ at the top there with 520 points. That is because they actually just submitted their 5th score with 122. The game, 122-point game. That is currently our top game, I'm pretty damn sure, from across the leaderboards right now. So 122 game, incredible stuff. Puts them in the lead, as you can see there. The kills that came through, EmZ had 21 kills. FIFA Kill had 30. Smixy had 25 and Wars had 21. 97 total kills, baby. 97.
Wow.
That is huge, and that is what you are gunning for now. Destroy. They are going to have to really try to replace that kind of, that 75-point gain that they had at the beginning with something like this, a banger. They need to get it up there if they want to be at the top of that leaderboard and going into tomorrow with a bit of confidence on their shoulders, because right now, EmZ's team, they're doing it. They really are doing it.
And I think just beyond that, I mean, you look down the leaderboard towards, you know, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Those are teams that have largely only reported 3, maybe 4 games. Like Aiden's only reported 3 games so far. So if we're looking at the total tally, this is, I think, where the macro of the tournament at large comes into play here, J-God, is what is going to win the tournament? Because that's tomorrow. I mean, those top 2, EmZ and Destroy, are looking pretty good to finish top 8 without question. But if 520 is the limit you need, like that tells you a lot. And even in that, I'm taking a look over at the specific scores, EmZ's squad has 2 of those submissions that they finished second. So they're missing out on 10 total points, plus the couple of extra kills. Let's call it 20 to be safe. So maybe 540 is the total number that you need between your 5 games tomorrow. That would be at least my mindset.
Yeah, that's probably what it's going to be for tomorrow. I think today, teams that get closer to that 450 mark where Swag is right now, I think they're going to be a little bit safer. I think once Iceman submits his, we'll get a better picture. He'll probably have a 100-point game based off their average. So he'd be looking at close to 500. Probably 480, somewhere in there is probably where you're going to need, though. Somewhere between 450, 480 to not get eliminated today.
Right. And I think, you know, just we'll kind of keep that in the back of our mind and maybe use it as a talking point as we get into tomorrow, because, hey, we're going to know the exact average per game that you're going to need to be able to submit. And you have one less hour to play tomorrow to submit 5 games. So that conversation about backing out and resetting is going to be extremely important if you feel like the lobby is not going to provide you what the average is sitting around 115 points per round. That's pretty nuts. So that'll be definitely interesting to kind of keep in the back of our mind. But Stud, as we transition back into what's happening on screen, everyone seems to have gotten back to a more comfortable position weapon-wise, and it looks like with just the last 3 squads remaining, aggression has started to set in to try to finish off this lobby.
Yeah, the aggression is in. Definitely, you have Aiden, who's going to be that solo player, just trying to locate these other teams. Every other teammate of his is all going to be running together because they know this is the closing moments. A win will solidify you that extra 25 points. Aiden currently sitting on 27 kills of his own. And this is great. This is great right now because it's going to be 3 complete teams. So with him finding that first kill, able to get the stick onto the second, that guy's going to go down. Now he's going to put the pressure on, trying to find these other players, able to knock down the second. And so far, Aiden's about to break 30.
So much confidence to enter and clear a building with an AK. Hits like a freight train, but has the rate of fire of a freight train coming out of the station. One more player coming around the corner. He's finessed him, broken some ankles. Maybe bad enough to where you can wear your shoes on the opposite feet. Unbelievable stuff from Aiden. Another special moment as he gets to the 30 kill mark.
And they did eliminate that team from the opposite side of the map. So now it goes from 3 teams available, 3 teams left to only 1 team, and now it's going to be a 4v2 situation. They're able to find both players, and just like that, Team Aiden with another win.
I think we got 72 kills.
And that's going to be good enough for their 4th submission overall. So like we mentioned, Lottie, you're going to see that Team Aiden squad climb and climb and climb if they keep putting on lobby performances like that.
Oh, we certainly will, and that's why I'm really excited about tomorrow as well. I think, you know, we're coming into you know, roughly around an hour and a half left, so it's getting there. We're getting to the end here. We definitely still have some gaps to fill in as well. We have some submissions that need to be put forward to see exactly where teams are landing. But right now, we're seeing some pretty promising things heading into tomorrow. I love the discussion that you had, iHoldShift, about what we're looking like in terms of points and what maybe some of the teams need to kind of get their mind around and wrap their mind around going into tomorrow with what they might have to put up in terms of numbers. It's always nice having a first day. You kind of, you know, see what the competition is about, how we're looking, but looking pretty damn good, especially if the EmZ Destroy. I'm excited to see what Angelica's team can also do as well with some of that. Some of their submissions have been fantastic. We've had 3 games in like the early 100s. We had a couple in the 80s, but looking forward to seeing them, you know, really kind of push that boundary a little bit further now. We're going to hop back into things though, lads. We're going to hop back into things on the chopper. We've got Arnold in the chopper, mate. Arnold, obviously, get to the chopper. Can't do the voice. Not going to do the voice. We're going to do the voice.
A lot of your dad jokes are killing me, Mama. They are killing me.
That's all I got.
It's pretty good.
It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad, to say the least. Let's see what IceManIsaac's going to do, whether he's got ice in his veins or not, trying to clutch things up here and get a little bit higher on the board. I'm excited to see where he'll end up after his 5th submission. But boys, take it away as per usual.
And this is one of those squads that has reported 4 times. All of them have been victories. So, you know, maybe not the highest kill totals that we've seen, averaging low 70s like a lot of squads have. No submission over 110 points yet. So again, when it comes to trying to maximize your efficiency, there's some work to be done. But the fact of the matter is, you're in a really solid spot, at least looking into tomorrow, having the 4 submissions with wins already on the board. You get 1 more, and then you can go to work trying to get that high kill total and see how much your threshold can be pushed when it comes down to what is our idealistic kind of round looking like.
And
unfortunately, Iceman is gonna lose that. He's gonna lose that gulag. That's just something about those dually pistols, is that you just never know what the hit reg is gonna look like. And unfortunately, he got a bullet off onto his opponent. His opponent hit him with 2, so he's a little bit weaker. He sends the full send, and unfortunately now he has to get bought back. He was immediately bought back, but so far these guys are just keeping it consistent. Like Lottie said, 92 for their first game, 104 for their second, 95 for their third, 106 for their fourth. So these guys are looking for their 5th game submission. And with them having wins in every single column, this is great because, like iHoldShift said, in that final hour, it's all about just stepping up that aggression.
Up in the main building again.
Okay, Jake, I gotta ask you. I know that you've posted a handful of times about like best overall visual settings for Warzone. How would you rate the contrast and saturation that we're seeing right here? Because this is colorful compared to what we've seen so far.
Her gun is changing every color. This is pretty cool.
It's really with the season 3 change, they modified how the lighting works. So unfortunately, you can't really get the best all-around settings and still be able to see in the shadows because they added like an element of dynamic lighting where when you step outside, the color changes and it adapts. So what you see when you're outside a building versus in is completely different, and they adjust. So no matter what you do, the colors don't look right when you set them up. You got to kind of sacrifice. You either can't see people in the shadows, which are rocking with the rose skin, or you're outside and maybe you see everything perfectly. I mean, this is just trade-offs, I guess. You can't have it both ways, sadly, after they did that dynamic changing to the lighting. But yeah, this is very saturated.
No, it might be heavy. I think it's just got.
I mean,
he's wrapping right.
I look at some people's settings and I say, man, this game looks gorgeous. But this gun, dude, it might give me a stroke by the end of it. It's
the color is there. You're getting what you paid for.
That's for sure. But Queen Shadow's on a bit of a tear right now. 6 kills, a lot of it coming in the last 45 seconds or so since we swapped on board with her. And doing this all individually. No need to calm, just kind of going off and wrecking havoc around the inside of downtown. Same thing for Breadman, finding another kill off screen. And it's not the highest kill tally, considering that there are 56 total players left, but getting some work done here looking for that 5th win.
They're so high up. Yeah, they're definitely trying to. And just a little shout out to Allie, which is Queen Shadow. She's great. Like, just watching her, she's going to be that solo player. She's just so confident in her gameplay that she feels like she can teamwork teams without any help. So she's playing really confident. Obviously, I favor her a lot because I've known her for a really long time. Just seeing her success story so far has been giving me an inspiration. I might just shed a tear because I'm so proud of her, but she finds herself in a situation where she's just picking up kills left and right. She pops some more armor plates, and she's going to be in another engagement where she's able to take down another player. Amax is really hitting for her right now, and this is what Allie does. This is what she's known for. It's just barely communicating and just non-stop slaying. That's why she is in this position now.
A lot of trust, but it's obviously been well earned. So it looks like the zone is going to eventually push everyone closer towards Stadium, which means that eventually here, Queen Shadows will have to consider how they want to finish off the rest of this circle before the gas will eventually take downtown out of the picture. And sooner rather than later, by the look of it, as it is going to be on the way, and the UAV does get purchased, immediately popped, and still on the hunt. Might as well capitalize, clear the entire south side of the zone, says Queen Shadows, and is doing it all independently. One more player maybe to deal with, or at least one more that we could see. Could potentially be more than that, but based on what we're looking at here on Queen Shadow's POV, she seems to think that, yes, this is just one more player to deal with.
Yeah, she's just full sending. Like, there's no pressure on her. She has her guns to her favor. They're going to pop up on the little heartbeat sensor. Now it's all about just trying to locate this player. She's trying to be a little ratty, play a little slow in towards this building. But she's not slowing down. She's fully committed towards this gunfight. Just trying to locate this player in this building.
Looks like may have gone over to the high ground. Just based on how this
could either
heartbeat
be in the
sensor is dealing with
stairwell
it.
or up the rappel. He was zipped up.
Somewhere close to me, Isaac.
Be on the top of the building.
And they called. I'm pretty sure they just called a loadout up there as well. Unless I'm tripping. No, forget it. My colors, my eyes are just not working for me. It's the tower. I'm sorry.
There's a lot of color on the screen, Jay. I don't blame you. Over to the more opaqueness here of Breadman. A little bit less contrasty and more grayscale coming into the play here, but still playing solo. And, you know, maybe that has to be a part of conversation because, like you mentioned, it's 4 wins thus far, but not the highest kill tallies. So maybe the adjustment as you finish off this day, looking into the day number 2, which, like we mentioned, they should be good for a top 8 performance, is just how do we get more kills? Because flat out, you feel like 5 wins with only averaging low 70s is probably not going to get the job done tomorrow.
That's their first death, though. They're going to come back.
Definitely not, because there's the competition that we have, and everyone's basically averaging 100 a game. So that's going to be a really difficult task for these guys to just try to keep that so consistent. They've been doing a pretty good job of it so far, sticking around that 90 to 100 point mark, but just the way that some of these teams are playing, putting up scores like 122, it's going to be really difficult because, you know, they're just playing to try to get to that top 8 to tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a totally different game. Everyone is going to be dripping passion, and it's going to be probably some more high kill games, but as of right now, they're doing what it takes to make it to tomorrow.
Yet or no, just 4?
No, we only have 4.
Okay.
Oh, and how about it? Easy segue as they're talking about exactly how they want to approach this, asking the question, how many scores have we submitted so far? Oh, just 4? All right, let's just play for the win was essentially the synopsis of that convo. Yeah, I love that. I mean, I don't know how much you guys could hear on stream, but essentially that is the call. Let's just get the win here, and then the back 2 hours, we know we're safe. Let's just see how far we can go. So, I mean, this has been, I'd say, one of the more calm and collected squads we've had so far in the comm department, but you're seeing exactly the mindset. And I think at a certain level here, Jay, you got to appreciate the fact that they came in with some sort of a playbook, and they're realistically hitting it nicely. Speaking of hitting things nicely, maybe a chance for Zach to respond, but caught mid-armor. Will fall, and unfortunate indeed, I think is how you'd classify that engagement.
So it looks like he still has the gulag as well. So I think that was probably part of the play as well with them splitting. They know they have the gulag. We saw obviously IceManIsaac. He went to the gulag, had the dual pistols, so that didn't work out. So because they still had their gulags, that might have been why they were still relatively split. Not necessarily maybe to chase the kills, but they have the game plan. Hey, as long as we got gulag, let's split and play aggressive. Easy kill here.
Be advised, UAV is bingo fuel.
Nope. What's he got? 19 pistols? Oh no, 1911s.
I can't stand the pistol in the gulag. Let me tell you. I feel like it's the most fluky thing ever, but he makes it look easy. Able to hit those first couple of shots with a bunch of headshot multiplier right there. So he's able to win that engagement. Now he's able to fly back in and help IceManIsaac out with this push and towards the school building. He's able to knock down one, but he's getting shot in the back. Unfortunately, he has to try to take some cover, but he's going to get knocked, and now he has to use his self-res. Can he be able to pop it off? Unfortunately, the push is going to be in, and he's going to get fooled.
Yeah, Zach was trying to get there as fast as humanly possible, but it's not there in time. UAV will still assist him, though, as he's able to actually collect a couple of solid weapons to actually fight this 1v multiple situation. And some high ground to play with. Just comes down to, can you actually peek into those school windows and find anyone to shoot at is the real question, as even extra information comes through as he does see the 3rd teammate, or 4th, the 1 extra teammate, I guess we'll say, just broadly. Parachute on in. So Queen Shadow still doing work in the kill feed, but this is all individual play coming out for each of these last 3 members, and well, actually now the 4th, as you're going to be able to get Isaac right back into the mix once more.
Queen Shadow, she's just finessing this building. She's able to get another team wipe across the map. That's going to put 13 to her name. Having herself a game. Now it's all about like how aggressive do they decide to be, because there's going to be a total of 10 teams left, 27 players available to try to take down.
Got on him, dude.
But since she's running by herself, I would like to see them towards the end of the game try to secure this one a little bit more, try to get closer to your teammate. But just the way that she's playing so far, she's really confident in her game.
Okay, but you got hella people up on the hill.
More individual UAVs getting purchased up, and I mean, we didn't get a chance to watch a lot of Isaac's earlier games, but is this what a high kill lobby would look like in your mind, Jay? When it comes to how do you play individually? You just kind of cycle through individual UAVs and just go from POI to POI on 1v multiple situations, or are you looking for something maybe a little bit different?
Strategy, but I feel like this lobby died off pretty quick. I think it was only like 40 players at the end of the 2nd zone, so I think this lobby is a little bit the RNG factor of you don't know what you're going to get, a little bit lucky if the lobby stays intact. They're probably maximizing as well as they can given the situation, but it probably won't be their highest kill game because of how quickly the lobby died.
Yeah.
Breadman has been stoic the entire time, but one player who starts to yell in their microphone after a kill, just a slight, small, little spurt comes onto his face.
I'm pushing.
Just to know, yeah, I did that. Well. Yeah, more players in front. Zone is coming to a close to push these players in, and he's just going to use this bush. It's a way to try to maybe finesse it. Oh boy, he's going to find one for free. Second one right around the corner. That'll be fine, but the third one will get the best of them. NT and Chad for sure, but in the end, Breadman will have to be purchased back.
Okay, now shift your attention towards.
Yeah, but the good thing is he was able to take down at least one with them. So that's going to add an extra kill to his tally. Obviously, Queen Shadow, she's in an engagement right now in towards this building, able to knock down one. Still has a lot of place to still fight this engagement, but unfortunately the push is going to be in. And she's going to get dropped. The cat is trying to... The cat just literally sabotaged. That's the only reason why Queen Shadows didn't get that kill. It's because the cat just jumped on the shoulder.
Team's crossing to hold us. I got to go back up.
Well, Isaac was docked. He does get up, so you look at just him with Zach. What can they do? Okay, that's fair as well. I didn't notice that. So yeah, Gulag's still going to be used. It's a little unfortunate. Just gets to the heady a little bit too late. So now it is on to the last two teammates. 8 total squads remaining outside of their 2 players. So some work to be done here. And the cash also not necessarily perfect for any purchase back. So decisions will have to be made as far as how do you want to close out this lobby and look for that 5th win like we've been talking about. It's been their premeditated decision going into this draw.
We'll do it at a different buy.
Yeah, so they have enough money to at least bring one player back. They have to rotate in, so they're going to be able to mark the station. Eventually, both players are going to stick together so they can combine their money.
I don't see these kids anywhere.
Yeah, bring back one of their teammates.
I don't know where they're
still, 26 people in this game, total of 8 teams. You have EmZ who's already sitting at 20 kills, and I'm pretty sure everybody has already broke that double-digit mark. This is going to be a great win from them if they can close this one out.
My car will probably flip here. Yep.
Uh-oh. Fortunately, that's not what you wanted to happen.
My truck is stable. Get away, get away, get away, get away.
All right, drop me your cash. I'll go for the buy.
All right, there's the call. Drop and buy. See if you can get there while this zone is starting to close. Gulag is also closing, so the ability of extra players coming back into the battle will be taken off, at least for now.
Yep. Here it comes.
And even beyond that, you also hear that, yeah, snipers are in play. This is going to be a really difficult rotation, trying to hug the buildings as much as possible, but it will be... Looks like Queen Shadows, so that's what they purchased back?
I guess.
No, it's Breadman. Breadman that comes back.
Yeah, Breadman.
Right here. I'm going to take this 3 back.
Yeah, that's fine.
The engagement for IceManIsaac is going to be in.
Have to play this.
Has to take his time
Brad, what are the odds you can
put some plays back on. But this is something we haven't seen all day. It's the M13.
Thanks.
We have not seen this weapon. Well, I haven't seen this weapon in a really long time. I didn't even think it was still useful. But obviously, IceManIsaac is a lot better than I am. So.
He had to have picked it up off of somebody.
Okay.
I'm gonna hit the ravine.
I don't think he would be using that in his loadout.
Should be good, actually. Yeah, I'm good.
This is still a big zone, though. Big zone with a lot of people left. There's going to be 7 teams left with a total of 25 players in. And you're going to see
Peeking the upstairs.
He's trying to put on some shots with this LMG across map, but him not having his loadout is really going to hurt him. But just keep in mind, it is that 5th circle. So if you give it about 15 seconds, it'll drop.
Well, this is just a little bit of suppressing fire, maybe to draw some attention, as Isaac is on the way into the same building that we saw Breadman shooting at. That's going to be good for 1. Second one over the corner. That's going to be a good for a knock, but there is still a 3rd at least. Semtex going out, trying to find some space. Not going to fully connect, maybe necessarily, but there is some help on the way in from Zach. That will be good for some clearance, and more importantly, some much-needed weapons for everyone to get fully loaded up.
Yeah, he's going to pick up that Krig 6. Now the lobby is starting to drop. These guys know that they have to try to rotate in, try to pick up as many kills as they possibly can. EmZ is putting that pep on his step, being aggressive with this MAC-10. Gonna whip out the baby monitor. Nothing's gonna pop up.
Watch our right. Red, watch our right.
They're just playing this nice and slow and methodical. Yeah. They're just taking their time to make sure no players are able to slip through.
I'm picturing Lottie right now, kind of emulating that gif of Leonardo DiCaprio. It's like, oh, it's salt mines right there. I can already picture it.
There it is.
There it is. We talked about it. But sniper pressure is coming through. Armor plates purchased. This will be a little bit of extra survivability, but I don't know if anyone picked up. Oh, maybe it was. One player did pick up a sniper rifle off those dead bodies from up top in that factory. just south of the salt mines, so maybe a chance to fight back against us. But this rotation calls for them to kind of go out towards this open, and this is going to be difficult. 5 of the squads remaining, and you can see there are some players still behind. Good read from Isaac, gets the first knock.
Right side.
Also calling out, there is still one more player at least left, and there it is. Long-range eliminations. That'll be 2 players taken down and extra kills tallied up.
Yeah, so now with those eliminations, they know no more players are going to be coming out from the Storm side. So there's going to be 4 teams left with about 11 players in this game. There's time to get that high ground. Probably grab some purse if you're IceManIsaac, and that's exactly what's going to happen as he does pick up that ghost. And he also is going to have that AMAX in his hand. So this is the loadout we were expecting to see. Now, the only thing is that obviously they don't have enough money for a UAV.
Yep.
It's really scary when you're trying to approach these high grounds because there could definitely be a team already up here.
Same spot. I have a really good wrap on these guys, actually. Okay, very good wrap.
14
there's the
players.
Yeah.
Oh, no, 9 players.
9 players, yeah, 9 players.
But they have some high ground pressure. Zach is going to do some work down low. That's going to get a couple of extra kills. He's on, what, 26? 28? It's kind of hard to see.
25, 25. Yeah, it's really hard, but 25, yeah.
But now the action up on the high ground. Breadman actually does have a sniper rifle to play with. Definitely. They continue to clear up the mountain. This is going to be the power position with this final circle just down to their right. And
I think so.
you can get the clearance. It should just be a sniper heaven for Breadman. You're seeing some remnants of some players from below. Oh, the no-scope comes through. He's going to find one. One more player down low. Gets the reload. Wants the shot, but not given the chance to convert. But an impressive no-scope coming through for Breadman is to finish off the lobby.
Yeah, he's just trying to keep the aggression on, and eventually that's going to be a team wipe. So now it's time to get your teammate back up. There's going to be 2 teams left with a total of 4 players, so it might be a 3 and a 1 or 2-2 split. So how do they decide to approach this? Do they stick together? And that's exactly what's going to happen. They know that the win is a lot more important than just picking up these kills.
Well, time to get a little bit further forward in your seats there, chat. This is going to be one of those wings for wins moments from It's Just Wings.
Yes.
Shots are starting to come through. Breadman has been taken down, at least for now. So it's going to be down to what you can do from the high ground. Cluster strike will flush them out. The zone also about to start moving as Isaac is making the forward play, very aggressive, right into the midst of these final teams. Trying to get around the back, but there's so much foliage to navigate around. Finds a handful of damage, but no armor break, at least not as of yet. Up close and personal, one more. Again, this weapon that he had previously picked up just kind of randomly will find some value, but the res did not come through, so it's just going to be up to the final 2 members of the squad to try to clean things up. It's a 2v2. Actually, it's 2v1v1. Try to finish the lobby off your start.
Yeah, 2v1v1. So now they have to rotate into the circle. These guys could be camping in any bush possible. So
like ever, and they could have
they have to try to stick together and play these trades correctly. As unfortunately, one player in exact is going to get sniped in the back, but that's going to get traded. So now it's a 2v1 situation. He has to try to stick this res and then rotate in towards that storm. This could be a great game number 5 for these guys. As so far, the first 4 wins that they have submitted, the first 4 games that they have submitted have all been W's. And then in the 5th, we'll turn it into another win. And then at that point, for the last like hour and a half or so, you're just going to step up that pace and try to improve on some of these scores. I think
he may wrap top.
Zach does get full armor plates dropped by Isaac.
He did.
There's so much terrain to navigate around. Also a lot of bushes you have to worry about. Just hoping for some pings to get a live ping. Love that play from Isaac. Heads up, 200 IQ, just to see if anyone's hiding in a bush. The live ping would still come out.
Very close.
And there it is. There's the call. Zach going to be the first one forward, moves forward, no problem whatsoever. Taking a look at the tally, another solid game. This one actually might be one of their best, to be honest, out of the 5 that they're going to submit.
46, and that is 74? 74 right there. With the win, it's 99-point game. That's nice. That's pretty good.
Pretty solid. Wings for wins, baby. Wings for wins. Get some of those in, chat. Have a little look. Make sure you click the link. Try and get some of the free wings that are on offer. And if you don't manage to get the wings, don't worry. We actually have you covered here. Well, I don't have you covered. We actually have a fantastic code coming through, IJW times Warzone, for free delivery from It's Just Wings through DoorDash. Because, you know, we've got to give a little something to everybody. And you are right. iHoldShift.
There it is. It's perfect. Perfect.
That was my exact reaction with my twisted tea. Yeah, that was it. There it is. That is my reaction. I love it. I love a bit of salt mine action. I absolutely love it. Quick update for you guys as well, though. I do have a couple of updates. I have been doing something useful, I promise, while I've been watching. Now, EmZ, you might have noticed that the leaderboard did change. 539 points they're on right now. So that is where they're at the top of the leaderboard. They did manage to swap out their 82-point game for a 98-point game, which was absolutely fantastic. So yeah, they have just been soaring up there, and it's just continuing to add on here. So talking about numbers that people will be trying to hit going into tomorrow, that is definitely up there with some of the top numbers I think that we will be seeing overall tomorrow. It's been huge. So far, what have we made of everything that we've seen? J-God, have you been impressed with any particular teams here? Have you been maybe slightly unimpressed with some kind of situations that maybe teams could have handled better?
No, I mean, I think most of the stuff's played out. The one that did surprise me a little bit earlier was when we tuned into Z-Laner's team, that they hadn't gotten a win and they only had 2 scores up. I think that's really surprising from them. Now looking at their leaderboard, it looks like they've gotten a first and a third, so they've kind of recovered from that. But this last hour or so that they're going to have, they're going to be able to make up for those 20th placements, which yeah, that's a lot to recover on and a lot of pressure for this last hour, considering that was probably one of the most stacked teams when they started this.
Definitely. And, another thing is we do see also Swag, somebody that you guys were talking about, hopefully hitting that 450 mark. He has done exactly that with his team. He also has had a game that has been swapped out. His 75-point game was swapped out as well. So things are happening, and it's at that point now where we are seeing that. We're seeing scores that have already been on the boards, but now the improvements, the kind of finesse and the tweaks are coming in here. At this point, what are we going to be seeing here, Stud, do you think, from some of these guys? I mean, is it right now? Is it high risk right now, high reward? Are we getting a bit risky with our eliminations? Are we getting a bit risky with our placement plays? How do you expect things to go down in, approaching the final hour here?
Yeah, the only way that they decide to be aggressive is if they feel really confident in their first 5 games, or at least if they solidified at least 5 wins, so they have that initial points to where they only have to build upon that to try to get some more aggression in, try to pick up some more kills. So like teams like EmZ, teams like Destroy, who have already submitted 5 games, at this point it's all about just stepping up that pace, just trying to pick up some more kills, as many kills as possible. And I'm pretty sure EmZ, like you said, they were able to swap out that 82 game for a 101 game, so that's awesome. The fact that they are the #1 team so far on the day, and they just continue to improve on their games, it's great. It's great for them.
It is definitely great. We're coming back to us now because that unfortunately that just didn't happen for that team, Huskers. It didn't happen. However, we're going to get twisted up in here, and I hope you guys will join us. Let's take a look at our latest twisted clip. Let's see what has been going down in Warzone Town. Oh, we have Karma. We have Karma on PPSH. Ooh.
4 bullets.
Dude.
Rambo just got slapped in the cheek. Wow.
Oh, that guy's world's worst. World's worst right there, LVP. Promise.
You promise?
Karma's sitting there like, wow, those guys stood no chance. 100%. 3 times. This guy said 4 bullets, no problem. 2-piece.
2-piece and a chicken wing. Slap. Done. Done, dusted, down. Never to be seen again. Yeah, incredible stuff there from Karma. We've seen a couple of twisted clips now with the GOAT in there. So I'm excited to see if we can make a 3rd one, 4th. Maybe we'll see. We'll have to see how it goes on. We're actually going to head to a quick break right now. Give you guys some time to relax before we get back into the action of things here. We're seeing our teams really start to take the stage here. Very excited going into tomorrow. Who is going to make our top 8? Who is going to make it into day 2? We will find out after the break. Now, folks, we are approaching the final hour of the NYSL 100K WarzoneMania tournament, and things have been going down in Verdansk. Things that honestly I just never have imagined could actually go down in Verdansk. Some epic things have been happening with choppers, with eliminations. We've had so many different scenarios happen that have played out, and honestly, I cannot wait to drop in myself tonight. Cannot wait. But I tell you what, we do need to talk about some winners, because Will, Manuel, and Isaiah, you have already won yourself some NYSL Astro 40s. Gorgeous, gorgeous stuff. Mwah, chef's kiss. We love to see it. So chat, this is just a reminder for you guys to be sure to keep your eyes out for our chat bot, who is going to be telling you all of the details about the giveaway, because it is still live. We are still giving away Astro headsets all day today and tomorrow. We have another hour of it, and then we have plenty more coming your way tomorrow as well. So still loads of goodies to be had. Still loads of goodies. We're going to head over right now to some more action. We're going to see Team Smixy right in the mix, right in the Smix. I've gone there. I've gone there. Yep, it's happened. It's happened, folks. We're going to see exactly what they're cooking up for us right now as we head into our final hour here. In our final hour, I do expect to see a lot of kind of restarts here, honestly. We've seen a couple of teams right now improve on their score lines. We've seen a couple of kind of problems happening so far. You know, as we've kind of gone through the time, we've seen things get a little bit harder, or maybe decisions that have happened where people are like, you know what, we'll chalk this up. Let's start again. Let's regain. But I do expect to see quite a fair amount of them during this final hour. What are we saying, boys?
You're in crunch time. I mean, you even heard Smix right there say, hey, we just need to get the win here. There are 4 reports so far, a first, a 9th, and a 3rd. And to be honest, their reports out of the 9th and the 3rd place finishes are pretty good, 84 and 82 points. But the problem is the other players and teams that are around them haven't submitted that many yet. I mean, you've got Keep that's on 4 submissions, but 3 of those are wins. So their team is just below. You still have Aiden, who's only submitted 3 different scores. You've got Huskers, who did start reporting, and honestly speaking, they've got a 1st, a 2nd, a 3rd, and a 5th. So we're getting down to crunch time for these teams that are on the bubble between 9th and 8th, really, when it comes down to it by the end of the day here, guys.
They're gonna have to be jumping in and out of lobbies. They have to make sure that their start off, their initial push is gonna be great. You know, getting a loadout nice and early, probably picking up a couple kills, and then immediately setting off the split. Just having 2 players go to both sides if you do have those 5 scores remaining. But unfortunately, Smixy, she's gonna drop right there, and that's gonna be a 2-piece. Her and Legion are gonna go down, so they have to be bought back now. Now you find yourself in a situation where Noobs and Almond are gonna be the only players alive. They're picking up kills left and right, but time is starting to tick, and eventually they have to try to put up a good score here, or at least put themselves in a position to at least improve on 1.
Yeah, this lobby has died out incredibly fast. This is zone 3, and there's only 27 players. We've seen some of these lobbies where there's still 60, like twice as many available. So that's unfortunate for them when they need like a 100-point game to make it in probably tomorrow, at least 100 points.
Well, I mean, do you think it has to be a certain value, or are you just looking for a win right now? Because you still have time to maybe drop 2, to finish out, I should say. You have time to finish out maybe 2 more games before you get to that final time limit where you can no longer start anymore. Is this just important for right here because it is a small number of teams that are left that let's play for the win, and then the next game out there, it's not just a win, but also that kill threshold you're looking for? Or do you think this is kind of a lobby that might be kind of chalked?
No. They definitely still need another score. They could replace their 82-point game or their 84. They'd probably need about 65-ish, 70 kills to bump that up closer to like a 90. Maybe they can catch up like 8 or 9 points, and then they'll be right in there where they're very close, but they'll need maybe 100-point game to finish it out.
All right, well, the win condition, at least in some form, has been listed. Smix is right back into the mix, and with that also right on top of a loadout that she can just essentially pick up and use to her advantage. And this zone is going to be moving right into the waiting arms of where largely Almond and Noobs have already been set up. And Noobs has had a great day so far, the boy. He's averaged per drop about 28 kills. I mean, he has been on fire all day long.
There's a Bertha on me. Yep.
An average of 28, like that is insane.
That's nuts.
The fact that he's keeping up that kind of consistency, even with the lobbies dropped in left and right, the guy's just on point. You see him right here with this M4, just putting on some great shots into the player riding around in the Bertha. But unfortunately, the player's going to hop out. Noobs is able to take down 2. Semtex is going to come in. He's trying to get some full kills in, or at least blow up the truck. Nice. And unfortunately, that's going to be a team wipe, and good plays right there out of Noobs.
Great plays. Allman was there for the help, but it was not required. And so now it's down to the rotation. 8 other teams that are left. Some good kills tallied from Allman and Noobs, and the potential, like Smix was calling when we first dropped on. Let's just get the win. That's 100% still in play.
We got a lot of potential here at the end of this. What up, Clarky? What up, Delirious? I'm just gonna grab myself.
And student in the Legion, I'm just waiting for him to have me dying. I'm waiting for him to say something funny because this guy is a comedian. I love his remixes to songs that he's able to put on Twitter. He's just an all-around great guy, man. And right now, he finds himself in a situation where he has 8 kills. His team is looking really good to try to make it into tomorrow. Just need to put a little bit more pressure on some of these players, and that's exactly what Noobs is able to do. When he makes his way towards the airport, able to take down 1, the challenge is going to be in on the 2nd. Allman is going to be there for the help. Now the aggression is on. It's all about pushing that next player, and unfortunately, that's going to be another team wipe for these guys. Noobs sitting at 21.
Damn, that's just so much trust, too. Noobs knows he's got clearance up top, so he just immediately guns it to the left. Beautiful stuff coming through, but he mentioned Legion. He's leaned forward. He's in his try-hard mode. And the pressure is on. This is the team that's currently, I think, sitting right around 9th at the moment. So this win would be huge for them just when it comes to the eventual tally. But this back hour in specific, I think we're largely going to be saying the same things, but all the squads we get on board with, because there are, what, 4 or 5 teams that are in the ballpark of finishing in that top 8, if not just squeaking into that top 8.
And they desperately need this win, so Smixy, she was at least able to get that trade and complete the team wipe. Now it's all about just bringing your player back in Legion as the Storm is going to start pushing in towards 20 seconds.
Yeah, I got you.
They eliminate those last couple of players from Superstar, but you see all the way across the map. It's going to be Allman. He's able to pick down 1, at least get a team up on the other. He's shooting a little bit of bodies because this guy decided to camp a corner into this route, into this building. And Allman's going to let him know, you are trash, brother. Get out of here.
Golly.
Requesting recon.
All right, UAV is going to be popped at this point. J-God, you got to be feeling, all right, let's kumbaya. Let's get together. Let's try to put this lobby away.
Yeah, they're going to get way more points off the win than they will trying to kill all the players in the rest of them in the lobby. I think he's struggling a little bit here. But I think as long as they maybe grab this, they find out if the bounty is going to pull somewhere. Maybe the bounties are dead. There's a vehicle up here that's probably a red flag that somebody's in here, probably with Ghost. So he's going to probably jump up, maybe try and play this building and kind of go from there. But yeah, I think they have enough kills right now where if they just get the win, this is probably good enough to replace one of their lower scores.
None of them are peeking me.
Oh, for sure.
None of them are peeking.
Yeah, I'm baiting him.
All right, perfect.
Yeah, the thing is, they haven't even reported a 5th score yet. So this is just great for them to just put on the board and then eventually start working towards fixing those low scores. And that's exactly what Allman's going to do. He's going to put the pressure in. For some reason, these guys have absolutely no idea what's going on. And he's just going to walk in there and find an easy 3-piece and put him at 20.
I'm telling
you,
worked
Jeremy,
out.
They baited some shots and he buffed the Deddy.
I got a whole team up.
Yeah, it's... I don't see interactions like that in my lobbies.
No, I'm telling you, I don't either. Like, that was the easiest 3-piece I've ever seen.
Dude, that's wild. Near final circle. All it takes is dead silence, apparently. But what I wanted to say is just looking at the overall leaderboard, I mean, you see Smixy right there at 387. The team below them is Team Teep at 367. So only a 20-point cushion. And you have to keep in mind that Teep squad also has not reported their 5th score, at least not at the time that this lobby had started.
Doorway. The doorway.
And unfortunately, Smixy, she's going to get full killed. But they're holding these players outside of the storm. They do have that bounty as well. It's going to give them a little bit more information of where players can be. To make sure your player does not use that self-res.
No.
Going to keep that alive, but they're just trying to hold these players right now out of the storm.
Are they in the buildings, Ben?
One's in the right house over here. Oh, yeah.
Which one?
One the right
Decent
house.
shots from Allman.
That right house and the rest are at police.
Callouts are also coming through as far as how this team is separated. Good information off the sniper glint, but a dangerous gunfight by himself. Noob's looking to get around the back. Extra mobility out of the 4-wheeler, and now an opportunity to clear this house. That was one of the callouts that Allman had made just a minute ago. Noobs will find one coming up the staircase. Easy elimination and finish coming in, but not a full squad wipe. So reset the armor plates and, well, essentially just go again. Same route, wrapping around through the house.
Just keep in mind that he has that dead silence, so the opponent's not going to know exactly where he's coming from. He's able to find that 2nd kill as well. Still not a team wipe. But even with the stun, the guy's just moving at such a fast pace with that dead silence. He's able to get out of that building and now eventually finesse his way back to the top. And Might be able to catch this last player in, and just great plays right there out of Noobs. Just finessing around there with that dead silence, using this to its full capability.
Literally deja vu. This is all 3 eliminations, exact same route, exact same spot, but it's going to be a sniper to the head that will actually put him down for a moment. Self-res will be there if he absolutely needs it, but Allman can also just tap him and get him right back up. Finishes off the kill first because why not? There's the tap and right back into the mix. This is, well, 3v7 to finish off the lobby. 3 other squads will remain.
If you want either enough to res and get her. Oh, you got it? Okay.
And they're able to bring their player back. Now it's all about just trying to purchase another UAV, trying to catch any players that don't have any ghost. You're going to see a couple players popping up over where that bounty is.
And then
Smixy is also going to be another UAV from the sky, giving some information to her team.
Guy's knocked over.
As they're mounting up, just trying to find these players that are going to be camping outside towards the store.
Nice shots coming out, Noobs. Finishes off one, snaps to a second, able to get that down as well. Legion is just below. He's actually playing a little bit of gatekeeper here as everyone seems to just be running away from this gas right into the line aside of Allman and Noobs, who continue to feast. That'll be one more squad down, and you hear the call out. Last 2 squads are 2 solos. Should be an opportunity to get that 5th score on the board with a W next to it.
I'm safe.
Definitely should be, but unfortunately Noobs is going to go down there. That's going to get traded by Allman, so now it's a 1v4 situation. You have to try to locate this player as fast as you can. Try to get into that lobby. Try to improve on some of their lower scores. You have to try to locate this player quick if you are. Unfortunately, he's not going to pop up on the UAV, so just going to be a little bit more time, but eventually they find him, and that's going to be a win.
Yeah, another 28 kills for Noobs as well. I mean, he has not submitted anything
lower than that.
Yeah, pretty much lower than that. I mean, his average has been to 28. So unbelievable stuff. A huge 5th submission. You see again, Team Smixy on the left-hand side in that 8th position. If you're joining us late, it's the top 8 out of our initial 13 that make it to tomorrow. So that's an extra bit of breathing room, but still a lot of work to be done as we swap on over to Angelica and Tommy and co. As where are they sitting right now on the leaderboard is the question. They are sitting pretty comfortably in 3rd place at the moment at 501. So this is one of those games that you look at and say, well, J-God, how many kills can we get to try to, advance our score to the highest limit possible as we look forward to tomorrow?
Yeah, I think this might even be like trial running for tomorrow, because I think with their placement, that's probably going to be enough to bank them top 8. And then they'll just kind of work on maybe some of the weaknesses they found in today, whether it was the drop, finding out what works and doesn't work. So when they go in tomorrow, I'm sure maybe even after the tournament's over today, they'll go ahead and continue playing and work on some of those kinks for tomorrow. But I think where they're at, they're pretty comfortable where maybe they can fine tune if they happen to replace one of their lower scores. Cool, but I think really they're probably just fine-tuning what they're going to be doing for tomorrow.
So looking at the 5 submissions that they have, all 5 are wins. The lowest score they're trying to eliminate from the mix, though, is one that they had 62 kills. Only 62 kills. 87 total points. So that's what you're looking to try to supersede. And, well, Tommy, I mean, he's already on 11 kills. There's still 89 total players left in this lobby. He's having a great start to essentially do exactly what you mentioned, Jake. I just put you in a position where you can maximize these kills, and that's what you're looking for, I feel like, in this team of 4 out of someone like Tommy. He brings a lot of kill potential to the table side.
He definitely does, man. And just his aggression, his leadership for his team is definitely helping them out a lot. He's going to be sitting on 12 kills as he does commit towards that gunfight. You know the pressure is going to be coming on from the bottom of this building, so decide to get into that action to help his teammate out. Here comes the pinch from the side door, able to knock another. To try to go for the full kill, but he knows there's another player in the premises. He's able to take down the second as well. That's going to be another 2 kills for Tommy, which is going to put him at 14. Oh, and he's trying to go for the turn on. Ooh. That would have been a twisted clip. Promise, Tommy.
Oh, for sure it would have been. Oh, this guy's whiffing too. It must be windy.
He's horrible too.
Fucking line. Oh, that's gonna feel bad.
Dude. Oh, damn. He had 14 and they have 5, 4, and 5. So he has as much of his teammates combined.
Yeah, Tommy's just... Feel free to give him that as well. It's the reason why he got picked by 100 Thieves, ladies and gentlemen. That's the easy way of putting it.
Get some earlier too. Maybe back up in the res fight. I don't know yet. Unless you're already fighting.
Well, switching POVs just a touch here. Unrational has been, I would say, the big breadwinner so far for this squad. He has put together a really great day. it just comes down to this is looking pretty dicey, actually. Lots of shots coming through, but the team will survive and clean up the fight. So an opportunity right around the mid stage of this game to get another win on the board here.
I got you.
And things are looking pretty positive overall. I mean, there's still one more team to deal with, and the kills are also coming into that second follow-up squad. So more tally in the mix, and now 12 other squads to deal with as you look at Kalei's team. And well, they are sitting at 6 pretty comfortably for the time being, but I say that with a little bit of a breath of hesitation, as you still would love to get closer to that 500-point mark.
Yeah, and the score that they're really looking to improve on is going to be a 57. They ended up getting that win, but they can only put, which is going to be an 82, actually. They get 57 kills, they get that first place, so they get the score up to 82, so they're just trying to improve on that. They can, so far, it's looking really good for these guys. There's still a couple teams in this game. Pretty sure one player was already sitting at 20 kills, so the best case scenario is Rational finds himself in another situation. He's able to knock down one, but now he has to rejuvenate his health, try to put some more armor plates on. The stun is going to be in, and unfortunately, he's going to get taken down.
Yeah, tough stun coming into the mix.
Right here.
So he'll fall. No gulag available. He'll have to be purchased back. Another solo mission coming through
Okay.
right outside this blue building. Street sweeper still in hand. That's why.
Like hella sniping.
Good grief. This thing is an absolute menace.
So dead.
There's probably a hacker in here, dude, the way it's dying.
Yeah, it's third zone 22 or 20. Well, yeah, 20. Yeah, their lobby died hella quick.
It's so quick. Like, the third circle hasn't even came in yet. And then you see the hacker tracker above Bobby pops that he already counted 2 on the day. It's one thing I love about Bobby is that he will use everything in this game to his advantage. He's also going to have that street sweeper, decides to pop that UAV, going to put a little more pressure in towards his building, is going to be able to find one, put out the full kill, but unfortunately on the opposite side of the map, his teammate's going to drop, so it's all about just trying to pick up these kills from this point on.
Well, not a great situation to be in, but there is a UAV to use. And Bobby P, he knows that he's got threats nearby that likely have ghosts in hand. You see explosions coming through as Unrational is part of this again. Bobby just able to get prone in the nick of time, loses his armor. We'll have to reset all of that while Unrational continues to play from the opposite angle. You just never know how this push is going to come through. UAV is expired. Down low, no problem there. I mean, it doesn't move. It's just, there's no recoil.
Right.
So easy with the street sweeper. Like, I'd be losing composure dying by that weapon. Like, just pump, you're down. We'll see you later, buddy. Eventually the team wipe is going to come in, so that should provide them with a lot of money to at least try to bring their teammates back. They're only missing at least $700 to bring at least one person back.
It's a crown, you guys.
So far the lobby is dying. Like they said, 8 teams remaining with a total of 20 players. This is not good if you're a team Unrational right now.
But you still have to consider the fact that 61 total kills with the second place placement means that if you can at least meet that same mark when it comes to kills, you can at least take the 81 and turn it into an 86 by the extra 5 points for finishing first. So there is still reason to stay in the lobby, and that seems to be the consideration. But the thing is, if there is indeed a hacker in this lobby, you eventually have to go through that player. So yeah, it's not a guaranteed win by any stretch, especially considering you're still searching for cash to bring back even a third, let alone a 4th player into the mix here, J-God.
Yeah, 100%. I think sometimes players do have a strategy around cheaters as they are in the game, whether they're pulling out a riot shield or something like that, and stuns. That is pretty much the only way to counter that, besides shooting in the back or something like that. But yeah, they pretty much kind of almost have to play it out. They don't have a lot of time. They already have a decent amount of kills. Probably by the time they get the 3rd scav, they're going to have enough to buy back 2 people. He's probably going to head to the buy now, and then the last person will land on that scav, so everyone gets a little bit of share of that cash reward.
I'm just waiting on the
Small leaderboard update. Kalei squad with this lobby could potentially get above the 7th place position. We were just on board previously with Smixy. Their win that they counted actually boosts them up to 6th, as you see on the left-hand side. Jukies now moving up into 8th, just below the top 8 marker. Still TP, 449, but here's the big key. You've got Aiden and Huskerrs team below that only have like 3 submissions. So yeah, there's going to be someone else who likely gets boosted out by them, because Aiden has reported 3 wins so far, and there is still time for them to obviously get more than that. Huskers' squad, same situation. Z's squad, same situation. Looking to get those extra wins to make sure all 5 submissions are closer to first place finishes.
Ratty.
And they're going to need them because basically the average so far of the teams out of the top 3 is they're putting up 100 points per game. So yeah, it's going to be difficult for a lot of these teams who are sitting around that 450 mark because, you know, there's a couple of scores that haven't been submitted. Like you said, Team Huskers and Team Aiden, we expect them to be able to push their scores right back up and try to get into this top 8 when they submit them. So if you're one of these other teams sitting around that 6th to 8th spot, you definitely need to just put some more pep in your step and just try to be a little more aggressive. Try to put some more score in towards your team to try to make it into tomorrow. And you're going to see Bobby right there with that street sweeper able to take down one player. Unfortunately, on the opposite side, one of the teammates is going to drop. They do have the money to pick him back up, but there's only 6 teams remaining, about 16 players in. Bobby Poff is still running solo.
I was about to actually bring that up. I'm glad that you mentioned it because, Jacob, it actually does look like, and there was a moment in the comments where they were saying, we need to slaughter the rest of this lobby. So they're actually not necessarily playing collectively for a win and trying to do a little bit of both here in the late stages. And that's a dangerous time to be trying to play for extra kills when there's only 13 other players or 10 other players that are remaining, and a lot of real estate that could still be covered considering the fact that this is still a wide open zone as we're still in the 4th round.
I know that.
Yeah, and ever since we did kind of bring that up, the lobby really hasn't died much, even though they've kind of gotten kills. Doesn't look like any team wipes. Essentially, people have bought back all their teams. They're still sitting at about 16 people in the lobby, 15 people. So it's still a decent amount of kills. People are without ghosts that they're going to be able to push, which is lucky for them. But yeah, good thing that they need these kills, but the lobby has not died out, which is kind of odd for how fast it died out for those first 2 zones.
Yeah. It's hard to behind you.
I got the guy in the car.
Good read here from Bobby. Heard him make the call that there was still a team in storage. He turns, finds that kill, then thank you very much onto the truck, right into his waiting arms, finding a 2nd straight kill. So now at 13 total. And it looks like Bobby might be just trying to clear out a little bit more space just to make sure. Even going to grab the supply run just to see if... Oh, careful! About to say, that's not great news.
I think
had to have.
Yeah, I didn't hear a thing. The dude just came out of nowhere. Well, luckily he grabbed that buy so that somebody can get the supply run, get him back for free.
One's got ghosts.
The only thing is that this team has high ground, so you're going to see Pie Man just trying to play his life.
Give me a second then.
Doesn't really have a good weapon for these long-range fights.
They know exactly where I'm at all the time. Oh,
I got
iron sights. They are.
But on Rational, he's going to be up there. He's going to try to get into the action. Unfortunately, he's going to be one shot, so he has to retreat.
One's pushing line mark. He's backing up. He's backing up.
Oh, this has to be the team right here that they need to get rid of. High ground hold. Yeah, Unrational doesn't like the look of this. He's going to back down.
Yeah, you're good.
Got to keep in mind that supply run is also going to be eaten up by this zone, so really no chance to get that back into the mix. So if you're going to be able to bring back your 4th member, it has to be the conventional way. And I know there's a buy station right at the back of Unrational, but it's kind of out in the open. So this team up top on the train bridge is likely just going to be camping over the top of this until they eventually will have to move, and actually even beyond that. Never mind, because you're going to get at least one more teammate over to try to be able to force that buy, as Unrational essentially just plays the zoning role. But as I say that, Kalei will fall, and that will mean that another purchase will likely have to come into play.
Yeah, so now they have to waste another 4K instead of buying the UAV just to bring back Kalei, but unfortunately they do not have enough money to bring her back.
Looks like Bobby's trying to make the play on the supply run. There it is, and he's going to buy her back.
He made it.
Wow.
I think they figured they pushed out.
They rotated up.
Well, huge play right there from Bobby to bring the squad back to full, which means as all 4 members are going to be in the mix. In the last stages, this is another one of those wings for win presented by It's Just Wings. Definitely get a little bit crouched up, but the hunger is starting to seep in. I know we're getting universally around dinner time. No better way than to do it with wings. As I'm sure both Studyy and Jacob can attest to, the wings are hidden a little different right now in this hour, but
hitting straight different, brother.
Follow me up. Oh, he's looking over here though. Live thing. Down on the live.
They find themselves in a situation though where teams are starting to drop. They were able to at least knock one player in Unrational, able to take down one. Pretty sure he's about to break that 30 kill mark. But unfortunately, Kalei, she's going to get full kill from that top window. Rational able to take down one and then try to get the full kill onto the second. And that's going to put 32 to the young man's name. He's having himself a map.
Had himself a day.
Yeah.
I mean, outside of one 16 kill game and one 11 kill game. Everything's been above 23. 39 and 32 are his two best games, but this is looking like it's going to be his third into that same mix over 30 kill threshold. Long range shots afar from Pieman. Going to be able to find the armor break. No knock as of yet, but a good angle as they will have to continue to watch this player on the outside edges of the zone. Rational also right here with his teammate as they try to move their way down on into the center of the circle. Take a look at the tally. What's going on at the moment? It's going to be a 4v7 situation, 1v3 in total to the squads completely. So we've got broken squads all over the place as they try to finish off the lobby.
Yeah, and Rational is able to knock down one off this bridge side. So now the pressure's going to be on. They're committed to the full kill. It's going to be another team wipe on that team. There's going to be 2 teams remaining. It's going to be a total of 3 players in the game. So it might be a solo and then a team of 2. Unfortunately, that solo is going to drop. So now it's going to be a 1v4 situation. They're going to find the last kill, and that's going to be a win.
Yo, let's fucking
There it is. More wings for everybody. And 33 total kills for Unrational with a win. Just to keep in mind, that will replace their 81 total point game. So that's going to be one that will definitely get them closer to the top 6, maybe even top 5 mark here, Lottie. They're looking comfortably one of our top 8 teams going in tomorrow.
They definitely are. That is improved hugely for them, and that's exactly what you want to be doing in that final hour. Just want to say, chat, you know, just start clicking. Come on, we know wings for wins. We got this. Let's go. Thank you so much. It's just wings. We need to be fed here. It's a long day. It's a very long day of Warzone. Now, talking about trying to climb up that leaderboard, I have a little bit of an intel for you guys. A little bit of an update. So, TP's team. They are just under Jukies. So they are just under that 8th position. They could improve right now. So they need to improve by at least 10 points to try and break that 8th position currently. So they need to hopefully get a better score than 74 points. And unfortunately, the 74-point game that they actually had, which is their lowest point game, they actually had a pretty decent amount of kills there coming across from Blast and all of them. 67 kills across that one, but they had 5th place. So that finish has really kind of mucked things up a little bit for them there, because they could have been higher up the leaderboard. So we need to try and replace this game, get something a little bit better. If we can get a Hundy, that would be perfect. That would be just, that would be the cherry on the top. And they would be in the top 8 then. So I'm just going to kind of see what Teep has up his sleeve, what he can do as an IGL here, because we all know he's pretty vocal. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's on this day in, day out, nighttime, you name it. He is there in Verdansk. I'm pretty sure he lives there now. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, fantastic stuff. And I do hope that they can do it. To be honest, I hope all of our teams can do it, but there's only 8 that are going into tomorrow. So yeah, I can't be a fan of them all.
This is tough. I mean, Teep is in a 1v multiple situation. He finishes off 1, but that actually is under the bounty. There are more players that are here, guys. So there is some work to be done. It doesn't necessarily have to force it, though. I mean, you've gotten the extra bonus to the economy. Might as well take your time with the rest of these players. Gets a different angle at it, but not going to see anybody. And just to kind of mention the battle to get into the top 8 position, Jukies' squad has reported all 5 wins. So they're looking to just improve upon one of their previous wins. And we only have, I think, 30 total minutes before there'll be no more drops allowed. So these are literally dying moments of this first day.
Yeah, this is the crunch time right now. That's why I see Teep playing a little slower than usual. He's just trying to locate these players, not trying to allow any mistakes to happen because they know they need to improve on some scores to get into this top 8. Teep with some great shots, able to knock down 1. He's going to be able to get out and just apply some more armor. But he knows there's at least 2 players at the top. Knock is going to come in, and you hear the rest starting to come on. This is where the pressure's going to be on it. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to catch that player. But able to get the full kill and some snappers onto the second. That's what makes him a former pro player. TP's on point.
It's casual 1 HP, J God. I know you mentioned it right there. There's no sweat off TP's brow. Finishes what was a 1v squad situation. And again, with that time limit coming into play, in your mind, this has to be a win right here, right? I mean, there's not really a lot of time for them to do much more else. I mean, is there a certain point that you're looking at this lobby and you're sitting there saying, we'd love to have it, but we might need a reset, or do you think this has to be the one right here?
I think personally that it has to probably be the main one. They'll probably have one like more solid chance. Whatever they do in their next game is probably where they'll back out and try to re-queue, because they'll have they'll need a fresh start from the beginning. They'll have to kind of assess the lobby, see if it's a quote unquote sweaty lobby or more of a newbie lobby. and find, you know, to make those decisions is probably in the next one. I think by playing this one out, they might get enough kills. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. We can't see everyone score. Looked like Teep was working it. I don't know how many he had there. Blast is about to have, what, 9?
He's finessing. Oh, my God. This is beautiful work out of Blast right here.
And this is another 1v squad situation. Has reset enough to get the armor. You can hear footsteps around him. Gonna go ahead and finish one. That's the second kill on this tally. Oh, through the staircase. Oh, my goodness. Blast, are you kidding? Pirouettes through the door. That's gonna be good for a third. Didn't see if that was a team wipe or not, but regardless, an impressive 3 kills from Blast.
Thank you.
Blast was on point right there. That is what you call being twisted. The guy just made that look really easy. Now it's all about just trying to locate these players from this low side, because you're going to see a lot of players popping up on the UAV. Unfortunately, one player is going to get full killed.
That's you.
And that's going to be a terrible situation now that they have to spend the money to bring him back. Blast is still keeping this high ground, but now it's time to give it up. It's time to be a little bit more aggressive to try to close out on these kills. You're going to know that there's going to be a couple players underneath him. Able to find one. Some great shots, looking like Batman sword from the sky. Able to take down the second as well. Blast is on point, trying to locate the third. He's able to. That's going to be another knock. Is he going to be able to find the fourth as well to complete the team wipe? Yes, he does. Blastful with 4 puts him at 12.
Good grief. I mean, the last 90 seconds from Blast. Walking montage. Gets a 1v squad up top. Why not do it down low as well? This is my building. You must pay extra rent if you want to rent space. Now 12 total kills, and the lobby still has 47 total players. So things are looking positive. A lot of extra cash as well, just in case you're going to need that after you get the final res. Even more inside City Hall. Why not individual team wipe? No problem for Blast.
Do you guys want to get loud out?
And he was able to bring back Big Star. So he's going to have a lot of money in his back pocket to work with. Obviously, he doesn't have enough to purchase himself a self-res, but so far, economy on the side is in a good position.
Dude, give me a jailbreak. I'll literally do disgusting things.
Mega Bot Lobby. You hear Blast. He said, hell yeah, that last team was so easy. Everyone in this lobby has to be terrible. So you see the pace just stepping up. You're going to see a lot of players popping up on that radar. Now it's time for Blast to put the full send on.
Manhunt onto Teep at the same time, but that's not going to stop them. Zone is going to start to move here, though. In about 10 seconds. Nice shot from Holly. That'll do well.
Yeah, the one to your left.
Snaps the bounty contract and wants to continue to get to work in case anyone's trying to float on in from the top side of this building as soon as the gas starts to come, which is about now. So we'll see if they can run right into her sights, as it looks like things are starting to connect for Holly.
She's just waiting. She has the comms coming in from her teammates that there is a couple players that are located in that area. Trying to catch them as they drop down. Blast is in a position with that AMAX. Unfortunately, I don't think anyone's going to be up there, so they're going to turn their focus, try to get back in towards the storm. You're going to see Holly buy herself a self-res, also pop a UAV as well for the team. She's just still focused on this back building. Too bad it's in the storm. There's no way in hell someone still came back.
No way.
No, they must have hard rotated left if they were.
Yeah.
Like way out of line of sight that you just missed them. But or they just tied to the gas. They got caught in the stairwell or something. Because that happens too.
Been there. And in this episode of the most annoying horn in the game.
I was like, what is that?
I didn't know what it was at first. I thought it was something coming on my phone for a second.
Yeah.
Post. Yeah, I'm reloading.
Players pulse on top though. Keeps gonna hear this. Comes right over the top, and him and Blast masterfully worked this, although stuck by a bit of a flare coming into the mix. The thermal will eventually knock Blast, but no problem. Easy res coming out, and that will allow them to stay at a full 4-man strength.
Like blue mark? Yeah.
That's good, because now you don't have to waste that money. Blast is also, everyone's sitting around 10K besides TP, so they have a lot of money to work with. Just rather be able to stay alive and keep your perks.
I think so too.
You don't have to hit another loadout.
Back left. Cracked him here.
So far, these guys are putting up a great game. It's going to be a total of 10 teams left with a total of 23 players. Blast is on the hunt, able to find one. The second is going to drop right in front of him. He's going to be able to save TP's life as well. As TP does get dropped,
He's right here,
self-res
I just
is
hit him
not going to be in use, and that's just great work right there to Blast.
Blast is nasty, dude.
He's twisted.
He is unreal. Long range shots. Gonna be good for the down, as that player had no armor left, but the problem here is it looks like
One more push.
they have maybe lost Vigstar for the time being.
Yeah, I think he was just pinging, knowing that he was gonna die.
Holly pushed, but deals with it. Another team wipe in the mix, so now it's just the 3 for only a small time. All 4 will be brought back to life, and we've got 8 more teams to deal with. Blast continuing just to find stray kills. You think that's gonna save your life? No chance. As the Riot overwhelms the shield, and Blast is continuing to put on a show as he gets above 20 kills.
Can I get a
This is
floaty?
great,
Like, I know we get
because
one
like
in a
we
minute
said,
and a half.
this team is currently submitted on 5 scores. They're trying to improve their lower score, which is 74. So right now they're sitting in the top 10. Another team wipe is going to come in, so there's going to be a total of 6 teams left, 13 players in. Loadout's going to come in for all those players who don't have those perks.
Cracked them over here.
Make sure that they do not pop up on the radar, but you see a couple players near TP. Does not have a dead silence to work with neither.
Yeah, thank you.
He's going to spot this first player, able to get the full kill. It's going to be another team wipe. Only 5 teams left in this game.
I think there was a team earlier that had the crown and the Bertha. So wherever that Bertha's is, there's probably going to be, unless they got blown up somewhere, there's going to be a team in a Bertha or some guy trying to stay alive with the crown.
My math is off. I came to 2 and 3s.
One's out here on my left.
Prison final zone, though, boys.
This is horrible. I hate this. I hate this with the final circle.
Thoughts about that?
A lot on me. Come left with me.
Coming.
Yeah. You hear the comms out of TP. A lot of players do not have ghosts nearby his position, so eventually his teammates are going to try to get closer. TP's just going to try to hold these guys out of the storm. Great shots, able to find that solo.
Right.
So now you know there's only 2 teams left. They're both popping up on the radar. So TP's just going to try to focus on these guys on the left. They're going to hop in towards the Bertha. Blast is going to split, head his way over towards prison.
Try and fry it.
All right. Try and fries the call from deep. Oh, boy. Not great. Hit the deck. Blast able to stay alive.
Nice.
A little bit of help coming through, so he's going to find some safe haven just underneath the walls of prison. But the problem is, if you eventually have to get up there, how do you do it? That's the real trouble here. And again, you have to keep in mind that this is a game that you're looking for Team Teep to replace your 74 total point 5th place finish. I mean, at this point, you're finishing top 3. It likely will, but a win would give you some extra cushion because currently they are outside the top 8.
Yeah, they definitely need this win, and unfortunately, Blast is going to get full killed, and I'm pretty sure there's not another buy in this area to try to bring him back, so you have to try to handle these kids who are going to be sitting down low and then put all your focus on the guys that are going to be camping towards prison. Great snipe right there out of TP. They catch it on the first.
I think we need that truck.
He's trying to locate the second. You hear the comms coming in from Vigstar. They might need the Bertha.
One more on me.
No.
So far, TP with some great shots.
This is Holly. This is Holly with these shots.
That's Holly. Whoa, 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 whoa. Why was I thinking it was Teep? Holly, you're twisted. Let's go, Holly.
That's going to do well. It's going to give a bit of clearance down low. I mean, this is already abbreviating one of the final 2 squads. 2 players off the table. The big question is how do you deal with this team that's on top? Because this zone will push them right into the danger zone. That is this wall positioning that this real formidable final team is. I mean, this the 3v4 situation. The team that's on top of the walls of prison are at least 3 strong, you feel like.
You just have to keep in mind that this is going to take a long time to get this game done. So we only have about 20 minutes left for these guys to get into the last lobby. So they're just going to be wasting a lot of time to try to close this game out with that W. As those players that are going to be sitting towards top prison, they're not trying to give their positioning. They're just waiting for that storm to be in their advantage. Hopefully it pulls out, so it forces those players out of those positions.
Man, this is such a tough call.
Only I had
because the clock is ticking. Got about 20 minutes until you can no longer drop in to submit scores. You feel like this will be done before 20 minutes comes through, but if you don't win this, you're in a bit of a scramble because, like you had mentioned, J-God, next lobby up, if this is not a win, has to be the one that you submit as your 5th and final W if you want to try to get out of the bottom 5 here and get into the top 8.
Sniping right above me. I'm actually terrified.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty interesting just because those guys have the ultimate power position, whoever's on top. And then there's going to be some wild card somewhere where they're going to be the one that's either ruining the top team's issues or the bottom, because there's still 2 teams. But it's a matter of where that solo is creeping. That's going to throw a wrench in everyone's plans for the win here.
Yeah, I see one of these guys.
Well, this is one of those tense moments, an important moment here for Team Teep. So, of course, with that, we'll satiate some appetites here and make this one of our, again, wings for win situations. And actually, a kill has come through. That's Vicstar, who's able to find 1 elimination, does not take any of our squads off. So it's just kind of a trail away kill for now. But Teep has made his way up to the low ground on the first level of prison, which is honestly really important when you look at the scheme of things, considering where they just were a minute ago.
Yeah, and that also gave him the numbers advantage.
I think I'm on the wrong
Now it's a 3v2v1.
Yeah. Could be 1 solo and a team of 2. I think the team of 2 is the guys that were able to full kill on the Blad, so it's all about just locating this one player. But you see TP, he's just trying to fight for that high ground. The Storm is going to pull off a little bit from prison. But TP is just taking his time, just not trying to get caught off guard. Trying to get as high as he possibly can in towards this prison area. I'm in every single ladder, going to every tower. Still not high enough.
Yeah, this might be where the line in the sand will have to be drawn, though. I mean, you might just have to wait until the circle starts to push. And okay, wait, Teep has heard something just underneath it.
One guy's way up.
Shots coming through. Checks below. Nothing at least as of yet. Zone is going to start to close on in this next 45 seconds, so movement will have to occur.
There's one behind me.
And that's not great. Holly will fall. I'm not sure how much information she can relay here, but sounds like she's actually saying that this player was down in the tunnel. It just comes to the question, is that one of the squad members that is part of the duo, or is that the single that's kind of lurking and trying to be a rat here?
Well, if you're playing like that, it's really hard, but if you're crouching around in tunnels, you got to be by yourself. There's no way you're going to be playing like
almost
that.
100%, right?
Yeah, so both players have to be, at least the team of 2 has to be on this high ground. Vicstar, he's been putting a lot of focus on towards it. TP is still just taking his time. He heard a player underneath him. He knows that there's going to be a couple players in towards his top tower. Now, this is huge because where is this Storm going to pull? Unfortunately, it's not going to pull that deep.
It's going right towards that tower.
Towards top, yeah. This is a really difficult game for these guys because, like I said, time is not in their favor. They only have about 18 minutes to get back into their next game, which is going to be their final game.
Yeah, I agree with this call, though. This is the right move from Vic. Just get out away from the prison. You have to feel like, yes, this will be the final circle, but it's going to move. And once it does, you've got TP who's right below that can put some shots in, and Vicstar who can essentially just use that little bit of damage and information to know exactly when he needs to turn his attention up top.
Yeah, one of them.
He should be able to get safely into the zone. Just comes down to how much elevation does he want to use that is behest here, as he's in a position to where he could just sneak right on in from the highest point possible, just outside the kind of moat that surrounds this prison.
So the Storm is starting to come in. Keep you still in a great spot to causes the enemy some problems. As Vicstar is able to spot one. Like I said, he's still going to be safe in towards the Storm. So Vicstar, he's just going to change his positioning. Make sure he gets right underneath prison. So he doesn't have the opportunity to die. You just got to keep in mind that there's still a solo alive. So do not forget that guy that killed Holly that was crouching through the tunnels. Where does this Storm go? This is going to tell how this game is going to be turned out. And it's going to pull him out, so this is great.
Nice.
This is
That's
great.
what you're hoping for. That is the perfect zone pull.
Try and fry everybody here.
Yeah, and you can already hear Vic's calling it. I'm going to move right into where this circle's going to be so I can watch over while TP's going to have to rotate. But he's going to have to try to navigate over the top. And here they come right off the top tower. First one will be dealt with. Looks like TP should be in a position to finish off the final.
Now it's just the
That
last
will
solo.
indeed be the case. So there's the team wipe, and it's like you mentioned, Jay, got just down to one. Vic has seen him in the win, gets converted with plenty of time to spare. A beautiful round, and that will submit themselves in their 5th total win.
73 right there. 73 kills with the 25 will put them at a 98 score. That's great for Team Teep. Like I said, they had to improve on that 74, so 98, it's going to give them an extra 24, which should put them a little bit higher on the leaderboard. It's good for them.
That was wicked, man. That was so intense at the end there. I mean, prison is probably my least favorite place to end up
100%.
at the end. My least favorite. It is so hard to get around. It's like a labyrinth in there, and there really is only one way in and one way out. So fantastic patience from that team, absolutely insane. And to have the little bit of a luck of the draw at the end there, for that pull of the circle at the end was fantastic. But that was really nicely played from that team. Team, congratulations, that was fantastic stuff. And team, thank you so much for winning that, because chat, have a little look, have a little click. We got some free wings in the chat. Hopefully one of you guys will get some. Oh look, Jay's already got some.
So good.
Hopefully somebody will be crowned with the gift of free wings. But if you guys actually don't manage to get the free wings, don't worry, because actually It's Just Wings has hooked you guys up with some free delivery. IJW times Warzone. Make sure you write it down, folks. It's going to be through DoorDash all weekend long, so it's going to be absolutely fantastic stuff. And once again, I need to check in with my very good friend Jay God. I need to ask you, man, how is your back feeling now? We are in the mix now.
Yeah, we're solid. We're still solid. It's just like we just sat down, just got started. No issues.
No issues. You're feeling fresh as a daisy. Fresh as a daisy with the back there, with the Herman Miller and body chair. Amazing stuff. I love how great it is. Guys, also just to make sure you are 100% aware of this, but we are giving away one incredible Herman Miller and body gaming chair this weekend, so make sure you look out for it. Find the link in the chat or use the exclamation mark Herman Miller command to find the link to enter. It's well worth it. Go through it, give it a click, go on. You will not be disappointed, I promise you. We're going to jump straight back into things because we're in a final 19 minutes to drop in here. 19 minutes, folks, is what we have here. The 5 hours is almost done and dusted. EmZ is still at the top of the leaderboard, as you can see on your left here, 564 points. We're still waiting to see who will be our solid top 8 going into tomorrow. Will TP have done enough there with his team to be able to overtake Jukies? We'll see when the scores do come in and have been counted. But right now, we're in the mix of things here. We are in the mix here, so we're going to see exactly what is going to be going down. I can't tell how early on are we. Oh, we're not actually a little. We are way late in this game. 28 kills though right now on the board here for this guy. Let's just jump straight back into it.
Yeah, this is really important because they need another drop. I mean, we're still looking at a 20-play finish that needs to be replaced. It's only 64 total points. Z's squad with only 379 points is sitting around 11th place. So this is about speed, and you can even tell for a moment as we jumped right in, J-God Z is feeling that anticipation and that aggression. He is getting active, and you can see the speed is definitely kicked up a notch as they try to fit this win in and then get another drop before the time limit hits.
Yeah, they're right at that point. They're going to replace 2 games. This one is going to replace one of the other lower games, like you just said, and then they still need like one really solid game because they're about 100 points behind, and that's with 5 games included. So they need to make up like 50 points on 2 separate games.
Yeah, make sure we show it all.
Yeah, they have one game where they put up a score of 55, so that is what this game is going to replace. You're going to have 38. Let me see. What's that? 54. And a nice little 25. That's going to be almost 79 kills right there. That's pretty good.
Plus the win, yeah, it's going to put them over 100.
Needed that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, gents, I have some more good news for you. We have a twisted clip because we know we love getting twisted here. Let's take a look right now at who has ended up in the twisted clip. We'll see right in 2 seconds. Oh my God.
Oh, no wonder. He's the 3-time champion. You had to give him 3 twisted clips, and this is exactly what's going to happen. He's able to find one, able to get the second onto the team wipe.
It was at this moment that he knew he f***ed up.
Oh, yep, exactly. You trying to karma? Bow! We'll see you later, buddy. Straight to the dome piece, brother. 3-time world champ for a reason.
Oh, on the throwing knife to get the full elimination. Why not?
Oh, man.
Why not? Just, you know, get him while he's down. Why don't you come? Yeah, really has, isn't he? Three time has got the 3-time twisted. 3-time twisted he is. 3-time twisted, literally. But impeccable stuff there from Karma, of course. And I just want to remind everybody though that Karma and his wife are actually playing in this tournament, but not together. They're playing against each other currently. And the last time that these two stacked up against each other or found each other in a Warzone game, I'll have you know, Holly ripped him to shreds, and there is video footage of that happening, and it was amazing. It was fantastic. His reaction was everything and more. But yeah, fantastic stuff. And we have amazing people currently in this tournament, so it's been an absolute pleasure watching these guys do what they do best here. Now, swag. Here we go. We got the forehead showing here. We know who it is. We know who we're on board with here. And right now, he's having a whale of a ride here, having a hike with Bertha currently. See how far up they can get currently at the moment. But they are also heavily into this game here, lads. So let's just take a little look at these finishing moments and see what they can kind of clean up with.
Yeah, comfortably in the top 8 at the moment with 511 points. They're actually trying to get rid of an 89-point total score. So they've been really having a great day. Nothing reported underneath the second place finish, which is, again, just really great news when it comes down to building some synergy and some consistency. Because, I mean, I feel like it needs to be harped on some more here, guys. This is a draft-based team, so it's not like you've had a ton of time to really work things out outside of the fact that obviously Swag and Booyah play almost exclusively together. So drafting those two in the same team was probably an expectation, at least to start.
There we go. I gotta take this whole card. All right, let's go.
Yeah, I think
definitely
that
was
they're
an
in a good spot.
expectation.
Yeah, you know they're gonna pick each other. That's kind of what the go-to. I think there's even people will be like, I'm not gonna pick Booyah because Swag's gonna pick him up type thing. I don't know, but either way, all the time there's these draft type things or there's a selection process. Those guys are always together.
One's in the shack.
I see them. They're rotating. They're rotating.
Yeah.
Rotating in front of me.
Another small update from Teep's game that we just watched. That was enough to get them 3 points ahead of Jukies' team, which means they are currently in the top 8. Plenty of time for both Teep squad to get another drop in as well as Jukies. Below that, Aiden's team still in 10th, still looking for more submissions from them. Same thing with both Z and Huskers. So even if you're sitting at 8th at the moment, you're not going to be feeling all that great about the other teams that are right below you still looking for submissions.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just like, even though they broke into that top 8, sitting at 473, you have yet to get scores, like Shift said, from Aiden and Huskers. Those guys who we expect to be in the top 8 are potentially putting up some big games on the back end. It's all going to come down to the wire between these top 8 teams. The score is getting a lot closer. You see Destroy, he was able to improve to 544. Angelica as well to 528.
I feel like I am.
I mean, I got a good angle here.
With 5 teams remaining in this game, there's going to be a total of 16 players.
I think it's spot under me. What the fuck?
See Swag, he's just trying to put the pressure on because they know if they can finish this game nice and quickly, they have a chance. Because the last time you can drop into the game is 8:55, so they just need to try to finish this one quickly.
I'm safe.
Handful of downs coming through, but Swish'em will also drop simultaneously. And this is one of those things that we're talking about. How exactly do you reduce one of your low scores? You do this, right, Jacob? I mean, you just split up and essentially play either 2s or 1v lobby. Try to finish this one off with as many kills as humanly possible.
Yeah, especially with them having over 500, they are fairly safe. If you could say that, it's close, but it's fairly safe. You know, of who they're ahead and how many people actually overcome that based off the games we have left. It's pretty much down to the wire. But yeah, they got to split that up, play aggressive as possible. This one, like we saying, there's only 4 teams left. They can't really get to a buy, or he can get to a buy if he clears this out. He'll be able to get Swish'em back.
Well, just as we mentioned, both Aiden and Huskers are still waiting to submit their 5th and final scores potentially. So we'll stay on board a little bit here for Swag, but we're going to change our focus over to Team Aiden as their result could be massively important when it comes to the leaderboards overall. So just keep that in the back of your mind, as even while we're talking, there are a couple updates to the leaderboard that we saw for a moment. So there's more to catch you up on, but here we are with a really early lobby still. Already a handful of kills, what looks like for just about everybody. And I mean, now we get to see Karma live. I mean, we've seen him in the Twisted Tea clips. Time to see what's happening live for once.
And Aiden's going to be in a nice early fight, and there's still a lot of players in this game. There's going to be a total of 30 teams in, and Aiden has already broke that 13 kill mark. Gonna make sure he doesn't die to that Claymore. Good placement out of the opponent. Unfortunately, Aiden is a little bit better, but the Semtex are going to come in. He's going to try to blow up this truck. He's going to get a hit marker, at least try to, with that AMAX. Try to eliminate that player out of that position, but he's coming on the opposite side of the map, but still picking up kills, trying to complete that team wipe.
So speaking on to those kind of leaderboard updates here, Jake, as we were hitting a chance, again, we mentioned that TP's most recent result put them into the top 8, but look how volatile it is. Already you had a big swap up. Jukies able to report once more. They get up to 492. Kalei Renay has actually dropped pretty considerably, but they're still in the top 8 for now at 478. And even beyond that, you'd feel like IceManIsaac's team might not be fully safe, because at the moment you're looking at Aiden's squad putting together what will likely be their last lobby. They're sitting at 392 and they're averaging around 98 points per lobby. So they could be sitting at 480 plus. So that things could get really, really tight here depending on how the results of this lobby goes.
Yeah, exactly, at those last spots. This is more than likely their last one. They only have about four or so minutes before they can queue to get into another lobby. So they're kind of almost committed to this one if they stick it out a little bit longer and decide this is the one, you know?
Well, it could be determined by what happens in the gulags currently with the 2 members that have to fight through it, being Aiden. At least I believe he'd be the first one up. Scumming on the way forward. He had 1 player knocked, but did get rezzed. Searching for him, can't find it. Here's footsteps around him. There it is. Finally able to connect. That will be the down with the last shot before they get around the corner.
That was some great shots.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, he's going to get 3 here.
Whacked him.
Clean.
Because he still has the other one down. There's 2 separate teams then.
Now he gains that information. Is he going to be able to pick up that full kill onto the player to his right? Obviously, I think he was a part of the team, so probably was a complete team wipe out of scumming, but you got to keep in mind that both players are still waiting in that gulag, trying to come back out. One player's going to be dropping right in front of him.
Eternity.
Scumming able to take down one. Aiden, unfortunately, has a shotgun gulag, so this can go either way.
Yeah. This thing 1-taps too. At a pretty hefty range. Not finding the first high ground play. There it is. I mean, this gives you flashbacks to the 725 from Modern Warfare, doesn't it?
I'm about to buy a shit ton of UFs.
We need the recon here.
Ooh, fire's still going at the moment. Missed that.
Recon's inbound.
So everything's a little bit cheaper. Everything's a little bit cheaper. Your teammates are going to be free, so you're going to see a lot of UAVs just being popped to make sure that they have that super radar on to make sure that they're able to spot a couple players. You're going to see Karma in this position, able to spot one, takes him down from the top with some great shots out of that AMAX. Trying to locate the rest, but he's just going to drop down and try to commit towards this full send. Fortunately, a couple shots are going to be in. He has to try to get away with his life as a lot of pressure is going to be on him, and the team just took the helicopter.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. I mean, this is the moment where you can really boost that kill total with all the advanced UAVs. Plus, like you mentioned, everyone else is going to have a lot cheaper purchase over, including teammates. Getting back to the mix very quickly. That lobby number has jumped heavily. It's right back up to 80 total players again. So the opportunity to really turn this into a big bread-winning game is absolutely a possibility.
Oh, shit.
Self-res going to be there for Aiden, just able to get out of the dodge just in the nick of time. Karma's trying to get over to help. Again, this advanced UAV is doing a lot of work, trying to give some information. Just comes down to can you win the gunfights. First knock of the armor coming through. There's the down with the final bullets. And that'll be enough for an elimination. And Aiden has successfully survived through the engagement, and now it's just down to quickly get forward as far as possible, but no, someone waiting in the corner will blow up the truck, and now it's on to Scum to chase him down, and he'll be able to do so no problem.
And just keep in mind that they're already at 40-something kills with a good amount of people, 80 people still in this game, so this can be an insane one. Scumming with some great shots across the map with that AMAX, able to knock down 2 players. So now it's time to put that commitment on, put the pace on, and just try to complete these kills. He's able to full kill onto one, but unfortunately Aiden is going to drop.
Wait, drop your money,
and he is going to get full killed, as well as Karma. He's going to drop, but he has a gulag in his back pocket. 8:53, 2 minutes until players can get into their last lobby, so this is going to be the last game for Team Aiden.
Oh, you don't have any money.
Tough scenes here, because you need to turn this into a 100+ point game to get up into that top 6 area. And nobody is safe realistically between 6th, 7th, and 8th at the moment, just based on the fact that you have to feel most of those teams that are in the mix have probably gotten one last drop in. And this may be a perfect storm here for Aiden, who are still looking to submit their 5th score. Again, this is why this is so important. Not only are they out of the top 8, but this game will be their final submission. So it has to be a good one. It has to be a massive one, actually, not just a good one.
Okay, I'm coming.
There's another buy.
Definitely does. And unfortunately, Karma is going to lose his gulag right there. So now you have to spend 8K to bring both of your teammates back. Like I said, there's a lot of people still in this game. Still a total of 20 different teams. And you're going to see Scummin still putting down some kills, able to finally break that 20 kill mark.
Yeah, they threw it.
He's just really put a team on his back. Just a great slide, able to find the second as well. Still not a team wipe.
He's on the heady on this.
He's just trying to locate these rests of the opponent's players.
You know where?
He's trying to spot people as they're trying to rotate out of that carnival area. So far, no one has shown face. But they believe that there has to be some people in this position.
I cannot tell you enough how much I'm rooting for a Pula kill right here. Darn, she put it away.
Yeah, that would have been nuts, huh?
You're by yourself, Scummy.
Yeah.
Is he on heartbeat?
Well, Scumman's going to clear.
Money at the bay.
Be able to purchase back one.
Those kids.
There is enough cash to bring a second.
I found him.
Also, Karma, since he died with like 14K, he still has like 3K on him when he gets res.
Yeah.
No long range then.
You're good, I got it.
Weapons are the problem, though. I think that's, I mean, you're hearing that from Danny right now. Nothing long range. Karma is going to be in a very similar position. So as good as this lobby was looking, it's really on to Aiden and Scummin to make sure they can get some clearance, and hopefully their teammates can just swoop on in and steal whatever loot they find off of their victims.
Yeah, so Scummin's, he's doing just that. He's putting people down so his teammates can get that free loot. So now he was able to take down one, which is going to put him at 22. But still a lot of teams remaining. It's 8:55 currently, so no other teams can drop into the game. This is going to be their final game. And if teams have already dropped in, then this will be their last game that they can play. Right now, it's just the way they're pacing right now. This could be a really huge game for them to jump into at least the top 4.
Yeah.
This guy's down low here.
It has to be a big one, though, and everyone's back to fighting condition. Bounty also in play.
I got him. He's about.
You got to move quick. You've got to be able to really capitalize. But there's still 45 other total players in the lobby. And in round 3, it's a massive circle still, but this is going to be a really interesting moment because you've got to try to get your way through prom or downtown. And let's be honest, I mean, how many times are there just people camping in buildings that you have to clear? And that takes time. And every second is going to matter when it comes down to not just, obviously, I mean, they can't drop into any more lobbies, but when it comes down to trying to maximize how long this lobby is going to last versus how many kills you can really milk out of it. It's going to be the bounty first, though. That's the target.
Yo, there's fighting happening right here if you guys want to go for this.
Yeah, Aiden's actually just going to leave that position and just leave it all up to Karma. So he's just trying to keep up that pace. He has that vehicle to maneuver around the map a little bit quicker. The cluster strike is going to get called in, so eventually he has to give up that vehicle.
Hold on.
He knows that there's a couple players around him, so Aiden's going to have to use his headset, use that Astro to get the best sound cues that you possibly can. He's just in the middle of a fight. It looks like he's third party in this situation, and teammate and Karma is going to be here for the assistance.
First kills will come through.
What is this gun?
A little bit of shopping occurring.
Top tower.
Players up top. LC10 at that range is going to tickle. And everything will reset. Again, this is such a difficult position to try to work your way through. I mean, you have to be careful on your way around. You just never know who's hiding in corners, but at the same point, you don't want to waste time. I mean, we already talked about the fact that Aiden was just going to essentially leave players in downtown in order to favor the rotation, including that bounty, who just seems to be camping out in the tower. It's just down to, can you get any clearance here? They were had no position up top for any high ground, really whatsoever for them. Now the Bullfrog will be used. That'll be a little bit better when it comes down to being able to find some kill potential compared to that green LC10 that was just ground loot.
I heard him over here.
And now the call. There is going to be a jump off. It's time to chase.
Right here on me, on this window.
So Aiden's going to be able to spot one. Puts down a couple shots with that Bullfrog. Not able to at least knock the armor. But a res is going to be in.
I don't know.
No player is going to be behind the door as he thinks he is.
Hello, maybe?
So far, these guys are just maneuvering around this building, and this can be toxic. If you're trying to get to the rooftop, you know that when you're going up those staircases, they can just be camping in any corner. Bouncing betties are going to be placed, and unfortunately, Karma, he's going to catch the bad end of that. He has enough place to get right back up. You're going to be able to pick up some extra loot, change your weapons around, and just, so far, the Storm is just keeping these guys in, and on the opposite side, Scummin still picking up kills left and right.
Thank God, honestly, for Scummin. I mean, it's just been, you already heard Aiden was saying, I'm in a spin cycle right now. I can't find anybody. I'm just going loop-de-loop, round and round. Unfortunately, Scummin is getting some clearance over to the farmlands. He's on 25 total kills, keep in mind. And small update, we kind of took a brief glance into Swag's game. Looks like they did eventually win that one and advance their score to 511 points. They're safely in 6th for the time being, which means that your 7th, 8th, and 9th place teams between Jukies, Kalei Renay, Teep, and also below that, you still have Aiden, Z, and Huskers. I feel like all could make a late move, but it's more than just a late move now. This is last-second moves.
It definitely is, man. We're in our last couple of minutes, our last games for a lot of these teams. You're gonna see Scummin whipping out the baby monitor, just making sure no players are gonna be aggressive towards him. But he knows that there's a couple players in this position. Yeah, he's gonna have to try to get out with his life. And Aiden, unfortunately, he had to get bought back, so he died across the map. He eventually has to work his way back towards some loot, towards some better weapons to try to end this game out strong.
Well, solo mission. It's all about just maximizing whatever kills you can away from where your other teammates are. As they still work their way through downtown. Someone's going to hear some gunfight happening in front. Yeah, he actually is able to track down a couple of the players, and that's going to be enough for him to hit the go call. Finds a little bit of damage, no armor break, but has definitely taken care of a couple of plates. One more player right in front of him, just trying to chase it down. Finds him on the corner, gets the down through the wall for the elimination. Great stuff here. And well, Jay, God, you have to just be really relishing in the fact that Scummin is able to find this much value away from the rest of his team.
Yeah, he's been able to play his life, considering it's a lot of buildings you got to go through. We thought that was going to happen in downtown, and it's happening in farmland. Oh, he got stuck.
No way, dude. There's like
stink bombs.
Holy Christ, man! I'm so sick of that
I'm gonna go for them.
They threw a million. Yeah, damn it. He's not really too happy about that. A couple gas grenades gonna hit him in the face. You know, he's trying to maneuver his way up. Obviously, if those gas grenades aren't there, I'm taking Damon in that situation. 1v3, no matter what it is, every time. So Karma's a little frustrated, but he's going to be able to be brought back in, and Scummin's still picking up kills. That's going to put him at 27.
Who's this guy?
Still 5 teams in this game with a total of 14 players.
He's sticking the red.
I'm actually a bit surprised that Karma's not dropping on top of Scummin to get some of these free weapons. Instead, he's going to go to the pistol. You can put him down for a moment, but not for long. That is Bobley Schwager saying, that's my loot. Get out of here. One more to deal with. Maybe into the bathroom, finds him through. That is the definition of full-on revenge.
Oh my God. He's trying to make the top play again. Shoot.
He said, come here. Come here. I know you guys are one shot. I'm going to land on you with a pistol, and that's what makes me a 3-time world champion. As Karma walks in with that 1911 pistol and is able to take down all 3 players. Doesn't matter if they have self-reses or not. It's a good bounce back right there out of Karma. Definitely a satisfying feeling, to say the least.
We're good. We're good.
God, dude.
Every kill here.
It just, I mean, if you don't know Karma from what he did previously, that says everything you feel like. Just,
yeah, man. Just to have the confidence to land with a pistol versus 3 people.
Look at his cash, too. So he's going to be able to get back his teammates if he can get to a buy. There's like 27,000.
I told.
Wow.
Scummin is destroying. He is destroying all the way by himself. He's able to take down 2. He knows that there's going to still be pressure here in this situation, and he's able to find the 3rd. That's going to be another team wipe. Puts him at 30 kills. 4 teams remaining in this game, a total of 9 players.
All those kids.
So now, if you're Aiden, J-God, if you're Aiden in this situation, you guys are dominating this game. Like, Scummin is having an unbelievable game. Unfortunately, he's going to find himself in a situation where he's going to get full killed. Now, with 3 players remaining, don't need the remaining amount of players. You want to... Okay. Do you want to see them stick a little bit closer? Because this is going to be that final game.
Yeah, they have to get a win here. Yeah, they have to get a win. This is basically the last one. They do have the numbers on their side because it's 4 of them versus 6. With 3 teams left, so most of the team average is 2 for the remaining teams. Lucky he got all this money. He's just
all this money.
Spawn machine over here.
But how big is that pistol rewipe coming out? I mean,
yeah, that was nuts.
Possibly saves the game. RPG just a bit wide. Careful here, Damon. You're flirting with danger. Need to wait for teammates to come back into the mix.
I think he's...
We'll be able to get another armor plate off. Just kind of playing inside the logs, but the question here is, how do you deal with what looked to be nearly, if not fully, a team of 4 in front of you? Here's some footsteps around the back, finds an angle. That'll be good for the break and the knock. It's MP5 really not hitting all that hard, though. I mean, it took probably a little bit longer than you would have liked. Precision strike going to be called on in, and now it's just chasing red dots. Find a way to get these kills.
Yeah, and that's going to be another team wipe all the way across the map. So this is going to be the final team, which is going to be on Karma. He's able to knock down 2. The pressure is going to be on. Some great MP5 shot. Trying to snap onto the second.
That guy's
but
going to go down right
he's
now.
going to get full killed.
One's above there, above to the right.
And here comes coming from the top.
Where I marked up to the right.
There's only one more.
It's going to be a 3v1 situation. There's only going to be one player remaining. You have Aiden, who broke 20. Scumman, who's already at 30.
I don't know how.
Playing right here.
Yeah,
They're spamming for him. They've got no idea. I mean, this guy's hide and seek world champion, apparently.
Nice, he's down.
Good finds another knock. Hold on a second. This could get interesting, but Aiden around the backside, not going to be denied. 34 total kills for Scumman. And like we said, a required win. Needed that one badly, Lottie, and that might be good enough to secure them into tomorrow, but anything could still happen with these final results.
Anything can still happen, but yeah, it looks like it could be good enough, to be honest. I was really impressed with what I saw coming out of that team there. Aiden should be proud. Just also a little update again. I know we do look at the top of the leaderboard a lot, but I just got to say it now. I didn't think the ceiling could get any higher. However, EmZ had something else to say with her team because they have now broken the 600 mark on the leaderboard. Yeah, they've broken the 600. They now have every single one of their submitted games are in the 100 point marks, which is absolutely crazy. And now we also have a new record in terms of individual eliminations. Smitty got 49 kills to his name in the game that they replaced. Correct. So 137 game came in from EmZ, which did bump them up to that 600 point mark. So they've really set quite a ceiling heading into tomorrow. They are definitely the team to beat going into it. It's been absolutely ridiculous, to be perfectly honest. We're back on with Z now to see exactly what this team can do, whether or not they can kind of edge their way into this top 8. It's all or nothing at this point, guys, because obviously the point of no return has happened. No more drops into Verdansk anymore. It is done and dusted. So these games we are witnessing now before us are the final ones of the night, and it also means our top 8 will be secured by the end of it. So, gents, for a last hurrah, let's head straight back into the game.
I can't get over the fact that the average round is going to be set at 120 points to get to 600.
120 points.
That's ridiculous.
That's nuts. All these teams have, all the people right now also have a ton of kills. Just looking at it, he has 18. I think Super Evan had like 17. Z-Laner had 22. And there's still 47 left.
Yeah, and this is huge for this team because obviously they just finished their game prior, which they were able to knock out one of their bad scores. So now this is a game where they can definitely improve on that. So far, you have a couple players who are sitting around that 15 or 20 point mark in the kill. Super Evans at 14. You saw the opposite player at 18, and then you saw Z-Laner at 22. So these guys are putting up a great game for their final game. Hopefully this is enough to try to get them into that top 8.
It's going to be tight. I mean, they're sitting at 379.
Oh,
they're going to need, I mean, just to get into 8th, they need 102 points. They haven't submitted a 100-point game yet, but realistically, because there are still some other teams that I'm sure are playing their final lobbies trying to reduce some of those low scores, this needs to be one of those 120-point games you feel like if you want to have a chance of sneaking into the top 8 at the last second.
Yeah, man, especially with the slow start that this team has had. Like, obviously, Super Evan didn't perform to his best of his ability in the beginning games, but he's really starting to catch his footing towards the end of this, and hopefully with this final push that they need out of this game right here, you're going to see another team wipe come in. It's going to be a total of 11 teams left with a total of 30 players. So obviously you see Super Evan, he's just going to put the aggression on. Comms are coming in from his teammates. It's all about just picking up as many kills as possible for your last game.
And that's actually not a bad look as far as how that elimination just came through, Jake. I mean, coming into downtown to rotate through, you don't feel great about, but they're making that same rotation against the backside of that gas. So if you can just take out the amount of players that are trying to rotate also through downtown, you can keep your focus just forward. I mean, the only player who's really watching the back is what we're seeing right here out of Stated Steps. So he's going to be the kind of watching the back while everyone else just keeps pushing forward. This is actually really great news as far as how this rotation's ending up.
There's one above me.
Yeah, I think if all their scores are actually full, I think they need like closer to a 150-point game because their lowest score was 55. They're behind by over 110.
True, the differential, yeah.
So they need the differential of an extra 100 kills or 100 score. Then that, so they need like 150 game. They need like 30 apiece almost. Which there's enough kills left if they can get everybody and the win. But they are so close to not making it in unless they just put on almost world record pace here.
Munition. Okay.
I think I just got Aaron.
So you're asking them to get 125 kills. No problem.
Yeah.
No problemo.
And it sounded like they just had a dev error, so that's not good.
7. All right.
Okay.
Oh, was it Brittany that fell out? Sounds like.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
I'm not gonna be able to get her guns either, am I?
Nah, she's just gonna disappear. I'm coming, Z. Oh, wait, hold on.
That's tough.
There's
kids on this roof right here. I'm about to sneak behind them.
Oh my god, there's a bunch of people over at hospital that have to move in.
Over here.
Yeah, they have to move in. There's a
yeah, that's
so okay.
This
is a decent call as far as what they're looking at as far as the rotation is concerned, but this is going to be made much more difficult just with the 3 players. Also outside the top 8, fighting for a last-second submission is Team Huskers. So we'll kind of go back and forth between the two. As hopefully we'll have a chance to kind of get a tally as far as how things are going, but Z's situation has become much more dire with that news of Brittany lagging out. So over to Team Huskers, they're also in a really kind of trepidatious position overall because they're only sitting at 317 points, but some of their results that they've submitted have been less than stellar, to be sure. So they're looking to actually still submit a 5th total tally. So maybe there is an opportunity if this lobby is going well for them. It is still relatively early on. They could just get a big 5th submission, maybe jump the board a bit.
Nice.
Yeah, it would definitely be another huge game that they need. He just got hit from up above. Luckily, they do have cash to be able to bring him back. Jowo on 21 with 61 left. Damn, he is frying.
Yeah, he's having himself a game, and just before Huskers dropped, he was at 14, and I'm pretty sure one of their teammates as well is sitting at 12. So this is a good game so far. Still a good amount of people in this game. Jowo, some great shots out of that AMAX, able to find another kill. But the fights are going down. This is going to be the bounty, so they can use this cash to definitely just improve on the UAVs, improve on the self-reses.
UAVs are going to be
the whole entire
valuable.
team is coming in on this. Yeah, 100%.
At this point, when you just need to get aggressive and go from player to player, team to team, yeah, those UAVs are going to be absolutely massive for them. The problem is they don't really have a good form of transportation, at least not at the moment. And I was about to ask the same question here, Joe. This guy just all of a sudden yellow circles on top of him to all of a sudden about 50 meters, 100 meters away.
That's bad.
And they're going to have a hard time tracking this guy down. He's moving pretty quick.
Yeah, Bounty, for some reason, he turned into the Flash out of nowhere. He was able to get out of that situation. Couldn't believe it, obviously.
Dude is full on sprinting.
Yeah, he's gone. So now it's a difficult situation, but he does get poached. So that's going to be a little bit extra money. And now Jowo, he's in the engagement. Able to break armor on at least one player. Trying to locate him. Being a little bit aggressive in towards this hospital area. Able to find one. Trying to find the second. Yes, he does. Now you have to try to put your plates back in, but he knows that there's going to be a push in, and unfortunately he's going to get knocked. But his teammate's going to be there to try to save him. Unfortunately, he's going to get full killed. And that's just unfortunate because his teammates were there to try to save his life, and the guy just committed to it. That sucks if you're Jowo.
Right here,
Still more gunfight still coming through. Husker's in a bit of trouble here. Half of the armor already taken away, but still is able to find a knock.
Holy cow.
Should be able to get up his teammate, no problem. There it is. Full finish will come into the mix. So just have a good look at where the circle's going to be pushing to, right in the middle of the map, almost dead center, in fact. And with 51 total players, you're looking at P90 Princess at 5 eliminations. That's going to have to be better, you feel like. And at least there is the ability to immediately repurchase back Joe, so he can just get right back onto his loot, be ready to get back into fighting condition.
16.
Yeah, this is the best case scenario for them right now.
20, 36, plus 23. Yeah, they're already sitting like close to 50 kills.
It's going to need to be a big game, though.
Yeah. Ilio's able to find one player.
Yeah, I think it happened.
I was camping towards the rooftop. No players around him are going to be popping up on the radar, though, so this can get a little fishy. Because obviously you don't think that this is going to be fully cleared out. He tries to use that cluster strike to blow up that Bertha, but unfortunately he's going to change his direction, use his GPS in to make sure he doesn't go into that action. But some great shots coming in from Delio, trying to destroy that car. Fortunately, he's not able to disable the vehicle.
The thing about it, and you might need to correct me if I'm wrong here, Jake, I'm just kind of briefly looking at it. 317 with 1 submission. I mean, the scores are only getting higher. As you see, Jukies is now the number 8 spot at 492. Unless we're missing a submission somewhere, this might be an impossibility to make up the tally. I mean, they've only had 3 submissions over
unless they had
60.
some
The fourth is only
scores
48.
that they've been holding on to. Yeah, this one is
nice.
almost a similar situation we had at Z-Laner. If those were the accurate scores and that's everything that's going to be submitted, they would need like 130 kills. And even then, that might not be enough for where they're behind if this is their final game, because they need what are they sitting at? 317, and you need like 180. Yeah, that's a little bit of a stretch, unless they almost have to be sleeping on some scores.
And that's
unfortunate
because
you have to feel like they are. I mean, 5 hours for Team Huskers, and they've only submitted 4, and one of those is a 48-point game. They've had to have had more than that.
Yeah, they might be slipping in at the end, I would imagine. Yes.
Where is he?
Well, regardless, I think we can keep selling the narrative that this still has to be a big game, no matter what.
Oh,
happens.
100%, no matter what. Yeah. They probably by minimum, even if those other games are relatively similar, but with the win, talking about an extra 40 points in the mix, they still need probably about another 140 points. So they need like 118, 115 and a win.
Boy. So you're saying there's a chance?
There is a chance.
There is a chance.
Especially how much they're frying. They're already at like 60-ish kills with a lobby of 40 left. Well, that's going to be a little bit of a stretch with what's left. That's hard regardless.
And Joe's going to have to do this with just ground loot.
Swiss.
Checking neighborhood area.
But it's still by himself. This is going to be interesting. I think he's got the beat on a team that's around him. Okay, well, that'll help.
Bruin AMAX, everyone's favorite loadout.
Oh my God, I'd be in the ringer. I'd be in the ringer if this was somebody's loadout. Gonna decide to swap out on that Bruin.
One team. They actually have to move out.
Kills are still going on the opposite side of the map. As he's just doing a great job taking down 3 players.
They actually have to move out as well.
Make it 4. That's going to be all 4 players down for Delio. He's really stepping up the pace right now for his team. Going to find another knock. Gets the second one to make sure he's not able to get back up. And that's going to be another team wipe. Delio just broke the 20-kill mark.
It's looking better and better every time we swap someone's POV. I mean, these are all individual gunfights, as you would likely figure it'd be for the rest of the way. But this zone is already getting kind of small, considering how many players are nearby, and you need the win, but you also need the kills. And realistically, what we're setting up here is this has to be a heroic game, really, from everybody. Dilla is going to continue to go on the hunt, seeing if this UAV will assist in any form as he tries to zone off one side of the circle. Gulag also coming to a close here, which I imagine is probably not the best news overall for the squad, hoping to maybe farm a couple of extra kills. We'll hear the door pop open. Easy kill with the dead silence procced. That'll be elimination, but not a team wipe, so likely at least a couple more players nearby.
Yeah, so the pressure's going to be on. You see what he's trying to do. Just get that top position. Exactly.
Ghosted.
Gets that high ground. He does have that precision in his back pocket. But the only thing is you don't want to get caught up in this situation where you have to fly off of this building.
Oh, it's weird that this guy was on this side with Ghost without a suppressor, though.
Yeah.
Who puts Ghost on their loadout? You're not going to run a suppressor.
Yeah, it makes no sense. He's basically giving up your position the entire time, but unfortunately, all 3 of his teammates are going to drop. So now it's all left up to Delio. He does not have enough money to bring back any one of his teammates, but the pressure is going to be on. You have to just try to play your life, try to play for as much placement points as possible, as the gunfights are going to be here.
Yeah, he's got to use this precision strike just to give him some space. Needs to get the plates back on. Actually, does able to finish off 1 elimination. Now turns the attention back to the fight. Not going to see anybody coming through that same ridge line. And the cash is also not good, so not only do you need to find kills, you have to hope that these players are stacked with loot. Long range shots, good for a break. No full knock.
Another kid low mid, I think.
Yeah, and you're Dilo calling. There's got to be more nearby, so he's got to keep his head in the swivel here.
There he is.
Yep, there they were.
Oh,
there's the third party, unfortunate.
Dude, just sitting crouching like a rat, dude. Like a rat.
Man.
Oh, 43, 77. 77 with, I don't know what placement they got right there, but
possibly.
Yeah.
It's going to replace
But I was looking at the chat, and somebody was saying that he had 401 points already. So maybe that was going to be enough for like 480-ish. I don't know. Okay. Interesting.
I mean, it's kind of heartbreaking. You get to that point and just like, this is going to be so difficult, especially kind of in the openness that he had to deal with there at the end, being on his ones. Absolute nightmare, especially for the last game, for the one that brings unit to survive. Just hasn't happened. But we have had an absolutely incredible day. And gents, you've done a phenomenal job casting for over 5 hours now, bringing us all of the action. It has been fantastic, and I've got to talk to you about it. What has been some of your best bits? What has been some of your favorite moments? Was there a team that kind of came out of the woodwork and really surprised you in terms of their players and their competition? People maybe you haven't seen kind of slaying out before. I'll start with you, iHoldShift.
I mean, it's got to be EmZ's team. I don't think any of us talked about that squad at the top of the show, and they've set the pace at 120-point average per game going into tomorrow, and they did it cleanly too. It wasn't just like, oh, they had a couple of good games early, a couple of good games late. They didn't submit anything that wasn't a top 2 finish with at least 60+ kills. I mean, that is an incredible bar to be set going into tomorrow, and they're your top dogs for that reason specifically. And I don't think it was a team that really any of us really expected. Smitty had a great day. Wars, I think you would expect to always be consistent, but beyond that, EmZ played well. FIFA played incredible, and that's looking like a team that is very much so a favorite going into tomorrow, obviously, as they're up top of the leaderboard by a hefty margin.
Absolutely. Stud, other way around, kind of flipping this a little bit. Anybody that you thought maybe could have done a little better in your eyes in terms of their experience doing kill races?
Well, obviously the team that we just watched, man, and that's Huskerrs. Like, this is a guy who's just been giving himself a lot of flack. Felt like he hasn't been able to perform in the tournament format. And right there, he just catches himself in a situation where that last game is just really important. Just a slow start to that tournament for the young man, and his entire team is possibly not going to put him in the top 8, and that's just something that I wasn't expecting, because every time I watch Husker stream, the guy's just putting up nasty numbers every single time. So to see him potentially not make the top 8 has me mind blown. Word to Nameless.
Yeah, definitely a note to Nameless there. The mind blown 100%. I've got to ask you, J-God, more specifically, what do you think really separates our top teams from the others? Is it a pacing thing? Is it the slaying power coming through? Is it their rotation reads on the circle? What do you think it really is that does give that, the point system, how big of a gap that is from first to even to the 8th position?
Yeah, I think it really came down to some of the teams being able to change the gears. Looking at all the people at the top, they basically put up 5 wins essentially. Yep. I think Z-Laner's team, even though they were racking up kills, they had a little bit of slow start with placement. When you account that being 125 points, that's a huge difference in terms of score. So it's like you guaranteed have to get those points, and it's about just being able to have that in-game leader say, hey, it's time for us to get this win. We need to play a little bit smarter together, or whatever it is, to make that happen, because getting 5th or 8th is just horrendous. Just like you wasted 18 minutes knowing you got to get a win.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Now, obviously, coming into tomorrow, we have seen kind of the ceiling that has been definitely plastered and built literally above us as we were going through the games here, and that was by EmZ's team here. Now, it's a tough feat. Over 600 points is a huge combined score. Now, where do you see that going from here in terms of pacing, in terms of what teams need to do tomorrow, how they need to show up, how much do they need to risk going straight into it if they do want a shot? Because right now they're playing for the chance to compete tomorrow, the top 8. There is a little bit less pressure on them heading into today compared to tomorrow, where you want to win the entire thing. So the pressure is on. I mean, iHoldShift, looking at what our teams have been capable of today, maybe some of them have been pulling back just a little bit, just to chill out a little bit. Sure. How much do they have to turn up tomorrow? How high is the risk going to be?
The interesting thing about it, Lottie, is the fact, I'm just kind of looking at our spreadsheet here. Destroy's team, who's in second, actually has tallied more total kills than EmZ's squad. But the problem is, if you do not have the ability of using those high kill lobbies as part of your win condition, then you're in trouble, because they had 73 total kills on one of their matches, but they finished 13th. So that's one of those things where the efficiency when it comes to making sure for a fact you secure a win, but knowing you got to hit a certain kill threshold, that's where the conversation becomes really interesting, because a 60-point gap between first and second is unbelievable. So EmZ's team definitely came through and met that threshold near perfectly. And everybody else just needs to kind of take the time overnight just to evaluate which games were great for us and can we keep up that pace consistently, because we have one less hour to play through tomorrow night. So it's not just the fact that you've got to get 5 great submissions. You've got to do them nearly on almost your first try if you want to be competing for the top early.
Definitely. I also, took on board something that JGod said right at the beginning of the day, basically, actually, when you were talking about the advanced UAV and about separating as a team, which tends to happen kind of quite early on in the game. Now, something that I've noticed out of our top 2 teams currently on the leaderboard, but we will be getting those results for you very shortly, everybody at home. But Destroy and EmZ, if you look at their kills, they have quite consistent team kills here. Like the numbers do correlate to one another. You're not seeing like some, mad score, high 40s, and then somebody has only 5. It's very even across the board for most of their games for both of these teams. Now, how much of that does come down to the teamwork and being able to push your team around the map efficiently, so you are slaying out, but you're also slaying out in that, in an even manner, so that there is more to share across basically across Verdansk. What do you think, JGod?
Well, I think obviously the consistency has to be there where they might get 2 or 3 downs, like we saw with Joe Woe's case. We got a couple downs, and then Huskerrs comes in to finish off the kill, and those kills still count. I think if you're not able to have those cleanups, then you end up running into some issues. So everyone just plays their normal game, gets their 20 or so, and then maybe one person on the team shines. We're looking at their scores. We had Smitty that dropped 49, FIFA that dropped 37, but those were in separate games. So and Smitty only dropped 20. I say only, but he only dropped 20 in that game where FIFA drops 37. So it's kind of like, let everyone do their thing, gives you the best opportunity for your stars to shine. Everyone in here has the ability to drop high kill games. So it's a matter of allowing those opportunities to happen while everyone's still alive.
Definitely. Stud, now obviously your background, my dude, ex-pro player, unbelievable caster and analyst with the Call of Duty League. New York, hometown, baby. Hometown, New York, born and bred. Jay, obviously looking at some of the, the skill level that we were seeing across all of the games here and all of the players. I mean, how important do you think, and does it impact a game of being super, super skilled in terms of slaying? Like the stuff I was seeing from Blast coming across here was unbelievable, and it kind of showed his pro position and what he can do on the sticks there. How much do you think comes down to sheer skill level and having that draft on your team?
I think it's a big part, because like you said, just having that skill level where players have former backgrounds of just coming from a pro player, even playing a different game, they just have that mentality to where they put themselves in a situation, they know how to get out of it. And that's what when we were spectating Blatz, even though he came from the S&D scene, he's a former Call of Duty pro, when he recently just made the change to Warzone, and just watching him play, he looks like he's been doing it for a really long time. And it's just because he has that tendency to where he's put into these situations, he knows how to finesse his way around it, just using his movement, using his ability to the best of his ability. And that is just great to see from him, because there's a lot of people that have made the transition over that haven't really seen a lot of success. So for a guy like Blatz, who has just been taking over regardless of whatever it is, CDL, CWL, S&D tournaments, the guy's just on point. So everything he does to the best of his ability, and it's definitely been showing so far.
Yeah, it really has. It's been elite, to say the least. But a lot of these guys who are content creators primarily have been fantastic. We've had so many ladies here as well who have shown us that they can fry with the best of them.
Yeah,
fry with the best of them. Absolutely insane stuff. Looking overall at Verdansk, though, I'm sure everybody has noticed quite the change that we had with this brand new season. Obviously, we have had Verdansk 1984. We've been shot back in time. It's been wicked to have a new look type of map come forward here. Now, JGod, I know that you're so heavily into the Warzone content. You know the ins and outs, the big details, the small details, everything you need to know. I was just wondering, how impressed are you with, the, I would say, professional Warzone players, the kill racers? How impressed are you with their kind of adaptation of the meta coming forward with a new map, new kind of like little crevices and small areas to go and explore and use and utilize on the map when it does come to competition?
Well, I think it's a lot of those things, they got to know all the little nuanced things, especially when you're splitting off and you're trying to do a 1v4. You need to know all the hop-ups, all the flank routes, all the little different things that you can potentially do that maybe the other people don't know when they're in the lobby. and it allows you to get a rack up a few of those kills. We saw it a couple times today, I think, with Aiden working that whatever, I can't know the name of the building, but pretty much he was working one of the buildings. I think we saw Breadman make a couple plays. I think Blast was frying teams, and he was just working his way around, resetting gunfights. Saw Joe finessing. So a lot of them using those skills and kind of culminating into getting these kills the right way.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to also big shout out to Angelica's team as well. Actually, we haven't really spoken too much about Angelica's team. Amazing scorelines. I'm just looking right now at some of the stats. Again, very consistent kills across the board for plenty of their games. They did actually have a ton of games. They dropped in a bunch of times. They managed to replace a couple of their games as we were going through and replace them with hundreds. So that's fantastic news for them, and will definitely show into tomorrow because they need to be up there. EmZ has already showed us that you got to be up there with that team. It's been absolutely amazing. We're actually just waiting for one more team to finish up and get all of the scores in, so we do know who our top 8 are going to be for tomorrow. I guess, gents, to be honest, we can just have a bit of a chat, and really I just want to ask you, like, how cold are your wings now? And do they taste good cold is kind of what I want to know now. So I'm getting a bit hungry myself.
I'm starving. I'm starving. I'm telling you, my wings are... Oh, 100%. You can't eat cold wings. Like, it's a bad thing. So you heat up the wings. Make sure you take out the ranch sauce. You don't want that to get heat up as well. No. Make sure you remove that so your wings are nice and steamy when you remove them from the microwave.
There we go. There we go. Perfect stuff. Also, what about, didn't you get a bit of dessert as well with it?
Yeah, I got some fried Oreos. These guys I got a twisted tea. I got some wings. And I even got fried Oreos. Like, I have the whole combination. I got the nice little alcoholic beverage, you know, the dinner, and then the sweet to close it out. And Oreos, fried Oreos, they came with a little cup of syrup. Oh my God, I cannot wait until I'm able to try those after this.
I'll tell you what, I can tell you from New York and that you're an NYSL stan because they've wined and dined you today, hun. Haven't they? My gosh, they really have. They definitely must know. You're fully kitted out, Jay. Fully kitted out at this point. So obviously, gents, today has been absolutely amazing. And I don't think it would be fair if I actually left this broadcast without asking you predictions going into tomorrow because I'm a host. This is what I do. I'm always asked to ask you guys for predictions. So why not just do a little round table? iHoldShift. I'm coming over to you, pal. What do you think based on everything you've seen today? I know we don't have our solid top 8, but we do have a good idea of who potentially could be in it. What do you think will happen tomorrow? Who do you see as taking this potentially?
You know, I'm glad, Lottie, that you had brought up Angelica's team because the one thing that we saw from Angelica, Tommy, Stu, and Frozone was that they were consistent throughout the entirety of the day. They only reported one score that was outside of first, but the thing that's most impressive about it is every single one of their last 4 games were over 100-point submissions. You're looking for what is going to be, I mean, if the 600 stands as what wins tomorrow, you're looking at 95 kills per game. And the fact that we started to see Angelica's team start to improve on their kill totals while continuing to submit wins goes to show that they know that they need to be playing for win condition first and foremost, and then just try to feel out how exactly do we maximize to find those extra 10 to 15 kills to get us up to that 95 kill threshold. I wouldn't be surprised to see them up near the top again. It's hard to predict a full-on winner because battle royales inherently are just unpredictable monsters, but if they have a good system in place, which it looks like they do, and they can kind of talk over how do we get more kills, maybe there are certain moments in the game early, or once we get that first loadout, if we've got cash, get those UAVs popped a little bit sooner, and then let's go off and trust yourselves to go on independent missions. That could be where they make up those extra 10 to 15 kills between the 4 of them to get into what could be win condition territory, finding 120 plus point games per each drop they go into.
Definitely. I like that you said that as well, because I think something else to consider when you are thinking about predictions and you are thinking about tomorrow is you get a different lobby every time you drop in. You get different situations. This VR is very, very situational, and it's about how you handle those situations, which kind of elevates you above the rest. Now, obviously, EmZ's team looking pretty damn good today. However, tomorrow it could be a completely different story. And we do know the experience that all of these guys have across the board here, even our top 8. And honestly, anything can happen. It could completely switch. I'm going to head over to J-Guard. I would love to know what you think based on what you've seen today. Who do you think stands a pretty good chance tomorrow?
I think Destroy's team, looking at the overall scoreboard of what they got going on, the fact that they dropped 73, got 13th, there was still probably about, I don't know, 30 kills left in that lobby. They could have had 100 plus the win. And then they ended up scrapping that game. And then their follow-up game, they dropped 95 kills plus the win. I feel like they were kind of throttling a little bit. I would have to imagine that they said, you know what, let's aim for about 75, 85 kills and the win. And that's kind of what reflective in their score. So I think they were definitely tempoing at that, but they show the potential that they could hit that 120 that we're essentially looking for out of those games that we're going to be scoring tomorrow.
Love it. Love it. Okay, fantastic insight. Stud, I'm heading over to you, pal. You already know who is tickling your fancy today. Who's your habanero team?
Honestly, like, I'm not gonna say a team on the top, and I'm gonna go with a team actually that has the potential to be at the very bottom, and I'm gonna go with Team Jukies. If they can make it into the top 8, this is a team who I just thought was stacked from top to bottom. You got Jukies, you got Mutex, and then you got Metaphor. So yeah, they were able to sneak into that 8th spot. So obviously today wasn't their day. Today wasn't their day, but tomorrow, today doesn't even matter. And that is the biggest thing, is that the fact that these guys played terrible today and was still able to get to that 8th spot. I love Jukies. I love their roster. I love Mutex playing S&D with that kid back in the day. The guy's just a freak. He plays on 20/20 sensitivity. And obviously they didn't perform up to par today. They did not put their best performance, but they were able to make it to tomorrow. So I'm expecting them to just come out firing to start the day tomorrow.
Look, you said it, and it's happened. You've put it into fruition. You've put it into the universe. Jukies has made it in. Here is our official top 8 scoreboard heading into day 2, of WarzoneMania. We have EmZ at 1st position, Destroy at 2nd, 3rd is Swag, 4th is Angelica, and we've got Smixy at 5th, IceManIsaac at 6th, Aiden at 7th, and Jukies at 8th. So amazing stuff. And like I said, honestly, this could very heavily change up tomorrow. In fact, I am definitely putting all my lucky stars on the fact that it will. We do have, of course, the teams that didn't quite make it in there. But I'll tell you what, good effort across the board there. I love that 9th, 10th, and 11th still had high 400s as well.
170. Man.
Super duper Kyle. Super duper Kyle. Super duper Kyle. Not great. I think I had a confirmation that they only played 4 lobbies. They gave up, man. They gave up.
Yeah, they must have. Jesus, 170, that's not good.
They gave up. I gotta say though, I'm very, very surprised about Huskerrs and his team being in 12. That is something that has definitely surprised me today, because I think, you know, when we started things off looking at our rosters and our teams and who was stacking up against who, I really had like a funny feeling that Huskerrs was going to be like top 8. You know, I really did. I felt like he, you know, and his team had what it takes. But that's just what happens. You have a bad day sometimes. Things don't go to plan. And that is what happens. But we do have our secured top 8. It's been absolutely amazing. Gents, final thoughts before we close out the day. It could be honestly anything. It doesn't have to be a favorite moment. It could be something you've learned along the way. Quickly, just going to throw some things out there. I think my favorite moment has got to be, honestly, some of the twisted clips. Some of those twisted clips were absolutely amazing.
The same thing.
You were going to say the same thing.
Yeah, I was going to say, because today, just watching everybody on the Verdansk 84, everybody was literally twisted T. Like, everybody was twisted out of this world. Like, just watching so many players that just do the things that they do. Like a player like Blaz. This is a guy who I teamed with previously when I was competing. And to just see his his transformation into that Warzone player. And he's just using everything that he's ever been taught in Call of Duty and just makes it look easy, man. It's just insane to see the skills that these guys have.
Amazing stuff. Final thoughts, iHoldShift to talk about today.
Man, I'm just really interested to see if that 600 score threshold is going to sit there as what is win condition, because that's a 60-point gap. That has to terrify everybody that's not on Team EmZ at the moment. I mean, the Jukies boys, I think you guys are right. They've got the potential in them, but there's a lot of score to make up. So I'm not going to lie. I'm going to cuddle up with my twisted T1Z tonight, and I'm going to be trying to sleep away some of the worries, because I'm not going to lie. That is a terrifying score total. This is a mess right now, but it's still very comfortable. So
I like that. I can tell that you put it on. You've taken it off very fast. I mean, it's a bit of a mess. It's a little twisted, to say the least. J God, final thoughts, my dude, heading into day 2.
I think it's going to be interesting because of the format changing to 4 hours instead of 5. I think there's going to be a lot more pressure on the team. With this being the top 8, the bar already being set at about 120 for a win, like to replicate that. And it's even slightly more than 120 at 603. I think it's going to be very stressful on some of these teams. They're going to put a lot of pressure on some of these games that that would probably be solid games, but they're going to get in their own head. And I think I've seen it happen every time these tournaments happen, that those teams kind of break down in front of us. Hopefully there's not too many teams that do that tomorrow.
Yeah, I hope so too, because it's very easy to break down, especially in Warzone, just because of the situations you can find yourself in. But I tell you what, though, it has been one hell of a ride today. It's been 5 long hours of incredible action here in WarzoneMania. Thank you so much for watching today, folks. It's been super entertaining finding our top 8 teams to progress into tomorrow. I hope you've enjoyed the first day. Don't fret, we've got plenty more coming your way. So be safe, stay twisted, and see you for day 2 of the NYSL 100K WarzoneMania.